Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Chime, so why not get your banking house in order, get your checking account and debit card set up and more with Chime. Sign up for Chime today and make the summer the best one yet for yourself and your wallet. Get started at chime.com/sacred. That's chime.com/SACRED. Again, that's chime.com/sacred for basic banking features that everyone needs. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. Eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Access to direct deposits up to 2 days early depends on the timing of the submission of the payment file from the payer. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal fees may apply. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 265. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined, as always, by my son, Chris Ragon. Chris, good to see you today, my friend. How are you?
I'm well. I'm doing all right. I noticed that lately I've been playing with this Sharpie that's on my desk, and every now and again I'll pop it out of the cap and then push it in, and then I'll get like a big whiff of like the marker, and I'm like, I wonder.
Suck that up.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I wonder. Like, could they make like an air freshener that was just Sharpie without it, getting people high?
Yeah, without you having to huff. Yeah, it's a shame that so many. I always say this about WD-40. That I think WD-40 is like the best smelling shit ever. It's just amazing how good WD-40 smells, and gas, of course.
That's right.
They need to figure all those things out. Those are wonderful smells indeed.
There's just like a gasoline cologne.
Well, there's the burnt hair cologne that Elon Musk company just did recently.
That sounds.
It's just called burnt hair.
That's horrifying.
I think it's hilarious. But
oh god, that's such a horrible smell. That that makes your central nervous system shiver. I think like when you smell burnt hair, it's like a really deep evolutionary that's not good.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a good thing that's happening.
Now I have to keep an eye on my security cameras because I have a delivery coming here at some point. I don't know when. Who knows?
Security cameras? You got a compound going?
Yeah. Well, I have my own my own security. I don't use I don't use like off the shelf security stuff. My security stuff is pretty good to, like I said last week, to at least get everyone. If you come and kill me, we'll at least have really high quality, multiple angles of you coming into the house, and at least so. It better be worth it at that point. So I just need to keep an eye on my security cameras here because I have a delivery coming, and I like to try to intercept them before they knock on the door and freak the dogs out. Not the dogs are angry. The dogs are excited. They think someone's there to see them. And this can be an hours-long event. So I need to be very careful here because Mike is out and about doing some errands at the time we're talking.
You should install like a reverse kind of or a two-way intercom. So you can have like a secondary microphone next to your desk. So that way when they're approaching, you can go, halt! Or whatever, and freak them out.
Yeah, I probably could do that. I don't know. I don't know if it's doesn't.
I have a Ring, and it is an intercom. I've never used it. I've never wanted to talk to somebody through that. It's either I'm opening the door because I know them, or I'm ignoring it. There's no in the middle where it's like I want to try to intercept. It's just I'm either hiding or I'm opening. One of the two.
Dustin Furman, executive producer, welcome to the show. How are you today?
I'm doing just fantastic. I have a little show and tell thing for you guys that Holly got me. Colin, I thought you might find this cool.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I got the doorbell just rang. I missed it. I'm sorry entirely. And I see what you're showing me and I want to see it, but I need to come back. You guys fill in the time.
Okay, we'll
fill in the gap. I missed it. I'm looking right at the camera. The guy pulls in. I can't believe this.
That was immediate.
Wow.
That's crazy.
That's really something.
Like,
wow.
I feel like it was like as he was he manifested him basically.
Yeah, he really did. He just kind of brought him into existence. Now, what do you think the delivery is? Is this marijuana like usual?
Does he get shipments?
I know that I think he said on the show that he gets it delivered before.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah,
that's part of the system there. They can do that.
That would explain the very specific type of skip that he did when he was leaving the room.
He did spring in the step.
Yeah, he did like a little skip to sprint. As I like to call it.
Right. Yeah. What the fuck is skipping actually? You know, some that kids do. And then I've seen some videos where they like ask adults to, oh, do you try skipping? And none of them can anymore. I'm just convinced it doesn't exist.
Wait, what skipping? You don't know? Wait, what do you mean?
Yeah, like what is that? What do you do when you skip? It's like a weird hop in between a step.
It's
right?
like, yeah, basically it's like, I mean, if I can remember correctly, it's one leg twice, then the other leg twice, then the other leg twice.
Mm.
So it's like, you can go pretty fucking fast. I did it recently just because like that was brought up recently. It's like, oh, skipping. And I was like, oh yeah, can I do that still? And I can, but it's like, it's deceptively fast. Like, it's like, there's a reason why kids do it and adults don't. It's because adults would mangle each other on the side of the road if they skipped into each other. Like running into each other is bad enough, but skipping into each other is like a whole different, you're at the whims of gravity.
You're dead at that point. Colin, you've returned.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
We were trying to figure out if it was a marijuana delivery.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay.
But I'm actually getting pretty good. I'm only really ordering about every 3.5 or 4 weeks now, which is good.
Okay.
I'm really trying to. I still smoke, a lot, but I'm trying to tamp down on the volume, and it's really working. I think I told you guys I reintroduced the bong to my life for the first time since really college, and that's done a great deal to like have me smoke less and be less anxious.
Yeah, you didn't have to tell us that though, because it's very clear every time before we start the show and you have a bong.
Yeah. My big old glass roar bong. I've always wanted a roar bong like my entire life, and I finally got one. I'm very excited.
Wow. Colin, I'm ready to show you the show and tell.
Yeah, please show me what you were going to show me.
It's too built up at this point, but Holly found this at an antique store. It's a Legend of Zelda mug. Or not a mug, but just like a kid's cup.
Yeah, it's awesome. What is the date on it?
1986.
Nice.
I thought it was bootleg initially, which I would have been down with because I actually think that some Nintendo bootleg stuff is cooler than actual Nintendo stuff. But yeah, little Zelda.
But it's real. Did you find it, source it online?
I think Holly looked it up, and it's I think she got it for like maybe $5, and you maybe could get 20 for it.
Nice.
But it's just a nice little
Dude, that's
mug.
sick. I love the old Zelda art. Love it.
It's crazy watching you twirl it around because it's like I have an exact sense of how light that cup is.
Oh yeah.
Like I understand, like implicitly, like looking.
It has the thumb holder on it, which I love. Like
it's got some grip.
Yeah,
here.
I love that. I remember those.
Rib for her pleasure. When you have your Zelda mug, you need some action. You're running with this bad boy from the cops or something.
The big question is that lead paint.
Oh yeah, that's a great question. I don't want to drink out of this. I feel like I can't. I shouldn't. Who knows what was in this? It was washed thoroughly, of course. But
I mean, it's there probably hasn't been anything in that since like a Dr. Pepper in 1989 or something like that.
Well, you know what's crazy? I haven't thought of that's. It's interesting that the drawing, like the Zelda like imagery, is exactly opposite from the direction in which the handle is going.
Yeah, I always
usually
think
it's
about
on the
that
side. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Yeah. So if I'm like, here's my Pac-Man mug. When I hold it, you can see it.
I didn't know you had a passion for Pac-Man.
I do. Miss Pac-Man in particular.
Oh yeah,
Miss Pac-Man is absolutely the best.
She can get it. Miss Pac-Man can get it. We all know that now.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to be here with you guys today and talking about PlayStation and video games and all sorts of different things here on Sacred Symbols of PlayStation podcast. Thank you all out there for joining us today. You can support us on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia for early ad-free access, the ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, and so on and so forth. We have a record number of people over there right now, and we really appreciate your love and kindness. The show is continuing to grow, and I want to give a congratulations to our sister show, Defining Duke, as well, which is really starting to blow up. I mean, it's doing so well compared to its numbers just a year or two ago. So I'm really happy and proud for those guys as well. So thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support. And Sacred Symbols Plus, obviously our twice weekly supplement to this show, available only on Patreon, though we occasionally publish a random episode on YouTube. The best way to get them on time and constantly twice a week is to join us on Patreon. I'm excited. Next week, I'm recording with Cog. Like I said, we're going to do one about fitness and gaming and trying to kind of earn your time and maybe taking a little bit better care of yourself. I think we can all do that. I'm having the guys from Lethos back on, Michael Mumbauer and John Garvin, to talk about Trace War, which is the renamed. Thank God they lost the rights to Ashfall, so it's now called Trace War, which is a much better name. We just put up our Final Fantasy 16 spoiler cast and review discussion, almost 3 hours long. That was a lot of fun. Sacred Symbols Cross-Defining Duke, all about the ABK deal, also 3 hours long. That was a lot of fun. Matt Stoller came on to give the anti-monopolist view on the ABK deal. We did one about gaming in Russia, a couple mailbags from Micah and Chris. Oh, I have Stoller in here twice. And GTA 3 episode, which a lot of people really like too. A lot more coming in the future. Thank you for your support there. Merch, laststandmedia.store. My goodness, has Micah been busy. I really appreciate her hard work over the last week. She's doing a great job. We had a lot of orders, like a lot.
Yeah, I actually have a small, it's not an announcement, but a special thing to say about the merch is that you guys totally blew out our expectations with the Sacred shirt in particular. And so some of you are probably going to order it and notice that your size is not available. We're sorry about that. I just got confirmation. A new order is in now. I don't know how long that's going to take, especially because our shirt company, this is their busy season, so it may be a few weeks, but just know we have more stealth Sacred Symbol shirts on the way if you would like one. But there's still tons of Constellation and the standard moon logo as well, of course, and the stickers are available.
Yep, free shipping on all stickers domestically here in these United States. So thank you for that. Yeah, Mike is doing it. I want to say we had like a couple hundred at least orders over the last few days, and it's been awesome. I feel sorry for Micah, but because we usually get like a few orders a day. When we don't promote it, you'll get your latent orders or whatever, and you'll do what you do. But when you push merch, and we have much more we're going to be pushing soon. So hope you guys enjoy that. I have to say, before we move on, I thought this was an interesting experience. I just yesterday from when we were recording, I don't, obviously not a clothes person. I just like wearing my t-shirts, generally my shorts, whatever. I'll get dressed up on the occasion, suit up if I absolutely have to. But these post-corporate days, I don't really wear my button downs anymore or my nice jeans or whatever. But since I'm getting married in October, you guys will be there. We'll have a great time. I was like, I'm going to not only buy a suit, I'm getting everything completely custom made. So I went and I went to like a real tailor for the first time. And it was a really interesting experience. The amount of like, I love like the forbidden knowledge of various craft, like how you just know everything about this and being exposed to that sort of thing. And this guy's just rattling things off about these fabrics and the sheep that the fucking wool comes from and all these. I'm like, this is awesome. Like but I have never, ever in my entire life gotten something made for myself ever. And I've never really spent good money on clothes in my entire life. My most expensive suit was probably $500 or something like that, which is, good, but not like amazing. I know many people that wear much nicer suits than that. So I ended up going into this place with the intention of just being like, I'm going to get a custom suit, but I ended up walking out of there and I'll get it in late September, early October, but like a totally custom suit, custom button down shirt, custom belt, custom shoes. The only thing that will be off the shelf are my socks. And I guess my underwear, and I never wore anything like that before. And I just wanted to say that was such an interesting experience to treat yourself once in a while to something so different than what you would usually care about. And obviously I'm never going to stay in that world. I'm veering right back to my t-shirts and my shorts or whatever. But I just thought that was a really fun and interesting. I never thought like getting a custom made pair of shoes is like a once in a lifetime kind of thing, and they like monogram everything, and I have little hidden messages like all that are going to be stitched in all sorts of different places. My inline is going to be all flamingos, like I said. In the zipper, they put a little monogram there, and it says Event Horizon.
Oh,
when you're going to open the zipper, yeah.
Inside the belt, it says "We believe in generations."
Yeah, we believe in generations.
The famous
right.
Jim Ryan quote.
That's right. Jim Ryan's face is going to be on the inside of the belt. So I wanted to just say, like, shout out to all the people that like fine clothing out there. I know that you guys listen. Like, Gene is one of those people. I don't know if you saw. I saw a tweet from him like a week or so ago where he was like stunting on people because he took a picture of his shoes, which are like $1,000 loafers or whatever. And I'm like, I've never been in that world. It's not really very appealing to me long term, but yeah, I totally get it kind of in a way. Like you always see the movies of the guy like stand up and you're like, there's measuring you like constantly. I was measured for like an hour.
Yeah. They do in depth.
Yeah. It's like the guy's like, you're going to be so happy this thing's going to fit like a fucking glove. Like, I found out one of my arms is longer than one of my other arms. I noticed that they were measuring my they were measuring me over and over again, like this thing. And he's like, your right side is like a half an inch longer. He's like, did you break your shoulder or collarbone? And I'm like, yes. And he's like, I can tell. So I guess
Does
this
that
is a
bother you
common
now?
thing.
Would you rather not know?
No, I don't really care. Symmetry is good, but symmetry is also a little frustrating. Like my face is not symmetrical. I have like scars on my face, and
I think everybody's face isn't symmetrical.
Well, symmetry is one of the, yes and no, but I think that symmetry is like one of the hallmarks of beauty.
Yeah, but there was like, I remember
two nice breasts, not one nice breast, like, beautiful eyes, right?
Right. Yeah, but like what I mean is like there's always those like mirror filters where like it'll like or like on Instagram or Snapchat or whatever the fuck you want, where it's like it'll split your face down the middle and then like mirror the other side, and you realize how like not symmetrical everybody actually is, because if you were symmetrical you'd look like a fucking Oblivion character. Like it's actually very bizarre how like unnatural perfect symmetry actually looks on people. It's the illusion of symmetry that I think is what people confuse for it. But
have you ever gone to a tailor before, Chris? Like a real tailor?
Yeah. I went to a tailor but only to get measured so that I could kind of find my own stuff. And I didn't really have enough time to really get a custom suit made because the event that I got tailored for was just like too it was too close. So I just ended up trying to match as best I could with some. I've never actually fully gotten like a full custom made suit. That sounds nice though.
Yeah, it'll be like the one and only time I'll ever do this, Yeah. But it'll be.
I like suits like a lot actually, but like I just don't really have any good reason to wear them on a regular enough basis to justify the cost of like a custom suit. I'll probably get a custom suit for yours.
Yeah, it's expensive, but I was kind of, I don't like spending a lot of money on things, and I was saying to, like, I'm a pretty frugal person. We actually just did a constellation about this. Like I'm kind of averse to doing that. I think that's the reason why I'm able to save money. But Micah really, I was talking to her, I'm like, you know what? I never really do truly nice things for myself. Like I really don't splurge on like one-offs or just interesting things that will enhance a specific date or whatever. And I'm just like, it's my wedding. So I should probably really do it up. And so I just wanted to say that I thought that was a really exciting and interesting experience I never had before. And I'm so not knowledgeable on clothes. Like the dude was just he kept bringing out fabrics, like, from Bolts or whatever. And it's just like, and there's just so many options, and it's like, oh, these are really nice, but these are even nicer. And then they'll put on the next book and it's like, and this is from fucking Patagonia, and this is from New Zealand, and it's like, you're feeling all these fabrics in a million different colors. I'm like, this is wild, man. What an interesting and fascinating and ancient world as well. I don't know. I just wanted to say that it's an art, I guess, is what I guess you always kind of inherently knew that fashion, but I wanted to give a shout out to all that because I thought that was fun. All right. Let's get into the topics of discussion, stretch our legs a little bit. Start with Dick Justice. Says, greetings, CDC. So how about that UFO congressional hearing yesterday? There were some very interesting details to come out. I particularly enjoyed the one congressman who talked about how he audited the Pentagon and Mr. Gates and his angry, passionate speech about how the Pentagon stonewalled them when they were looking into it. I know it's not gaming related, but surely we can take a moment to acknowledge what may turn out to be the most important thing to happen in humanity in our lifetime. Did you guys pay attention to this hearing that happened? I mean, this has all been culminating. People have been paying attention to this. Like I have. Didn't really hear anything particularly new, but that it all entered the congressional record was very, very interesting. And I am mega intrigued by how nonplussed people are by this. Like what people are saying is like, where I can't even believe that there's any other news right now than this.
I mean, it's. I was looking up some of the news and some of the clips from it. And I was like, and I couldn't believe how little I cared either. Like, because to me, it's like, okay, these people are in court, I guess, talking. But it doesn't do anything for me. In fact, I believe it less now that the government has come out and said, hey, they're aliens. It's like, well, now I'm like, I don't know about that now. It's almost like the opposite effect that it's having on me, where it's like, I don't believe it now. I think these people are all lying or crazy.
I have a question. and Chris, this relates to what you said, but I guess it's a question for Colin, is that the guy that did the interview, and we had that Constellation, or we either talked about it on this show or Constellation, I don't remember. The guy that did the interview that used to be part of the military, he was David the one Grush. Being interviewed, and he was, on.
There was 3 of them: Ryan Graves, David Grush, and Commander Graber. So there's 3 different people: a naval pilot, a naval commander, and an intelligence officer. Are all 3 are the people that are talking about it.
Interesting. So this is more people than before than we knew of that are going on the stand and saying.
It's the 3 people that have been doing the rounds for several years. So that's why I was saying, like, I didn't hear anything necessarily new. It was just fun for me to hear and read everyone's opinions on things that were entered into the record. That I find this to be the craziest shit ever. Like, I literally cannot. First of all, I don't think they're lying. Like, I just don't believe that, because I don't. There's multiple reasons. If it's a psyop, it's not working. That's number one. I mean, it's clearly not working. Number 2 is that the people that are talking about this are pretty unimpeachable. They're not just random people. Like Commander Graber is like a wing commander, like Ryan Graves was a naval Hornet pilot for 20 years. David Grush is an intelligence officer with apparently sterling credentials, who's coming out because he's like, this needs to be known. Like, he's like, you can't even believe basically what is going on. Like, it's insanity. And I find it absolutely fascinating. It's amazing.
So what happens now though? Because they went on record and they said it was a thing. So now is it the job of Congress to investigate what's going on at the Pentagon and be like, hey, you gotta fess up now or something?
Well, I think that, as I understand it, like, now it's about uncoupling, because one of the things they were saying during the hearings was like that there's no. Graves, who's the pilot, was saying he thinks 19 out of 20 pilots that encounter something don't even report it because they don't want to be marginalized. I mean, Chris, I don't know if you sufficiently know like the things that they're saying. Like, I'm surprised that you are.
No.
Like, they're saying they're seeing fucking cubes surrounded by gravity wells standing at Mach 0, meaning that they're standing still, like, which is not possible.
No, that's
and then it goes into the water, or it goes all the way up into space. It moves and generates amazing force. And these pilots have seen them. They were saying that one of the cubes was there for like a day, just standing there, and they were flying sorties to it. Like, it's pretty fucking crazy.
No, I understand all this. It's the thing about it though is, like, first of all, I've always believed that aliens probably are real. Like, so even the confirmation of such a thing would not be shocking to me. And second of all, what does this do for me?
I think that is true.
That's what I think. That's what I think is the core of like what everybody is like, how like underwhelming a lot of this is. It's like, okay, big deal. There's aliens.
but
show me them. Show me them.
Well, that's like, certainly the next step.
Like that's the next step. That's the thing. It's like also what you said is like, these are the same stories that have been going around for a long time. It's the same exact people who've been telling their stories for ages. And, the fact that it's like a matter of congressional record, that doesn't hold any like additional weight to me personally. That doesn't make it like, oh, more believable now that it's like in the congressional. I could give a shit. Show me them or fuck off. Like, I don't care. There's too much shit to worry. Like, you know how expensive eggs are? I'm going to be worried about fucking aliens.
Yeah, that's fair. I just think that it's so, I mean, it's literally cosmic, but it's just, it would probably be the biggest revelation in the history of civilization, right? It would upend everything we understand about a lot of things. And what I'm so fascinated by, and this is what they were saying, I mean, this is where the things kind of get like goosebumpy in my opinion, when they talk, especially to Congress, which is like, these devices are not operating under the same understanding of physics that we have. Like, the things they're doing are not supposed to be possible, right? So it indicates that we clearly don't have a holistic view of like Newtonian physics giving way to Einsteinian physics, and relativity and all of that is clearly not the final answer. And we already knew that because all that stuff breaks down beyond a black hole's event horizon and all of that anyway. But it just indicates that they're able to manipulate gravity, probably travel faster than light, stay largely obscured. I think a lot of the theories are that they're actually in the ocean, hiding. That it's
of course
actually,
they're in the fucking ocean.
Yeah,
the fucking ocean.
That's what got the
because
subs.
the guys were saying
sub.
like they would come out of the ocean. The devices come out of the ocean, can come out of the ocean, and then but when they stay above the ocean, like there's no white caps, like there's no propulsion, right? And then they'll go from like 0 Mach, and then in 2 seconds they'll be going like 3 Mach, which it would literally blow a body up going that fast. Not that fast at gradual speeds, but going that fast instantaneously would destroy you.
There was one clip of the guy going like, "Yeah, we've
Biologics.
I don't remember. Yeah, biologics is what the word he used. It's like, oh, were there biologics recovered? And they're like, yeah, there were, whatever. It's like, okay, let me see. Like, that's the thing. It's like, I can't. And by the way, super convenient that this is all happening at a point where like at the exact moment in history where like video and photographic evidence and all that shit is like easily like, you know what I mean? Like easily completely falsifiable, like through like AI and like other shit. It's like, it bothers me that this is happening now because now is like the least interesting time for it to happen. This should have happened like 6 years ago.
But isn't it interesting that this is something Dagan and I were talking about? It's like the most interesting thing about this is that it shows a sufficiently successful op by the government, potentially since the 1930s, to totally marginalize anyone who tried to talk about this shit. And it worked. Like, and what they're arguing is that this stuff has been making the rounds. I think one of the arguments is to like, why is this happening? Is because I think it's no, it wasn't Graeber. I guess it was Grush who said something like they're not really successfully doing anything to these ships. Like, and that they think that part of the reason why they're unable to kind of successfully deal with them or reverse engineer them is because they're so siloed off in secrecy that you can't get the people who might know. Like, in other words, you need to kind of let everyone see it. And that, so like the great minds of the world can probably solve some of these problems. The ships apparently have no seams. I mean, this is amazing stuff. Like, no, he said something like the material physics is well beyond like anything we can possibly understand. And that's just,
yeah, it sounds like something I would love to see.
Yeah, me too. And I hope that we do. The bodies, so Dagan and I are obsessed with the theory, and we say this on Knockback, so I know it's redundant, but like we're completely obsessed with the theory that they're humans from the future, which is one of the theories. But we don't understand how you could travel back in time. We don't think that that's possible with our understanding of relativity, but that they could just be like going so fast or going through time or doing all these different experiments that they're finding themselves back here. I don't even want to say one of Dagan's ideas because it was so interesting that we were like, that should be a fucking movie. Like what you're saying is so interesting about what it could be that we should just write that down. So I'm not even going to say one of the things, but it's I'm so intrigued by it. And dude, I'm down, the Hunter Biden stuff and all that's going on. I'm like, listen, Hunter Biden, go do whatever you want. Joe Biden, go continue to be a vegetable. Bomb any country you want. Just show us the aliens.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like
show us. I don't even care about the aliens. I actually want to see the ships.
Yeah, well, both would be ideal, but like, yes, it's like I would, because right now it's just words, and like, that's fine, but like, I want to see shit. It's so funny too that this is happening at the same time that they were like, look at, they were in Congress and they were like, here's a photo of Hunter Biden's cock.
Oh yeah, I know. They're trying to distract from Hunter Biden's cock. I think I saw.
Yeah, with the alien, with the aliens. Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know, man. Like I am so far up this story's ass. Like I listen to and watch so many things now about this. Like I am just totally absorbed in this idea that serious people, because I'm not a serious person. I'm not a serious person. Serious ass people are being like, wow, this is fucking crazy. There's a dude from Stanford that's currently looking for like doing a water excavation for like what he thinks are particles from like a downed ship, and someone from Johns Hopkins and Harvard are doing these other things. So it's not like it's not fringe at all anymore. That's what's so interesting to me about it, but yeah, could there be something distracting that? Yeah, but I don't know what it is because it's not working. Like it's failing completely,
Yeah. I'm not saying it's a psyop. I'm saying it's irrelevant until I can see something, because nothing has changed today for me versus like 6 years ago, as far as all this stuff is concerned. Because like you said, all this stuff is known, like all these stories were told about.
Yeah. Ryan Graves was on Rogan back in 2019. And I remember actually messaging Joe at that time being like, wow, that is one of the craziest fucking things I've ever heard in my entire life.
It's a wild story, but I remember watching those podcasts and listening to them. It's like, that's interesting. And I remember feeling like, yeah, I could believe that, but like, I can't until I see something, you know?
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Chime, the award-winning banking app and suite of basic banking features you can learn more about right now at chime.com/sacred. My friends, if you want to exist in the adult world, you need to have access to banking. But the reality is that for most consumers, you really only need to worry about vital services, a checking account, a debit card, perhaps even a savings account and a credit card. This is why I think Chime makes so much sense for those that aren't looking for anything too crazy and complicated. Just a way to store and access your money without being buried by endless fees, paperwork, and unnecessary drama. Banking should be easy, and with Chime it is. Chime's online checking account accommodates up to a $200 overdraft without a fee, for instance, and you can even access your direct deposit payments a couple of days earlier than usual in case you have some bills to pay or a fun weekend planned. But I think it's Chime's insistence on being transparent that makes the most difference, because I know that banking can be intimidating for some folks. You're trusting someone else with your money after all. But with Chime, you won't receive any monthly fees, and you don't even have to have a minimum balance, so you never have to sweat not having enough money in your account to satisfy a suited man in a boardroom somewhere. And since cash is still very much king, your Chime checking account and debit card can help you access an insane 60,000 ATMs around the country without any sort of fee, which is more than the top 3 national banks' fee-free ATMs combined, believe it or not. So why not get your banking house in order, get your checking account and debit card set up and more with Chime? Sign up for Chime today and make the summer the best one yet for yourself and your wallet. Get started at chime.com/sacred. That's chime.com/SACRED. Again, that's chime.com/sacred for basic banking features that everyone needs. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A., members FDIC. Eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Access to direct deposits up to 2 days early depends on the timing of the submission of the payment file from the payer. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal fees may apply.
Dude, here's the thing, though, and this was one of the big things on Constellation when we were talking about this, is that I fear for the day that it's revealed. Like, I think immediately there's going to be a mass suicide across the world. There will be a mass exodus from religion and like to and from religion at the same time. It'll be like the leftovers. Cults will be formed immediately. Like the world will totally change. The day
I actually agree with you that it'll cause. I think that's probably so. These guys,
I think it'll be the opposite.
Nothing.
Well, you could see it like Independence Day, right? Like where they're all celebrating on top of the buildings, and then the ship just comes over and just blows them up and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I just also feel like we've been so conditioned to this exact thing that like I would actually put a lot of money down on the fact that like most people would be like, oh yeah, all right. And then they would continue moving on as if nothing changed.
I just don't understand how you could do how that could be. You know, I think you might be right, but I just think how can that be? We are ants,
right?
You know, like that's why I don't think they're hostile. Because, I mean, clearly they could just do whatever they wanted. So I think if they were here, they would just do that. You know, like
I
think they're curious. I really do think that they're curious.
Did they come here when we dropped the bomb?
Yes, that's one of the things I've been saying that for years, and that's one of the things they said in testimony, which was that they seem to be attracted to the nuclear. Like when we split the atom, that seemed to be when everything really started to go down. And even if you think Roswell was real, it would be interesting that happened around where we detonated the Trinity test. You know. And they were saying that they're like mega interested in that. And it could be that is a sign, like we said on Constellation, that splitting the atom is a sign that you understand fundamental physics to the point where you can replicate the power of a star. And that might be attractive to, you know, first of all, you can see nuclear detonations from planet side if you're tracking a planet. So they might have seen it, you know, with their sensors or whatever. And then they're like, holy shit, these guys are for real. I mean, obviously they're on their way in some way.
These guys are legit.
Or it could be something like, if you believe in the the astrobiological like zoo hypothesis that like we would simply be monitored and watched without interference and that they don't want us to see them for that reason, you can assume that maybe there's extra intrigue because that's the kind of energy that could destroy a people. And we always talk about Mass Effect and the Krogans, how the Krogans just immediately obliterate themselves when they discover nuclear energy, and that you would have a theory that would be a discoverable thing, that energy source, to the point where you would surround your stars completely with solar panels so that it wouldn't even be seeable anymore. because you would just get infinite energy, Dyson sphere, as they would call it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think it's plausible that a lot of stuff changes, but I also think like it's also equally possible that like a lot of people treat this as a very, very underwhelming kind of sin, because I just feel like there are a lot of people who roam the earth right now who believe in way more fantastical things than aliens existing, and they're still waking up every day like being like, fuck, what's the gas price today? Jesus Christ. Like Jesus Christ in himself was like, oh, hey, I believe in a guy who like kind of died and came back a little bit, and then he became his dad, and then he sends us to heaven and hell when we die, like after we die. That's like way more fantastical to me than aliens. And those people exist and they move around and they just treat it as if it's like completely normal.
Yeah.
That
is true. That would be the one thing that would be even more revolutionary, would be to discover an afterlife or God. Although you would assume that an alien society could present like that.
Yeah. It would be super cool if they came down and was like, hey, you guys want to see this moment in time? Here it is. And then they show all this shit. Ooh,
it could be that heaven would be something like
a waiting room.
Well, imagine if like they just constantly took your brain, like digitize it's in your brain and put these in the cloud, so that when you died, it would be like the last version of you with the last versions of everyone you cared about, even though it's not real. It's
upsetting.
There,
it's just San Junipero, isn't it?
Yeah, it pretty much is. I was gonna say it's just like a Black Mirror episode, but I don't know, man. I'm endlessly interested in this. I'll be following it with great intrigue. I want to see more and know more, and I think that it's completely wild. And I think that one of the reasons that I think maybe the government, well, there's two things, is probably like what Dustin is saying about the potential for total societal calamity if this is revealed, especially if the aliens choose to talk to us themselves. We assume that they understand things about us, and maybe they have an understanding that the United States is a place of some power because of the atom bomb or whatever. I don't, or at least at that time before others had it, but who the hell knows? But I do think that we will get to this interesting point where we will have more information and have to kind of confront, I think, as a people, what it means to truly not be alone. We always felt like we're not alone. I've always thought that there have been aliens. It seems impossible. I know Carl Sagan always believed that it's literally impossible that there's not other species just based on space and time and especially time. But to have that guarantor, and then to have this species that just understands things, it's going to be a very humbling moment for humanity. I think it already should be a very humbling moment for humanity that these things have potentially been here for decades and decades.
Yeah.
We just kind of, and they just kind of go about their business. I don't know, man. I love it. Should be the makings one day, hopefully, of a good video game.
Yeah. Show me the gray men.
That's what I want to see the most, by the way, is, do they look like that?
Yeah,
because if they do, then this all really was a total misinformation campaign to like dissuade us. Like, oh, no, flying saucers, fucking aliens don't look like that with their big ass eyes. But what if they really did? See, I will tell you, Chris, that if that is what they look like, I will be deeply chilled for multiple reasons.
Oh, really? If that's true, then that'd be very exciting to me. So like, yes, because that means like everything is real, basically, or like, there's reason to believe that a lot of what was said was real the whole time. It makes sense that it's something that you would want to hide, though, because like if you have like technology that breaks the understanding of like most people, and then that information got to like enemies or whatever, you know what I mean? Like it strategically, I understand why like at a certain point you would want to like keep that as under wraps as possible. But I feel like after 2000, I don't know, like I understand like mid 1950s or whatever, like you want to keep that under wraps. Like there's a lot of tension, but like I feel like by 2000, I feel like most people kind of understood at least the concept of like, yeah, there's probably life out there. Like whatever.
Wait, most people understood the concept that there's probably aliens by the year 2000.
I can't imagine. Like, I feel like I understood this very, very early. So like maybe I have a misunderstanding of like how people think, but like it seems impossible that you wouldn't understand the sheer magnitude of space
and what that means mathematically for the possibility of.
I agree with you completely.
life.
I mean,
I can't. Maybe I'm wrong, but I guess like I'm saying. By the way, like most people here, I wouldn't say like indigenous populations who, or you know what I mean. Like I wouldn't say like remote islands where they're not thinking about this shit, or like third world countries where they're definitely not concerned about this stuff.
I definitely agree with you that I think fundamentally we all understand that we can't possibly be alone while also having the knowledge that space and time is so vast that we probably would never find out or we would probably never know. So it's like the safe thing to assume.
Yeah.
And
Occam's razor is that.
Right. And to have a I think it's so interesting that like that if it's real, it's like, wow, that confirmation came real quick. And what's going on out there, you know?
Yeah.
Because they found us. But we'll see. Maybe it isn't real at all. I wanted to acknowledge that. Dick Justice, thank you for writing, and I hope you were well. Jonathan Turner wrote in and said, Sacred Boys, I live in Phoenix, Arizona. We are in the middle of a historic heat wave. Temperatures in the 115 to 120 range. Is there any type of words of encouragement that you can give us LSM fans in Phoenix that will help us to live to make the next $5 Patreon payment, which is the most popular tier that gets you early access to the biggest PlayStation podcast in the world, by the way. Thank you, Jonathan, for writing in. Man, it's no joke down there. In fact, I listen to the Sunday shows, the political shows here in the United States every Sunday, and one of them was dedicated almost entirely to just the heat in Arizona, and it is wild down there. I mean, I'm not a climate catastrophist. I'm really not, but I mean, clearly the heat is on, right? I mean, I just think that like what we're seeing around the world is indicative of a real change that we should pay attention to. Whether or not it has long-term calamitous consequences, I don't know. And I've said in the past, like more carbon in the atmosphere just means we have better plants, more green. I mean, there are things that are obviously positive about those things, but damn, dude, it just, it really, I'm old enough to feel like I know that it's intrinsically hotter now than it used to be. And there's just no lying about it or obfuscating from that anymore. I'm so confused why people don't get it. You know,
I mean, I feel like even I'm old enough to remember that as well. You know, like it's pretty obvious things are shifting, and it's one of my favorite Carlin bits where he talks about like how like the planet will be fine.
Yeah, it will.
We're fucked. It's us that are probably gonna like because we can't breathe carbon. The planet can breathe carbon just fine. You know, so
the planet loves carbon.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah. So we'll see.
Did you see that the government in like a recent like I guess there's like all this pork in various bills or whatever, and like one of the pieces was this: the first time the government is going to investigate trying to control the climate. Like it's the first time that they're actually acknowledging it, and they're researching if we could put like sails or like barriers in the air that would block the sunlight.
Oh my god!
And then there's this feeling that that would have to be permanent, because if you removed that after doing that, then you would just basically bake like that you would just. And then I know that there's all these ideas of flying planes and like basically using like, I think like it's like aluminum or something. You like spray it in the air and it's supposed to do stuff or whatever. But I think what we will discover is like carbon scrubbing technologies hopefully in the coming decades that will help. But the problem for us with this whole situation too in the United States, down there in Phoenix and other places, is if you look per capita, the average person in the United States is using less, is emitting less CO2 now than they did before World War II. Like we're totally nipping this in the bud. It's not us, you know, which is why it's so frustrating when they're like, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. It's like, dude, we're doing great. It's the developing world. And I understand their arguments saying like, why did you get to fuck the world up and have this a great economy and now we can't do our bit and get our great economy? So I understand that, but it's scary. So I want everyone down there in Arizona and other places. I mean, dude, it's fucking 93 degrees here right now. It's hot. You know,
it's only 80 where I'm at, but dude, shout out to Phoenix for being as hot as a Phoenix probably would. You know, I love that city is named so appropriately.
I always thought that was intentional, but I don't know that for sure. Like,
I don't know that for sure either, but like it feels right. You know what I mean? Like it feels like clever, nice.
Well, here's the fucked up thing about it too is, and this is why they were focusing on it with like interviewing the mayor of Phoenix and a few other things in this show I was listening to. And this actually does tie into Sacred Symbols. Is Arizona is the place where we're trying to get companies to relocate their semiconductor factories from Taiwan. They're literally going to places like Wisconsin, and one of them is a lot in Arizona. And they're talking about like, how are you going to do this? Like all these mega factories and like the air conditioning you're going to have and the water access. And apparently Phoenix has access to 100 years of water. Like if they gathered no more water right now, they'd have 100 years of it. So it's not apparently that dangerous, but I don't even understand. You have to look at places like that and be like, this maybe isn't truly a permanent settlement, right? And that's crazy to say. Phoenix is like one of the biggest cities in the entire country. So it's probably a little silly to say that, but man, stay cool down there. When we were driving around yesterday, Micah and I was like looking outside and dudes were, doing their landscaping, and I really sympathize because I was a landscaper, but I was a landscaper in Massachusetts where it's hot, but not like this. And I was like, man, you have to imagine if you're in Arizona, you can't even really do anything right now.
Yeah.
That's like, that can kill you easily. So
yeah,
I don't know. We'll see what happens with this whole global warming situation, but I imagine we're going to get hotter temperatures and probably not as calamitous of these long-term consequences as possible because the planet does adapt. But I don't know. It makes you wonder if like how hot will Phoenix be in 10 years, 20 years? Like 130? Like when is it enough?
Yeah. I'm more concerned about the plastic in the rain. That's more alarming to me than it getting hot.
Yeah, and also the island of plastic bags in the Pacific.
Do you know how big that island is?
No. I know it's huge, but
it's like twice the size of Texas, which is fucking insane, by the way.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I looked this up recently because somebody said that. I was like, that can't be real. It sounds fake as fuck. But it's twice the size of Texas, which, by the way, Texas is big even when you like put it on like, that the True Size of website where you can drag certain things. Even on that side, it's huge. You know what I mean? It's not like one of these things where it's like, it's not like Antarctica where you're like, oh, that's huge. And you're like, oh, it's actually like fucking 2 miles or something.
Yeah,
fucking crazy.
I am seeing this about comparing it to the size of 1.6 million square kilometers, twice the size of Texas. Is that just pure? Is that just like how dense? I want to know how dense it is.
Yeah, it could be like a thin layer.
Yeah, I mean, who cares how dense it is? That's fucking ridiculous. Like we gotta. There's got to be a way to clean that up or do something like some sort of international, consortium that will come together and try to solve this. We got to be better to this planet, I think.
We got to build we got to genetically bioengineer an animal that eats trash.
What if we nuked
Isn't that
it?
the beginning of a sci-fi thing?
we nuked the garbage. Oh my God.
What were you saying, Dustin?
That's the plot of some sci-fi game or movie about us creating something to eat garbage, and then it ends up killing everything because it like eats matter, and humans are matter. But I can't remember what it is.
I when I was looking at when I had a roach problem in like one of my previous apartments, I remember looking up like how to mitigate it, and I was like, man, what is it? Food that I'm leaving out? I don't leave food out. So what the fuck are like where are they coming from? And I looked up like what they ate out of curiosity. And literally the answer was just matter. And that pissed me off so.
Yeah, that's like explains a lot about how they survived, huh?
Yeah, I mean, but like what the fuck am I saying? I can't do anything about that. I can't starve the roaches of matter. Like what?
They're like the perfect species. They haven't evolved out of this at all. Like they're just the perfect species.
Yeah, they're like they eat fucking dust. Like,
isn't that in?
What
did you guys play? That's the whole reason why they're in the post-apocalypse, because they built something. That might be a spoiler. Actually, let me tag this.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, you really triggered something on me. I'm like, this is in a recent game. Exactly what you said.
Yeah, that is true. You're right. Now that I think about it. And I really liked.
All right. A couple more to get through here before we get into the news. The Assassin AK-47 says, hey, fellas, where does all the hair go? Over 8 billion people lose 80 to 100 hairs every day. So where is all of it? Is there some sort of giant hairball under us or in some factory setting ready to bust out into the surface and suffocate us all? How are we not constantly shuffling hair through hair like snow? Thoughts? This is a good question.
The roach
I feel that way about Dust too. I think a lot of it is just space. You know?
Yeah.
Well, I'd probably, I'll lose 100 hairs. I mean, they're little boys. You know, where are you gonna find them? What are you gonna see? It's more interesting with girls. Like when like my sisters or Micah go into the pool, and I go to the skimmer the next day, there's like hair in the skimmer, which is so funny to me because I'm like, you're just constantly shedding. Everyone's just constantly is shedding this stuff. But I did find that a little eldritch and disturbing, nonetheless, to hear that about hair.
Yeah.
Where is it? I don't know. Maybe the birds are using it in their nests.
Oh.
Yeah. Tensile strength.
Maybe ants are hanging themselves with it.
Oh.
Yeah, they're like, this is great. Can't fucking live like this anymore.
I think the unfortunate answer is that we're probably eating a lot of it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Like, I mean, how often have you found a hair in your food? And think about how often you might have just not noticed because it was so thin or so
Chris,
small.
Let me ask you this about hair in the food. Do you agree with me that there's different strata to hair in the food? Like how disturbing it is to you? Like there are times where I find a hair in the food and I'm like, I don't care. And then but if I find for me, it's if I'm at a restaurant, so I'm out at a restaurant and it's in like a cooked meal, like a hair in a pasta or something like that. That to me is a line too far. But if someone like brings me out like a plate of a burger and fries and like there's like a little hair on like the top of the fries, I'm like, I don't think it's not the same, and then if I'm in my house, I just don't care.
Well, I mean, the way I think about it is just like we're constantly wading through filth anyway. Like the atmosphere is probably like full of there's dust everywhere. It's it's not great. Okay. So if I see a hair in my food or whatever, and I'm very rarely going to send it back. I'll pick the hair off and I'll keep eating. Cause like to me, it's just like, it's a fucking hair. Like I don't care. But I do agree that if it's in like a soup or something, or
it brewed in the soup, the hair.
Yeah, if it like brewed in the like, I feel if I can't remove it without making a mess, I don't know why, but that plays into how gross it is, despite the fact that it's not really anything to do with it.
And the length, right? If you're pulling it for more than half a second, it's over. If you're just picking it up. But if you're pulling it, and it's unraveling or coming out of it, no. That's too much.
Yes. It's
What about a short, thick hair? Like a beard hair or like an eyelash?
Yeah, that bothers me less, I would say. See,
okay.
Those are the kind of hairs that should be brushed away.
Yeah, you could blow. Yeah. You can't blow like a 2 foot long strand.
I'm sure Lockmore will use that in something, us blowing into the mics.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for writing it. I opened a new window here. It said heat watch on my, my weather's always got something interesting to say when I'm recording the show.
Oh yeah, me too.
And it says heat watch. Too. Well, how hot is it in your neck of the woods there?
Right now, it says it's either 84 or 86, depending on which source I look at.
We're up to 94 now here. High of 98. I want to go in the pool, but I feel like I'm going to disintegrate. I've been going out there and floating around drinking a beer like at night. I just had Micah buy me a 6-pack when we went to the supermarket. I don't really like having drinks around the house because it's a little too easy, but it's so nice out. You just gotta soak it in while you can.
This all this weather talk is around me. You seen that video of the weatherman and he's doing the forecast and the board malfunctions and it says like one city is like 10.
Oh yeah, it's like 1,000,000 degrees or something.
Yeah. And he goes like everybody in Gainesville's dead.
I did see that. That was funny.
I love that video.
All right, let's see here. So I don't even know where we are. Assassin, thanks for the write-in. Jonathan Turner, we talked to you earlier, but stay safe down there. Micah was telling me that she read that EMTs in Arizona are now dealing with people who fell on the blacktop and are getting burns that need to be treated like, some degree burns. Like, damn, dude. Maybe cook some eggs, cook a nice little breakfast out there. Some bacon, eggs, get the pancakes going. Make sure to spray it down, before you do it though. With the pan.
Yeah. Treat it like a spa day, like a sauna almost.
It's good to sweat, honestly.
I agree. I'm always sweating, so I can't help it anyway. They were literally they were going through the fabrics with me at the suit place, and they kept saying like, "On this one really breathes," and I'm like, "Dude, just give me the one that breathes the best," because I am just always sweating, especially down here. It's fucking crazy. How did people live here? Moving on. Tom Brantagem wrote in, said, hey, Colin, just wanted to write in and thank you. I'm on holiday in France with my family. I'm Belgian, so it's not as fancy as it sounds. And we put the kids to bed. Oh, I'm sorry. After we put the kids to bed, my girlfriend said she was exhausted and decided to go to bed early. So I went to the bar with my Vita and had to look at the drinks they had on offer. What do I spot? Bourbon Old Fashioned. I've never had one before, but decided to get one and loved it. Just ordered a second. Thanks. I'm so pleased to hear this. The continued proliferation of the Bourbon Old Fashioned, the original cocktail, still the best cocktail ever. I'll be drinking these. I'm going to be having them at the wedding. They're just going to be going.
Oh, yeah.
Just going to be going. And really looking forward to that. Tom, I'm so pleased to hear that even in Europe, you guys are allowed to enjoy your cocktails. I'll allow that to happen. Belgians in France. You know, it's nice, I guess.
Yeah. That's all right.
I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Andrew Dickens wrote in and said, Dear Chris, Dustin, and Colin, my PS5 managed to survive a throw across the study earlier this week after I was transferring it between rooms. I was stung by a wasp out of nowhere, and the sheer surprise launched the machine into the air and landed on its side. After dealing with these bastards, I'm considering getting a second PS5 so I don't have to move one between rooms. Do any of you have more than one, and how's the experience? I do, and I'll talk to you about that in a second, but where did the wasp come from? Why did the wasp sting you while you were moving the PS5? Was it in the PS5?
He did say out of nowhere.
That is usually the case for wasps. They don't. There's not usually a train of logic that you can find like to justify the aggressive patterns of wasps. Like everybody's like, oh, don't provoke them. No. You don't have to be provoking them. You're just out there minding your business, and a wasp looks at you and he's like, I feel like hurting someone today. And then they'll just do it, and then they'll go on their merry way. They'll hit you again sometimes.
They look so lethal, don't they?
They look like we designed them, quite frankly. Like they look like demons.
Yeah.
Those big butts, you know, with that just that fine stinger on it. Such an interesting design. And man,
I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't split the fucking atom.
Dude, that's what. Wow.
Jesus Christ.
It's always annoyed me when people, you know, you're outside with people and there's a wasp or a bee and you're like trying to get away and they're like, oh, what are you afraid of bees? Like, I've been stung by a bee and it's fucking annoying. It'll fuck your arm up for like 4 days. So yeah, of course I'm going to step away when a wasp is nearby. You know, some tough guys. It's like, take it easy.
Yeah.
I think we all agree that the yellow jacket, the hornet, the wasp. I like the bee, the humble bee. You know,
yeah.
The humble
I've
bee,
never had an issue with a bee.
Yeah. When I go into my attic, I'm sometimes afraid, is this going to be the time when there's going to be a wasp nest in here or something? I'm gonna have to call the Hornet King on YouTube to come.
Call that guy that will eat it.
Yeah.
Remember that
guy who eats fistful,
just
fistful of wasp nests.
Yeah.
That's fucking wild, man.
That's
some crazy people out there. It's funny. I mean, it's hysterical.
Yeah, God bless.
Fucking
freak.
As far as your PS,
we didn't answer the question.
Yeah, the PS5. So Andrew, I have multiple PS5s and it works great. You just send your saves to the cloud if you have PS Plus, and there'll be no interference. And it's actually convenient because this will allow, Micah wants to play Final Fantasy 16. That's on my living room PS5, and that's my main PS5. So other people signed in under their names can play things on that PS5 that I own. So then we have one upstairs in the loft that is like the secondary one, and you can't use them the same. So as long as you keep in mind that you need to have like a primary PS5 and understand what that means, and then that basically your PS5s are only going to be useful to those who want to log in to it otherwise to play their own individual games. So if you, for instance, your wife and you or someone else, I don't know, keep that in mind. But it's useful. I like it. But I think Project Q might solve this problem for a lot of people too, and we'll talk about that later in the show. So maybe you don't have to have a second console or what have you. Thank you for writing in, Andrew. The great grandson of Charles Dickens. Mattias Kuklinski wrote in and said, hey, CDC. I was just wondering if Carolyn ever got back to you guys. I'm curious what she had to say. If so, also, did you see that Skittles and French's are partnering for a mustard flavored candy? I do. I don't want to talk about that. I forgot a couple of weeks ago that I reached out to Carolyn on the email. So Carolyn, of course, our friend that used to work at Limited Run Games that was dismissed from Limited Run Games for really no reason at all. And we were discussing like with the new Castlevania announcement there and all the rest, what are we supposed to do? how are we supposed to interact with this company moving forward? I was of the mind that I really am fine never buying something from them again, although it's going to be difficult to avoid them in the long term because they're getting into publishing of digital games, which is going to interfere at some point with my wants and desires. Although I've managed to avoid things like SNK and stuff like that. So maybe you could avoid them at all costs. I don't know. But she did write back to me about what she thinks. And she said, I won't read her whole email because I don't think it's all for public consumption. But she said, hey, Colin, I personally won't be supporting them any further. I won't judge anyone who does, as games have sentimental value to people for different reasons. But I like to see people hold to their convictions after saying they'll never buy again. That would be nice, but it's not going to break my heart. And then, yeah, I'm not going to say anymore because I guess the rest of it will be more private. But so, yeah, I think she is kind of giving you guys free reign to live your lives and do what you want to do. I think I'm going to stick with it, though. Certainly, physically, that should be fine. I don't care about physical games. I really just like buying Castlevania stuff specifically, and that's the only stuff I've ever bought from limited run games, but I guess I'll just have to avoid them. Or like I said, and I know this is kind of shitty and doesn't really work the way you want it to, but I think if I want it, I'll just scalp it. You know?
I don't think that helps anything personally, because I had people offer to do that for me. They're like, well, I can buy the Tomba and then sell it to you. I'm like, that doesn't... Someone else is still buying it.
Well, this is what I was talking about, how my dad would give me $100 a month my last 2 years of college and deposit it into my bank account. And then I would go take it out and leave it aside and go buy food with it, even though it was just a symbolic gesture, you know, as opposed to buying beer or going partying with it.
Right.
So I don't know. Or like maybe just see what's in it and see if I can just buy the pieces I would want a la carte. Because the least interesting thing about any of this stuff to me is the game. I could give a fuck less about the game. I want like the unique Castlevania merch that's so rare. And so maybe people would like, how about this? There's probably someone out there that really cares only about the game, right? The physical game. And I only care about everything else. So that person buys it and then sells me the things that they don't want or the things that I would want out of the package. Is that a circumvention? Probably not.
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
I think it's absolute. I think it's just if you want their product, there's a demand for it. And whether you're buying, whether you're scalping the whole thing or just parts from it, I mean, ultimately money is still ending up in limited run's pocket.
Yeah.
I feel like if it's a conviction thing, then to me it would be all or nothing.
Yeah.
But
I think you're probably
everyone
right.
has different views about it, you know?
It would be so easy for me to avoid them, with the exception of just some of the niche old school Castlevania and Mega Man and all that kind of stuff that they sometimes do. Because I think they did Wily Wars, or someone did Wily Wars, although I didn't buy that. But I think you're probably right. Like, I'm so in love with buying Castlevania merch because it's just so rare. Maybe Konami will find other partners in the future to work with. That would make it easier to avoid these guys, and we can just continue to wish them the worst, I guess. Kara, thanks for your answer. And Mattias, I think I'm saying your name right. Thanks for writing in. Right after we recorded and published last week, news broke that we have to get into now. I wanted to get your opinions on this. So it's kind of twofold, both about Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 comes out, it's October 20th, I think. And they released a new story trailer for it, and they announced that there's going to be a limited edition bundle and console. I wanted to get your guys' takes on both of these news stories. We'll start with the look at the game itself. I will admit I will not be watching this trailer. I don't know if you guys are the same, and therefore we have nothing to say about it, but I don't need to be sold on the game. We know how fucking loose they were the last time. I've been reading that they're getting that way again with this. I don't know why they feel like they need to spoil Spider-Man to sell it. Spider-Man 2 is going to sell gangbusters copies. It's not even going to be fucking cute how many copies it sells. Like, there's just so much latent excitement. I've heard from multiple people in my life who don't like really care about games, who are like excited about this game. Yeah. So let's talk about this first. There was a panel, I guess, at Comic-Con San Diego, the mothership of all Comic-Cons, and I guess I looked at Venom and stuff. I don't know. Chris, did you take a look at this?
Yeah, I mean, I did see the trailer out of. It was just sort of playing on my Twitter feed at some point. I was like, well, fuck. I already heard half of it, so might as well watch it. And it didn't move the needle for me. I'm still excited about Spider-Man 2, but like it is one of those things where it's like I can tell if they're showing this much already. They didn't spoil anything in the trailer, to be fair. Like, it was a pretty reasonable trailer.
Oh, that's good. I heard some people bitching that it was very reminiscent of Spider-Man 1.
It's more about like you can tell that they're on the same trajectory, like because they showed a lot, but like not anything that I would consider. If it's only a spoiler if you didn't finish the last game, really. So like so it was kind of like, all right, well, like I remember they were like, oh, they showed this character, and it's like, yeah, but that was obvious. Granted, I think there's going to be future trailers leading up to launch that are going to be way more egregious than this. So this is going to be my sign off point. Like I'm going black on the I'm dipping out on this. So because it's I can just tell. Like I don't know what the you know what it must be. It must be a Marvel thing. You know what I mean? Because they don't do this with anything else, as far as I remember. Like Ratchet and Clank didn't do this. You know, I guess it's a different type of game. There's not really that much of a narrative to spoil in comparison, but like, you know, I think it might be a Marvel marketing thing where they got to get everything out there. And I think even Spider-Man PS4 had some like trailer alterations to keep certain things under wraps and mislead people. So that's fine. Like I'm sure that's going to be the same case for this. But you know, looks great. I'm excited about it. The console itself, I think, looks kind of like, like I'm not a fan of the design of the console, but I am a fan of the fact that you can purchase the plates separately. Mm-hmm. I think that's really dope. And that's like specifically a very, very unique advantage for limited edition consoles that PlayStation has that none of the competition has. I guess you could argue that the Switch, you could get like your own dock, I guess. But
and Joy-Con.
You know, this is, yeah, and Joy-Cons. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's fair, but it's definitely I don't know. It is an appealing prospect for future collector's editions where it's like, ooh, okay. I don't have to get a completely new piece of hardware. I can just, if I see a nice bit of kit with a cool set of faceplates, I could just buy those. That's a really cool. I wouldn't call it necessarily an accessibility option, but you know what I mean. Like it's to make that less prohibitive for people from a cost perspective is really cool and very uncharacteristic of Sony, which, you know, I feel like, you know, we've ragged on them a little bit for being a little bit nickel and dimey over the last few years. But this is, I think, a way to do it that's kind of positive. So that's really cool.
That's what I was going to say, is that I'm hesitant to call it consumer friendly, to give people the option to buy two pieces of plastic for $65. They're either going to be $55 or $65. I know the LeBron James special edition plates were $65. So it's definitely possible that they could go that high.
They'll be $65 for sure.
Yeah.
Like no less.
Yeah. But it is nice because I could have totally seen Sony being like, yep, you want these plates, you got to buy the console, because that's what they've traditionally that's the way it's had to been. Like you said, Chris, and that the PS5 is uniquely able to be a customizable in that way. But also too, the controller they're releasing separately as well, which is nice to see. But I'm also out on the trailer, so I have no comment other than I'm still upset about the new Spider-Man, his new face. I refuse to accept it. I mean, I will accept it, I guess, when I play the game, but I just
what's wrong with his face?
I'm disappointed with his face, his new face. It just doesn't seem right.
Well,
he's just a kid, no older than my son. No, I really don't know why. It really does stick out to me. Like I
always think about it when I see it.
Like, yeah, I am never not thinking about Peter Parker's old face when I see modern Peter Parker. Like, and it's so fucked up. It is really distracting. But that might be maybe that's just a me problem. I'm sure, like, obviously people who didn't play the original and played like the remaster don't have this problem. I really envy them because, like, I feel like I was kind of like screwed over for being there in the beginning, because now I just have this really intrusive distraction every time one of the main characters is on screen. It's like Mark Hamill in the Star Wars Christmas special, where you know that his face is all fucked up. You know, like where it's like something's up.
Something ain't right.
Something ain't right. That boy ain't right.
Something's missing, all right. Sorry, I'm looking something up here. There it is. All right, so I wanted to just note for people, we already kind of got the console conversation in here, but there are special editions worth noting. So first of all, the console itself you can buy. So by the time this podcast goes live, actually you can pre-order it if you want the full console. And as the guys already outlined, you can get the controller, the DualSense separately, and the plates separately. I personally think this design is hideous. I think it looks like this is the best you could do. I'm a little surprised by it. I don't think it's impressive at all. I understand the point of it with like the spreading, what is that, the symbiote or whatever they call that.
Yeah.
But I think it's kind of ugly personally, but I'm sure it's going to sell like crazy. And so it's cool that you can do with all of that a la carte. Again, all available for pre-order at PlayStation's store. And then they also announced a special edition. So the game comes out October 20th, as we already know. You can buy the collector's edition, which will come with a 19-inch collector's edition statue of, so that's big, of Venom being attacked by Peter Parker and Miles Morales at the same time. It looks pretty cool. You'll get a steelbook display case as well, and then the digital version of the game, of course, because they're going to be putting these in boxes long before the game is ready to go. That's disappointing, but I guess just the nature of the beast. And there are pre-order bonuses for digital as well. If you pre-order digital, you can get skill points and all the rest, which will be interesting to use in the game. I'm excited about Spider-Man 2. I'm not into Marvel stuff, so I'm just not. I've been graciously, I guess I should say, not inundated with nonsense. So It's just something new and fresh for me to play. And I said this in preparation. This is going to be a little complicated because I'm getting married October 28th. Alan Wake comes out October 17th. This is relevant because what I want to do in the lead up to Spider-Man and the Alan Wake is to play both the original Spider-Man and do the DLC, which I never did before on PS5. And I've never played Alan Wake all the way through. So I wanted to play the original Alan Wake and maybe do something with Hogue on that because I know he really likes the game. And then we were going to plan on doing something for Alan Wake 2, but then Spider-Man 2 comes out a few days later. I don't know quite. And then I'm getting married. So I don't know how I'm going to quite navigate these choppy waters, as it were. But that's the plan.
It's probably just postpone the wedding.
Yeah.
You know, it seems like the easiest thing to do.
I was when they announced the October 20th release date for Spider-Man, I was like, damn it. You know, that's just, I think I can get it done before, but I don't know, you know.
It's going to be a pleasant, it's going to be like a rough couple days.
Yeah, I think so. But it's fine. We're not going on our honeymoon until next year anyway, so we'll be right back in the fold.
Let me ask you guys, did you see the with this console reveal, right?
Yeah.
This new kind of special edition console. Did you guys just sort of see? Did you just see the images, or did you watch like the video trailer?
I didn't watch the video trailer. No.
Apparently, and this is funny. This is one of the funniest things about it. The trailer for the game is fairly light. Like I said, some people were complaining about spoilers, but I would argue not really. But apparently, in the console trailer, they spoil something from the game. Like, because they use audio from the game or something that like really kind of like implies a really obvious plot point, which is nuts. There's something going on over there, man. I didn't see the video either, but like I've heard from people that I trust very implicitly that like, yeah, they just unveiled an entire facet of the game that like really probably shouldn't have been there for the console trailer.
Be safe out there.
Yeah, be safe.
I don't want to watch any of that shit.
Unfollow Activision, not Activision, Insomniac from everything. Don't let them spam you with anything.
Yeah, it's gonna get annoying. It's gonna get annoying out there. All right, let's see. I'm trying to find this. Okay, here we go. This is an interesting story. It's actually Insomniac related, and Asher Masi wrote into us and said, "Greetings, Sir Colin and Sons. The project director at Insomniac Games recently shared that the team is working on an unannounced AAA title. This would make it their third PS5 game, or fourth if you count Miles Morales. Can we acknowledge the incredible output of Insomniac, and is it too early to crown them as the MVP for Sony this generation? Thank you for all the great content." I think we have to see the full output first. We assume Spider-Man 2 is going to be great. I think Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart was awesome. I don't think it's like amongst the very best PS5 games in my opinion. Nonetheless, this news is, and I don't know if you guys saw this circulating. Our friends over at VGC Video Games Chronicle wrote a story called It looks like Insomniac is working on a third game alongside Spider-Man and Wolverine. And while our letter here says that they just recently said this actually wasn't recently said. It's just that someone had recently discovered this. And the story says, quote, "That's according to a live stream held by Full Sail University last September, which is just now being circulated on social media. In the stream, project director Aaron Eberhardt claimed they were helming an unannounced project at the studio. And she comes previously from SIE's internal initiatives and Blizzard's esports stuff as well. And she says, quote, "This is actually my first AAA game project now. I'm the project director here on an unannounced project. I'm very excited to actually be making the games now," end quote. Now, this is relevant because Wolverine was announced before this this particular interview. So she's not talking about Wolverine, and she's also not the director of Wolverine. So I'm wondering what you guys make of this and what the game could be and what you might hope it is. And my true hope is that it's something new, like brand new IP. We haven't gotten a new IP from Insomniac of any consequence in some time. But I would also imagine that there's going to be a really gravitational pull towards doing more Marvel stuff. And I'll throw it to you first, Dustin. My real honest to Christ hope is that it is not a Marvel game. That's all I want. It's like, get away from Marvel. We can't have the studio getting sucked into this rabbit hole of just doing these games. It's kind of, Wolverine's I'm sure going to be cool, but even that's a little disappointing. It's like, move on, so what do you think this could be? And it's pretty interesting that the news was hidden for so long.
Yeah, it is interesting that no one picked it up. I wonder with this Erin Eberhardt, she has a background from Blizzard's esports initiative, which doesn't necessarily mean this is going to be an esports related game. But at the same time, also this Video Game Chronicle article mentions about them advertising for a multiplayer project. So both of those things combined point to maybe this is Insomniac's crack at a live service multiplayer project, which of course we know Sony has a total hard on for right now. So that would just, those three things combined make it sound like it's going to be a multiplayer project, which could be cool. Obviously, we don't know what's going on with any, well, not that we don't know what's going on, but when it comes to what these games are like right now, we don't really know. We haven't seen gameplay, but we know that there's a lot of them, which is concerning that it's just here's another one that Sony's throwing out potentially. So I don't want to discredit though or say that it's not exciting just because it could be multiplayer. I think that Insomniac could do a lot of awesome things in terms of multiplayer. Like thinking of a game like Sunset Overdrive being multiplayer would sound super cool to me. So I'm curious though with how their output is, just that they've had so many different projects in the works, like the Reddit mentions about on PS5 alone, just already that they seem to have a really nice flow between their multiple teams. Just as soon as the next one's out, the next one is in pre-production and they've got a nice flow going. So I wonder when we'll hear about this, maybe next year, the year after, I don't know.
Let's stay with the topic here, Chris, and go over to you. What are you wanting to see out of this? I know we talk about Resistance coming back. That's a possibility. I think that would be a weird thing to bring someone from the outside to reboot when you have so many people that worked on Resistance internally. Like you think Marcus Smith or someone or Drew Murray would be the director of a Resistance reboot. So it could be something more casual. And it's worth noting that Insomniac has done smaller titles, whether it's like Songs of the Deep. Obviously, they did try to do multiplayer stuff with Fuse. So what's your thought here on, should they be trying to dodge the Marvel stuff and doing something unique and interesting?
I mean, I don't know. It's tricky because obviously there's going to be a Spider-Man 3. Like, I can't imagine that there wouldn't be. Maybe we could be wrong. Maybe this counts as Spider-Man 3 to them because they did Miles Morales. That's possible as well. Like maybe they're ready to move on, and maybe Wolverine gets a sequel. So like I don't think we're out of the rabbit hole of Insomniac Marvel stuff quite yet. But it would be nice to see like a break at the very least in between. The unfortunate reality, though, of that is that I would imagine that whatever break that would be a live service game, or it would be something multiplayer because they have experience with multiplayer enough. Like they tried with Fuse. Sunset Overdrive had its own multiplayer kind of co-op mode in it that I thought was actually pretty fun. And there were a lot of people, myself included, who were kind of hoping that it would at least be like a possibility. If not the main way to play Spider-Man 2, but that there would be some kind of co-op mode in Spider-Man 2 that would allow for that. And, didn't happen to be the case. But we know from various data minings of the PC version of Spider-Man PS4 that they were at least experimenting with co-op in some way. And so I would not hate a multiplayer Insomniac game. And in fact, as as far as all of Sony's first party goes with their transitions into live service, I feel like they would have the easiest time transitioning into that space, because what they do is already so gameplay driven in the first place that I think they could really hone in on a really solid loop that I think could be very, very attractive to that type of audience, especially with that signature style. Like a live service game with like Ratchet and Clank style weapons I just feel like that'd be awesome. Like the creativity in those in that weapon sandbox would be really nuts. So yeah, I don't know. I think they're in a good position to try that, but the thing for you, Colin, is like, would you it's like a monkey's paw for you, right? Because it's like, oh, I want them to work on a new IP, and then it curls, and it's like a live service multiplayer thing that you're probably not gonna.
Yeah, it's just disappointing that I don't want them to get locked into Ratchet and Spider-Man or Ratchet and Marvel. And they have two teams. I mean, they're a multi-coastal team. They have a lot of people, and they can get multiple games going at the same time. And no doubt they are. They could have another game entirely going as well. But for me, I look at it and I just hope to God that we're getting some new IP out of these very talented teams. Even if it's a game as a service, I actually care less about that. That's what's so cool about, it's not so cool, I don't want to say that, but one of the components that's interesting about Fair Games and Concord is at least they're new. It's not fucking God of War Ascension and The Last of Us factions or something. At least they're new. And so I hope that they just continue that energy. I'd like to see all new things. And I'm a man who likes the sequels, but I think everything is kind of seen, or that we're on the precipice of getting the final game that we need. So, for instance, Horizon does need his third game, but once that's out, like really walk away, really go away. Uncharted is coming back, but I think that's kind of notable because by the time Uncharted comes back, it could have been 10 years, which I think is enough time to kind of, and that's a flagship franchise. It's kind of enough time to let it go. And they set it up like that. And so,
yeah,
I don't know. It's frustrating to think of a world where they're just cycling through these same goddamn games. And as they get longer and longer, as they get more complicated and more expensive to make and risks become riskier, I just don't want them to get scared away, because as we all know, the way you get an Uncharted franchise is to make an Uncharted 1.
Right, yeah.
The way you get Killzone is to make Killzone 1. The way you get all these things, so make another one. Let's go. All right. Let's stay with Insomniac. We have a lot of Insomniac news here today. Z Poopa wrote in, as a lot of people did, and said, hey there, Sacred Symbols fam. Now that Rift Apart launched on PC, we are seeing that the SSD secret sauce wasn't entirely just marketing speak. Digital Foundry tested the game on a PS4 hard drive and the game crashed. The game can run on low settings off a high-end mechanical hard drive, but with heavy loading stutters. Older, I don't know if you say SATA or SATA, SSDs run the game moderately well. High-end NVMe drives run the game very close to the PS5, but even then, there are small hiccups not present on the PS5 version in the PS version. There's no period. That's why I didn't know that I was supposed to stop there. Is the power of the SSD one of the biggest actual promises kept so far this gen? Thanks. Love you all. So this comes from the recent release of Rift Apart, the most recent Ratchet and Clank game on PlayStation, on PC. It came to PlayStation 5, obviously, in 2021. Now, people will remember that I've listened to our show for a long time, and Chris, you and I did the show solo at this point, but I was really skeptical that what they were saying was true. Not that it couldn't be done not that you would have like the same resolutions and frame rates, but it's like, okay, it doesn't seem like you're really splitting the atom. But when the game came out and you started to play around with it, you saw that it was maybe a little more complicated and nuanced than it seemed, the way it was using the SSD and the way that it really did run at a very solid frame rate, very kinetic and really beautiful. So when the game was announced and this, I don't know shit about this, and even I knew this was nonsense, was when the game was announced for PC, I saw the specs that were released and I went and looked at them. And, it's all these different informations, and then it says hard drive or whatever. And then I look at it, and the 720p version of the game, so running like a PS3 game, can use a solid state hard or a mechanical hard drive, while everything else required an SSD. And to me, I was like, okay, so they're being kind of, I guess, as consumer friendly as they can. Doesn't sound like you would want to play. Why would you want to play the game at 720, 30? Are you kidding?
Yeah,
so it seemed to. I agree with actually the note here from Z Poopa, where it kind of does seem to lend some credence, because the thing I was most interested in, and I saw that Digital Foundry did this, was and as he notes, the game actually runs best on PS5, which is strange. Or at least PS5 outpaces its PC competitor. Yeah.
In terms
you can obviously
of
have higher and higher end PS. Right. So
yeah,
I think that that's so interesting. And so maybe there is, me being a technical illiterate, I'm not going to get too deep into the details. I never do, but in this regard, but it does seem to be maybe there's something more to this. And I think Nixes seem to have done a pretty good job. So what did you make of all the hullabaloo surrounding this, Chris?
Man, well, I mean, I do want to point out that like I figured when Digital Foundry put out their video, it was like exactly what I said it would be, which is these like Half-Life 2 style, like, you go into a new location and it just straight up freezes and loads. And that's literally exactly like what happens every time there's like some kind of like rift or portal into like a new space, specifically in like those more cinematic sequences. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, there does seem to be something to it. I figured that would be the compromise. The only thing to me is like, why would you want to play a game like that? My brain goes just like, I could not deal. Like, even many, many years ago, even like in 2008, when I was playing Half-Life 2 on a laptop, and I would get those like maybe like not even 5 second long loading screens where it was just like a freeze frame of the game. That was really, really interruptive to me at that point. So imagining that now on like a modern game, it happening like constantly at like a quarter of the resolution, like I can't imagine why that would be an appealing prospect for anybody. But they did get it running in some way, even if it's like a really crippled, gimped, thoroughly unenjoyable version of the game. It does run on mechanical hard drives, but I don't think that necessarily disproves the fact that, yeah, there is something really, really proprietary and really, really special going on with the PS5's SSD in particular. So, I mean, props to them. The game's in a lot of people's hands now that probably couldn't experience it before. So that's like consumer friendly of them, but they also weren't necessarily bullshitting.
Yeah. I think it's cool that they do give the lower end option for those that don't care or just want to check it out. And I thought the videos, as we mentioned, Digital Foundry, who always does a really interesting job, the videos of it running side by side, where you can see the speed totally lost with the trajectory of the game, is so interesting, because you kind of take that for granted. Like that you feel like, yeah, it's the way the game feels, but it's actually not only the design of the game, it's that the game is allowed to run like that. And I think that's so it's a little bit of an extra meta understanding for me. Dustin, I know you really like to focus on this more technical stuff. What did you make of the whole hullabaloo surrounding Ratchet before it came out? And obviously, now that it's out, it seems to do exactly what they said it would or wouldn't.
Right. So I think one thing that's important to point out about PlayStation 5 SSD and how it works compared to PCs is, to my understanding, when Mark Cerny did his Power Hour, it's a lot about how the SSD interfaces its information directly to the GPU. And PCs are getting this technology. It's called direct storage. And basically, instead of loading and decompressing information from the SSD to the CPU, it goes directly and handles it to the GPU specifically, which is kind of like the same type of technology. But I don't think this new Ratchet & Clank has direct storage APU or API designed into the game. But anyway, so it's a lot of it has to do with how the storage interfaces with the rest of the hardware. So in the case of Ratchet & Clank, Chris, I think this is a lot of what we said last week, is that it's like, yeah, it will run. It can probably handle it, but it's not going to be a similar experience. And you can just see even on some of the other tests where I think there was one with it was a newer hard drive, like a mechanical hard drive. It wasn't a PS4 hard drive from 2014, but even in order to get that to run decently well, you need to have a lot of RAM. So there's always going to be some kind of compensation, low resolution or something like that. So I think it's cool that they are able to use the PS5 and the PS5 version, that there is something to the power of the SSD. I will say that I still think that they maybe overstated what they were able to do with this, because it's like, well, this is pretty damn comparable, and it's not some kind of bespoke SSD. It's running on like a SATA SSD, which is going to be slower than an NVMe, but it's still impressive nonetheless. I'm still waiting to see how other games can use the power, the true power of the SSD, or whatever you want to say. You can still see that it does win out in a lot of situations in terms of multi-platform games. Like Resident Evil 8 was a big example that just loaded way faster on PlayStation 5. I think sometimes there's probably some behind that, like trying to make them somewhat equal in terms of making sure there's console parity, so there's not always that faster loading. Maybe not. I don't know. But I'm still waiting for other instances where, at least during the Mark Cerny Power Hour, where he was saying about how the SSD could affect game design, and that instead of crawling under some rocks or shimmying through a cave, you didn't need to do that anymore. You could design levels differently based on how it could load in. It's like, okay, let's do that now, because we've been in such a cross-gen period for so long. Now, finally, next-gen games are here, or I guess current-gen games. It's like, okay, well, let's see what you were talking about, Mark. Let's see that new level design that we can take advantage thanks to the SSD.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, Chris. Go ahead, please.
Well, no, I was gonna say like running Ratchet and Clank on that old drive. It reminded me of like, do you remember when Dustin might remember this? Do you remember when they put out like episodes of TV shows on Game Boy Advance?
Dude,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
It's like, yeah, you can watch SpongeBob on this.
SpongeBob, that's what I remember, yeah.
Like you could. It would be the worst possible or like Video Now or something, where it would be like, this is like the worst possible way to experience it, but you can experience it.
That that YouTuber Bob Wolf, this was during when they were making sure it never didn't get released to streaming. Afterwards, he put Tenet on those Game Boy Advance cartridges. It was across like 6 cartridges or something.
That's
like
awesome.
The way Nolan intended on the Game Boy Advance SP.
Oh,
that's
probably.
so.
Nolan's
140p
Nolan's
or something.
the meme of the guy with the vein.
That
coming out of his head.
was kind of a curse. Did I ever show you guys Norman Osborn in the Spider-Man game on Game Boy Advance? I did, right?
Yeah. I know that image because it also just circulates every once in a while. Yeah, horrifying. All right, let me see here. We can move away from the Insomniac news now. We get to something a little more Dustin-centric. New Armored Core 6 gameplay has been revealed. The game comes out August 25th on PS4 and PS5. Speaking of cross-gen, from the beloved developer From Software, published, of course, by Bandai Namco. It's the first Armored Core game in 10 years, so that's of some significance, number one. But people are really liking this. I think there was like an event or something where they sent builds out. I don't know which, but it seems like a lot of creators have previews of it up, so they seem somewhat confident in it. I'm wondering what your thoughts are, and we're less than a month away, so you must be pretty excited.
Yeah, I'm getting really excited, and this trailer did a mix of excitement and a little bit of intimidation. I'm not going to lie. When I saw this HUD, I was like, oh man, seems like a lot of stuff going on here, and it's going to be a big learning curve for me, because I fully know that even though this is From Software, this is going to be very different from any Souls or Bloodborne, whatever. This is going to be a very different type of experience, and not just in its specific gameplay, but its entire structure being mission based and not like a big connected world and stuff like that. So I'm really excited, and I'm very intrigued by specifically what I know one of the core tenets of this series is just how you make your mech, how you build your armored core, whether it's having giant rockets and having a ton of weight that's going to make you slower. You can use tank treads or whatever. You can really kind of spec it out to your own play style. And I think that's super cool. It reminds, in a way that is kind of reminiscent of Dark Souls or Elden Ring, just in that it's all about builds. So I think that'll be a ton of fun. I am a little conflicted because I have one of the special editions pre-ordered for PlayStation 5, but they confirmed this will be their first 120 FPS supported game on PC. So that is very intriguing to me to play it at that super high frame rate. But we'll see. This gameplay trailer, though, looks awesome. I was surprised about how mobile it is. Your mechs are flying around, dodging and stuff like that. It looks really, really fun. But like I said, it's definitely going to be a learning curve for me, but one that I'm excited to take on.
Chris, are you going to be playing Armored Core 6? This is a game it's not for me. I'm not even going to pretend that I'm going to play it. It does look, again, we're talking a lot about intellectual understanding, right? I get it. It looks very fun and very deep, but there's just so many other things I'd rather play. So I'm just going to, and I don't know. I've never cared about Armored Core, so it would be a little bit of it. And I'm not like a FromSoft guy. There's nothing for me here.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I don't know, man. Like it looks really like I want to play it, but I'm in the same camp as Dustin, where like I feel weirdly intimidated by it. Even though like I feel like in many ways Dark Souls and like these games are like far more intimidating. Elden Ring is probably like far more intimidating than this actually. But like there's something about it that it's so different from the types of games that are out now, and I especially like seeing the gameplay of it like reminds me of what Armored Core is, and it's been so long since I've played it, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is like that's what this is. And it's, I don't know, it's a little scary. I think I'll pick it up, but I don't know if I'll pick it up right away. It might be something that I work towards, or like it might be one of my cleanup games. I think like towards the end of the year, like maybe I'll get to it.
It's funny you say that. I've been thinking about that too, that 3 week or 1 month period we take where we're kind of getting everything done that we want to get done in preparation for Game of the Year. Like what will I be playing in that pocket? I don't know, because there's not that much more for me this year. There isn't. Like it's Avium, Helldivers 2, Spider-Man 2. I mean, those are like the major touchstone games. Everything else is pretty much in the air, I would say.
Yeah, I feel like I got a lot, but because I'm on everything. There's Super Mario RPG comes out this year. I've never played that. So there's that. There's Starfield, obviously on Xbox's side of things. There's Spider-Man 2. There's Alan Wake 2.
I can't wait to see what you think of Starfield, because I think it's going to be great. I think it's going to fucking just suck people in forever.
Yeah, I'm really. I feel like it's going to be what Baldur's Gate is to a lot of people for me, because it's like it's that kind of deep RPG, but it's real time action, which is kind of what I prefer. But I don't know. There's just a lot going on, and I feel like Armored Core. I can't imagine that Armored Core is going to be like a 20-hour long experience. You know what I mean? I feel like, unless I'm misremembering Armored Core, it doesn't strike me as something that's that lingering. So it does seem like something that I could probably like get out in the last few weeks. But I'm in the process of right now of kind of going through a backlog of stuff that I kind of missed out on, and in this space before Spider-Man, before September, it's kind of a key space for me to do that before the end of the year. So
I'm looking at the upcoming games coming out for the rest of the year. Just kind of Baldur's Gate. No, I'm not going to play that. Obviously, Atlas Fallen is supposed to be pretty cool, but I don't think I'm going to play that.
People keep asking me about that. I can't remember what that is.
Remnant 2 apparently is really good too. That's like super recent.
We'll talk about that.
Dustin's playing that. I want to hear about that later. Yeah, Atlas Fallen is getting a lot of
this game.
Yeah, it's like an action RPG. And then so that, I don't know, maybe I'll check that out. But probably not. I'm going. Oh, Sea of Stars. I'll definitely play Sea of Stars. That comes out August 29th. And then, God, what else? Let's see. Oh my God. Oh, Infinity Strash Dragon Quest. I'll play that. So that's September 28th.
Classic Strash,
just complete Strash. There's a new River City game coming out, which I'll probably check out too in October. Alan Wake 2. If I like what I see out of Alan Wake, I'm not going to play it if I don't like Alan Wake.
Really? It's so long ago. I mean, they're like practically a different team now.
Oh, I know, but why would I want to play Alan Wake 2 if I didn't like Alan Wake? That would.
Well, I get from a see, here's the thing about that though. It's like that old game plays very uniquely different to this, I feel. I feel like, and the story of that game is like the best part about it. So like if you didn't like Alan Wake 1, that there's a possibility that a lot of that comes down to like controls, you know what I mean? Or just like combat design, which is going to be different. So like I don't know if it's necessarily fair.
It's not going to be Infinity Strash, I'll tell you that.
It ain't no Infinity Strash.
Also, the Alone in the Dark reboot. Maybe I'll check that out, but I want to see the reviews on that and maybe even see gameplay on that before I really get too crazy.
Yeah.
And then there's a bunch of games that are undated, at least here on GameSpot. But I guess Helldivers would be the only other one. So it's just that's pretty quiet. That's why I think conceivably I do have time to play Alan Wake and replay Spider-Man on PS5. I think I can make it all happen. But the complicating and mitigating factor is that Dagan and I are also playing all the Final Fantasy games in the background for Knockback, the Pixel remasters, and we're on 3 right now. So that might be a complicating factor, especially because now once we get through 3, finally, like we get to 4, and it's like, yeah. Okay. That was a distraction though. Let me move on. We can move through the next news items a little quicker here. Tencent, always looming out there. Seems like they have or are in the process of buying a majority stake in Techland, which is interesting. So congratulations, first of all, to our friend Head and our other friends that work at Techland, since they are all going to be making, I'm sure, money on this, which is great. But it is a little concerning and unfortunate. Tencent does seem to just be happy putting their money into things and not doing anything, though. So I guess there is that. So we'll keep an eye on that. There's not much more to say about that. CD Projekt, speaking of Polish studios, revealed that they're preparing to lay off about 10% of their team across the world. And just seems to me that CD Projekt's in this very weird space where they announced all these games, but I don't know where the capital or the working capital or the workforce are coming from, because whether you look at the molasses flood and kind of the cancellation of their game, and then kind of the shifting around of internal pieces to the tune of losing 9% of the team, which is exactly what it is. It's about 100 people. Just seems like there's a lot going on over there. Any thoughts about either of these before I move on? No? Good.
Nah, not really.
All right. I wanted to ask you guys about this for sure. We can talk about these next two together. First of all, DreamWorks All-Star Kart Racing was announced. And then earlier today, for when we were recording, they also announced, not they, but another company, Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2 announced. So both of these will come to PS4 and PS5. And I wanted to ask you guys about these games. The DreamWorks All-Star Kart Racing game, Chris, I want to go to you. The artwork is just so fucking weird. They're really trying to make this universe thing a thing, but I just don't think there's like a sufficient amount of DreamWorks properties that can make a compelling, it might be a great game, but who cares? It's like, the Boss Baby, is one of the things, the Trolls. I don't know. Maybe I'm just totally out of touch. What do you think here?
No, I think you are right. There's something like their list of IP is not really all that flexible or interesting. They honestly, I would have been a lot happier with this if it was just if they made Shrek Team Racing. That would have been so dope, and it was just all because I feel like Shrek by itself has the flexibility that they wish all of their IPs together had. But in reality, putting Boss Baby in there just makes it so Farquaad can't be in there, and all these, like, you know what I mean? Like it just seems like you're overshooting, especially because Shrek's meme potential is so fucking high. Like, people are going to stream Shrek Team Racing, like at least for a little bit before it gets like old. And so you want that flash of the pan. And I feel like having everybody else kind of share the screen with them is kind of like, it does kind of rob it of something. Even properties like Kung Fu Panda, which I think are, great. It's a different echelon, man. I'm just happy to see another kart racer, though. To be honest, like it's a very underserved genre. Not a lot of people take a crack at it. The lack of Crash Team Racing on PC is a little frustrating because there's no that game's just not 60 frames per second, and it begs for it. And so just I don't know, having something like this is cool. I'm really curious about it, honestly. Like I will definitely pick it up.
Hold on,
because I have to see this.
I'm sending you guys a screenshot I just pulled up from Gamatsu there in the chat if you see it.
What is this? Yeah, look at it. Look at him. That's our boy, Shrek.
Hey, why is there not a new Shrek movie? I think now's the time to cash in on the nostalgia of Shrek.
I promise you there will be one. I'm so sure of it. I'm so sure of it. Within the next 3 years, there will be a new Shrek movie.
I think the problem is they tried to milk Shrek a little too hard. Because how much was
They
there?
did, yeah.
Four mainline Trek movies.
Yeah, there were 4, and then there was like a weird show, and then there was like all those weird interstitial like short movies on Netflix or something where like Mike Myers wasn't in it. It was, or Eddie Murphy wasn't. It was just a whole like impersonation cast. So like they really fucked it up. But Shrek 1 and 2, look, man, those are great movies.
Oh yeah.
And to be honest, it's a little controversial. 4th one's not bad either.
I've never seen that. I've seen the first 3.
I saw the 4th one in a motel in like a really sad point in my life, but it was pretty good. It was pretty solid.
When did they introduce his kids in the 3rd or 4th one?
That was the 3rd one. The 3rd one's really bad.
He has kids.
Don't worry about it. don't worry about it. But the thing is, like that Puss in Boots movie, by the way, which is fan fucking tastic. I think that's kind of going to be the impetus for the Shrek's coming back for sure. Like it's just too big of a me. It's still so popular. Still, it's kind of crazy.
He's got to go get that paycheck.
Yeah,
he's very hesitant to do anything.
Except for that terrible Netflix show he recently did.
Oh, what is that? Which one is that?
Cabaret.
Dude, thank you so much for saying that. I was in a room full of people who were like, it's so good.
No,
and I
it's
was
not.
like, what are you fucking talking about? Dude. I watched it with 3 people. Like I watched the first 30 minutes of the first episode with like 3 people, and we were all just stared in silence at the screen, confused about like whether or not this was supposed to be as bad as it was. And then we looked it up, like we looked up reviews for it, and everybody loves it. And it was the most gaslit I've ever felt by anything.
It's so disappointing because the whole concept of that show is based on a joke in So I Married an Axe Murderer.
It is
the number 1 movie of my family. And it's just disappointing that that's what we got. But yeah,
have you heard of the show, Colin?
No, I haven't. I didn't know he was doing anything. The last I heard of him was he did that weird game show where he played the fake British host, which was funny.
I forgot about that.
I didn't actually watch it, but it was a funny idea. When I first saw those commercials, I had no idea it was even him. But no, I didn't hear of it, and I'll check it out because he's a funny cat. But
God bless you. He was a funny cat in the Cat in the Hat specifically.
Oh, there you go.
And you're ugly, just like your mom. Do you remember that part?
I do remember that. That movie, that's a guilty pleasure movie of mine because it feels like such a fucking assault to the senses. Hearing the Cat in the Hat say "dirty hoe" is wild.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Just as Dr. Seuss intended.
Yeah.
Also, Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2, as I said, coming to PS4 and PS5. I have another screenshot for you guys.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah. Excited.
And I'm wondering what you make of this. They're kind of following this up pretty quickly. This comes out this fall, and it sounds like it's going to be a somewhat Smash Brothers-esque roster move over. Like everyone's coming, plus I guess they'll add some new people, which is the way it should be. You should build it on. But like, why not make a platform? Especially for a game like this, make it as accessible as possible.
Yeah.
You should make a game like this as accessible as possible and not have people going and buying new product, in my opinion. But what do you guys make of this coming back? Chris, did you play the original All-Star Brawl?
Yeah. If I remember correctly, it had no voice acting in it.
Right. They say as a specific bullet point, it has all voice acting. It's all voice acting.
Yeah, I would fucking hope so. Because seeing your favorite cartoon characters hit each other in abject silence,
like mimes.
It was like a fucking it was just, there was something about it that was so disheartening, and it felt like being assaulted. Like just
a lot of things.
Seeing all this shit with like no voice act. Like these are iconic characters with iconic voices. It's weird that they didn't think of that. But
I'm sure they thought of it. I'm sure.
Well, you know what I mean. Like, Not that they didn't think of it, but that they decided that it wasn't important enough to hold off the launch for it. So like, I don't know, man. Seeing this little screenshot of Squidward with like a little tumor in his neck in a in a pink bath is nice. Maybe it'll be fun. I thought the first one was fine. It just needed a little bit more refinement. It needed a little bit more. I don't know. It needed it to be a little bit more fleshed out than it was, but maybe this will be better. Yeah,
they obviously made a nice amount of money, and there's belief that they can make more doing this. So we'll see what happens. All-Star Battle 2 this fall, PS4, PS5. I saw this being reported. We can go quickly through this, but Fenyx Rising, that Immortals Fenyx Rising game from Ubisoft, that was a launch game on PS5 and also came to PS4 from Ubisoft Quebec. It was getting a sequel, and apparently the sequel has been canceled according to reporting that Ubisoft, I guess, has somewhat confirmed by saying that the Quebec studio's resources have been kind of reallocated to other projects. What do you make of this, Dustin? This to me is kind of disappointing. Not that I played Immortals. I actually bought Immortals Fenyx Rising for a full price and played it for about 10 minutes. And I'm like, I just don't want to play this. I don't know. There was just something about it that immediately was off-putting to me. But I was glad to see, just from the outside, Ubisoft continuing to invest as they have with Steep and these other games where they're investing in some new IP. And I think it's cool. So I was kind of hoping to see them being able to flesh this out at least a little bit more. But it looks like they're abandoning ship.
Yeah, I'm conflicted just because I feel bad when people have invested time and effort into doing something and then it just gets canceled. And you're right about this being a newer-ish IP. So for them to invest in something like that is good as opposed to just doing another Assassin's Creed thing. But on the flip side, I strongly disliked the original game, Immortals Fenyx Rising, just because it clearly was trying to do Breath of the Wild, but did not understand what made Breath of the Wild good, to the point where they were basically doing the same cooking animations from Breath of the Wild that it was a little bit shameless, I think, at points. But they basically just took that formula, added some Ubisoft open world shit to it, and then just, So I personally did not like it at all. But I know that some people did find it to be a refreshing new IP, but it seems like it's done. It seemed like it did well enough that it should have gotten its own sequel, but I don't know. Maybe that's just money they would rather invest in another 13th announced Assassin's Creed game that could come in the next 3 years.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, another Splinter Cell game that they can cancel.
Yeah.
I don't know. I actually liked Immortals Fenyx Rising from what I remember. Because it felt like a Ubisoft game, but that wasn't bloated. Like it felt like everything was like really dense. I remember like you could kind of like from any point in the map, you could always see a point of interest, and it was always like very, very close. So it felt more like an open, like a combat sandbox more than anything. And I actually liked what they were doing with like the style of it and the tone that they had, which, was leaning on Borderlands. Not gonna lie, it was a little grating.
The overbearing narrator.
Yeah.
It was a
little overbearing, but from Ubisoft's, like from coming out of Ubisoft, I was like, I don't hate this as much as I probably should. And I remember being kind of enamored with it a little bit. And it's a shame that it didn't pan out, but like you said, you got to bring back Ezio. Have zombie Ezio come back.
Oh,
we're honestly, like, how far away do you think we are from that being real? That doesn't even seem like a jump the shark moment to me. In comparison, like Assassin's Creed is Fast and the Furiousing so hard lately. I feel like that you might as well just have zombie Ezio.
feel like they would bring him back in some kind of digital way, like he's your mentor or something.
Oh my
in
God.
the next Assassin's Creed, they're like,
He's
we got to bring Ezio.
Your little AI. Your little AI Ezio. Ezio Auditore da Firenze. As a computer. He pops up in the little fucking corner, like, what is it, Clippy?
With that little
it's
line
like they got an
for his
emoji
mouth.
face for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're up to 97 degrees outside now.
Woo.
It looks like you're trying to assassinate a Templar. Would you like some help?
All right. Well, R.I.P. Immortals Fenyx Rising sequel.
Yeah, not so immortal now, huh?
No, not at all. Let's see here.
That felt mean.
GamesIndustry.biz reports ESRB asks FTC to approve facial estimation age checker. So you guys would find this it'd be interesting. So it says the ESRB has proposed, and the proposal is linked. It is a massive document. When I saw it, I was like, I'm not reading this. So we'll just go on this. The ESRB has proposed that the FTC greenlight facial age estimation technology as a method of verification. In collaboration with digital identity firm Yoti, Epic Games subsidiary and software company Super Awesome, the proposal claims that the privacy-protected facial age estimation is said to accurately determine a person's age. The process steps of verification include the user takes a photo of themselves. The system then checks if there's a live human face in the frame. The image is then uploaded to Yodi's backend server for estimation. Regarding safety concerns for those who use the technology, including minors, the proposal says, quote, images are immediately permanently deleted and not used by Yodi for training purposes, end quote. Additionally, the document claims that the facial age estimation does not present a substantial risk to parents' privacy or potential biases. The proposal also said, quote, to the extent that there is any risk, it is easily outweighed by the benefits to consumers and businesses of using this facial age estimation method, end quote. Chris, you seem very emotive. What do you think?
Shut the fuck. Shut up. What are you doing? What is this? Poor fucking Andy Milonakis is never going to be able to play a game in his life.
I thought of him when I read this. That's so funny you bring that up because someone brought him up to me recently. I'm like, what happened to that guy?
What about the little guy too? That he looks like he's like a foot tall.
Oh, Hezbollah,
yeah.
Yeah, like this. I know those are like really ridiculous cases, but like I think from a principle standpoint, it's like what, like just let parents make decisions for their, like, it's fine. Like it's not gonna be the end of the world if your 15-year-old plays an M-rated game to the point where it necessitates you uploading your face to a fucking database for some random corporation to just like gawk at. It's weird. I don't know. This is all fucked and stupid.
To me, it's most interesting because it seems to be anticipating a problem that they don't yet have. And They should just let themselves have the problem and then try to figure it out to at least delay the stuff. In other words, the ESRB is an independent gaming industry run organization so that the government doesn't get involved in the gaming industry. So it shouldn't be fighting. And this is what's so fucking annoying about the ESRB is that it shouldn't be fighting any battles that it doesn't feel pressure from government to be fighting, because otherwise there's no pressure from the market. So that should be all that matters. You're following your regulatory lane, you're staying in your regulatory lane, and you're pleasing the market. So I would imagine that this would be something that would come out when you would say like, oh, there's like a very conservative, although who knows, house, and they have a committee hearing, much like the Alien committee hearing that we were talking about earlier. And they have the ESRB in, and they're grilling them about all this stuff, and the ESRB gets kind of embarrassed, and then they say, well, in a year we'll come back with some ideas. And maybe then after all of that, you would think that an idea like this would be presented, but not now.
Yeah, it's it just seems like an overcomplicated tech dependent solution to something that doesn't need either. Like it reminds me of like, oh, look at this cool new thermos that you need a fucking app to use. You know what I mean? It's like, I gotta update my shoes. It's like, shut the why is
totally. Understood.
Like, aren't IDs enough at retailers, or like just like allowing if a parent's like, yeah, this is fine. Like, what's wrong with these things?
Also, let me ask you this: what the fuck could that video game possibly be showing a child that you need to have facial recognition technology? Are they showing them ISIS beheading videos?
Yeah.
What? I understand there's like violent and inappropriate things out there for kids, but what would justify some level of techno spying like this?
Yeah.
So that your kid can play some fucking gotcha game or match 3 game with severed heads? I don't.
It's so your kid doesn't see the hyper realistic vaginas in The Witcher 3 that they put in that weird mod pack or whatever. I don't know. I really have no fucking idea. This all seems really stupid.
Yeah, agreed. Any thoughts, Dustin? Do you want to put your faith? You want the government to know what you're doing at all times, don't you?
Well, the government
would actually be a private organization. What'd you say?
I said the government already has all of our faces, so we're kind of past that point. I'm just thinking. So, is this for like GameStop to have a little scanner before you buy something? But then, if physical games are on the downside, then is this something that everyone has, that you scan your face with your phone before you buy a game on PlayStation Network? And the thing for me is that this would make more sense if there was no tools by parents, for parents on PlayStation or Nintendo or Xbox, whatever. There's no tools, but there's extensive tools for parents to use.
Yeah, there's a lot of them actually.
Yeah.
Also, what if like surely from a facial recognition standpoint, people don't look exactly the same every day. Like, what if there's like a 10-year-old who's just really stressed, and he can pass for like just 17.
Like
exactly.
you would. I mean, one of the funny things would be all the sophisticated ways
or makeup.
People, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Was there'll probably be mega sophisticated and hysterical videos of people tricking it with all sorts of different things, but I still simply come back to two things. Why are they anticipating problems that the government is not grilling them on yet? And what could possibly be in the video games that would require such a fucking ridiculous level of security that a simple warning doesn't do? It's like, okay, you get through the warning, you get through your parents. It's like, what could possibly be on the other end of that? That would be so horrible that everyone needs to scan their fucking face. It's insane.
Yeah.
Maybe something on Steam. Some wild shit on
So let
Steam.
the fucking PC degenerates worry about this shit then. Like, why do we have to worry about this? You know? Jeez. Thank you for writing in. No one wrote in. All right, no, that wasn't anyone writing. Let's see. I wonder what you guys thought of this. I wonder if you had seen this. Castlevania Nocturne coming to Netflix, the new series starring Richter, one of my faves. September 28th. I still have to go back and watch the original Castlevania all the way through. I only watched the first couple of seasons and then I stopped. I was actually thinking, because I want to do something with Twisted Metal, although maybe we won't do it immediately, but I would like to do something with that show eventually, cover it on the show in the next couple of weeks on Sacred Plus. It's like, why didn't we do anything for Castlevania? I don't really know why, but maybe we could do something for Castlevania, like just season by season or something.
That was before we were doing a lot of this stuff.
That's true.
To be fair, like there wasn't really a lot of...
I was in California when Castlevania came out. So yeah,
dude, that was 2 apartments ago for me. So like that was a hot minute ago, and there wasn't really a lot of PlayStation oriented transmedia specifically like there is now. Like there was no Gran Turismo, there's no Twisted Metal, there's no Last of Us. So it just wasn't really, and it also came kind of by surprise. I remember seeing it on Netflix and being like, what the fuck is this? And I remember being excited to kind of laugh at it because I was like, why would they just drop a Castlevania show on Netflix? It's going to be terrible. And it was awesome. Like, I loved the entire thing.
How many seasons are there currently?
It's only 4 seasons and they're pretty short, you know?
Yeah, I remember watching the first season in like 90 minutes or something ridiculous like that.
The first season is literally 4 episodes.
Yeah,
I've seen the first season for sure.
Beautiful. We should do something with it. I don't know what. I'll get back into it and figure it out, but in preparation for that, because we have more of these options to cover things in the culture, I guess.
Yeah.
And I love Castlevania. I absolutely adore Castlevania. So it is a little weird that I didn't get into it considering how much I love Castlevania, but I do that with a lot of things. I don't know why, where if something is not delivered to me exactly the way I wanted or expected, like Castlevania game is what we want, right?
Right, yeah.
This, it's like, okay, cool. But I don't know why I wasn't more drawn to it, but now that I speak about it, I am more drawn to it.
It's I'm really excited about this one. I feel like I'm going to really miss Trevor, though. Like, I really liked Trevor in the show. He had such a good personality and a good voice, and like all those characters like got along really, really well, and like it was just really that's a really great cast of characters in
the whole like Castlevania 1 and 2 and even into 3 cast, like Trevor, Sypha, Simon. Yeah, it's good. So that's cool. Good shit. Grant.
Yeah. So I'm curious. I hope this one meets expectations, because I feel like a lot of people are going to be like, this isn't Trevor.
Richter is so cool. Richter's so much more hardcore than Trevor.
Oh yeah.
Like, so it'll be interesting to see how they portray that. Like Richter's, the infamous intro of Castlevania Symphony of the Night is Richter.
Yeah. I just love
Bloodlines, maybe. Because it's from another game, that intro.
Right. It's the I think the ending of, not Bloodlines, it's Rondo of Blood. Bloodlines is the Genesis game, but and it's like, he's the one that's like, die demon, and like all that. It's like, it's mega cool. Like, I want to see how hardcore he is in the game,
It's gonna be curious. I love Trevor though, because he's such a fucking loser. He's like really cool still. He's like this drunk. I love it. That show's great. I know there's somebody in the audience who hates that I like it this much. He wrote in about it like a couple times, I remember, but
who cares?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Eat my asshole.
Yeah.
All right. What
Deal with
else? A couple more things. This is interesting. This just leaked before. It's not really a leak. Just someone discovered this before we started recording. Takashi Mochizuki tweeted, and so he's relevant because he's a Bloomberg Japan tech writer. He says Capcom. So we actually didn't talk about this. I removed it from the news, but Capcom bought a support studio called Sword Canes. And his tweet, it confirms that they're 22 people. It's an animation firm that they're going to obviously use to help develop their own games. But the other thing is it says plans to release one unannounced game, which would sell millions by March. Capcom. All right. So what could it be, boys? I mean, this is a little piece of, I mean, the thing that comes to mind for me is Resident Evil.
Oh, really?
It seems like it seems pretty quick, but because Resident Evil 8 is 2021?
Yeah.
Right?
I think so.
So 2024, I mean, it's quick, but different teams that would, because that's the thing, it's sell millions. So think about that. Like, there's not that much. It could be Monster Hunter, which would do, but
I think that's absolutely it.
I think so too.
Oh, yeah, Monster Hunter World 2, but didn't they just release a Monster Hunter game? That's why I'm confused. There's a Monster Hunter game more recent.
That was Rise.
Yeah. So is that a port of Monster Hunter World?
Yeah.
It was a port. No, Monster Hunter Rise was a port of Monster Hunter Rise, but like that was a Switch game, right?
Right. The Switch game was the follow up to the World. Right. Okay,
yeah,
I understand.
Right.
So okay. So talk to me about this. Then in my mind I thought that they had just visited this franchise, which is why I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, I mean, it still could be Resident Evil, but like when being so confident about the millions thing, it's like Monster Hunter is stupid, like how much it sells.
Yeah,
and that it seems to me like they're indicating that level of like ridiculous success. Like I understand that verbatim, it would also apply to Resident Evil. Like Resident Evil does sell millions, and it would easily sell millions by March, but Monster Hunter is on like this other. It's their biggest IP, like without a doubt, and it's just so fucking obscenely popular that I can only imagine that would be what they're talking about if they're talking in confident ways like this.
Yeah, expand on that for me, Dustin, because I saw that you felt that way as well. Yeah.
So Monster Hunter Rise, which was technically from the developer standpoint the follow-up to World, even though it was initially exclusive on Switch, was released 2021. So
early 2021.
And I believe last year was the expansion. So that does seem a little quick, though.
Well, World's 2018, so 3 years could be the case. Monster Hunter 4, according to this, was the last mainline one, and that was 5 years prior to World. So I think you guys are probably right. I really just didn't think that. I don't know why I thought that first of all, Monster Hunter Rise I thought was like a more of a real game, and like, in other words, why would World get a sequel? I guess I don't understand Monster Hunter, I would have thought that the next Monster Hunter would have even been something like Monster Hunter 7 or whatever the hell it would have been called, So,
yeah.
Monster Hunter Universe.
Right.
Because it's Monster Hunter 2, Monster Hunter Tri, Monster Hunter 4, Monster Hunter World, which is 5, Monster Hunter Rise, which would be 6. Right. And then go to 7. So World 2. I don't know shit about any of this. So
I think it doesn't have to necessarily be called World 2, but Rise is distinctly different since it was built initially for Switch, and a game like World never came to Switch. So this would be a more current gen Monster Hunter game than something like Rise would be, which I think would differentiate it a bit. But that's the only thing I can imagine that they would be that confident about.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what else. I mean, that seems to be, it would only be able to be that or maybe a Resident Evil game. But even that Resident Evil games sell millions, but that's about what they would sell. Resident Evil 4 sales, I think, are a little softer than I thought. Although I think they're happy with it at like 5 million or something. I was like, oh wow, I thought they would have sold. I thought that would be like almost twice as much. But I think we overestimate sometimes, or at least I overestimate how much people think about this stuff or are exposed to it or even interested in it. So I don't know. Street Fighter just came out. Obviously, it wouldn't be that. And Street Fighter 6 only sold a couple million copies. Mega Man.
Exoprimal 2.
What'd you say?
Exoprimal 2.
Exoprimal 2. Exoprimal surpassed 1 million players, I saw, which is a meaningless stat. Yeah, Mega Man 12. No, that would be awesome. That's not going to sell millions of copies.
Legends 3.
Let Mega Man Legends 3.
Mm-hmm.
Onimusha.
No.
Phoenix Wright. No. Just trying to think of some Capcom games.
It's really only Resident Evil and Monster Hunter.
Yeah. Beautiful Joe.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Lost Planet.
Bring it
Dude,
back.
I love Lost Planet. I'm so sad that's gone.
The third game, I remember no one gave a shit about that game when it came out. I remember we got it at IGN and it just seemed like no one cared.
Yeah, I don't really remember 3 either. 2, I adored 2 a lot. And by the time 3 came out, I think it was just too competitive. I was not paying attention to 3. When did that come out?
Lost Planet 3?
Yeah.
It came out in 2013. Lost Planet 1 was 2006. Lost Planet 2 was 2010.
Yeah, that's a fuck year. That's Bioshock Infinite. That's Last of Us. That's the new generation of consoles.
Lost Planet, the original Lost Planet was also a timed Xbox third-party exclusive when those were still okay. Remember those?
That's right. Yeah, I remember that.
Before everyone complained and pretended that only Sony does that. But Xbox 360 was just completely littered with games like that. And Lost Planet was another one of them. All right.
Awesome game.
Mystery game, probably Monster Hunter. Finally, Somerville looks like it's coming to PS4 and PS5. Push Square reports that the trophies for the builds have leaked, and I went and confirmed. They point to Exophase. I think they're on PSN profiles as well. The game came out just last year. It didn't do very well, though, which was surprising. People didn't like it as much as, I guess, previous like-minded or even genetically similar games like Limbo. So I don't know. I actually don't know if I'm going to check it out because I loved Limbo and Inside, and I know that this is one of the guys that did it. I know it's not them, Playdead or whatever. I know it's not them doing this. And do we know Playdead's next game? Didn't they announce it?
Yeah. I feel like that sounds familiar.
I feel like they did. I'm going to look it up here myself. No, I guess they didn't announce it yet. Playdead and Epic. Oh, this is what it was. Playdead and Epic Games announced in March 2020 that Epic Games will publish their new game.
Okay.
So, but they just haven't announced what it is yet. And they take forever to make their games anyway. I mean, actually, it was 6 years between Limbo and Inside, so we would have been surpassing the 6 years point by now. And I loved Inside. I thought Inside was just really special. Limbo was good, but I thought it was a little overhyped by the time I played it, but I really, really loved Inside.
When did you play Limbo?
I first beat it when it came to PS3. I played it at IGN just in, people had games at their desks and stuff, but it was not really the appropriate place to play it. But Inside was the same way in some sense. I thought it was a little easier, but Limbo, we're getting into gameplay that I don't like,
Oh yeah.
And,
I loved
the aesthetic and all of that and the story,
Yeah. I'd never seen a game like that at that point in time. I remember really being struck by the visuals of it and being like, this is really beautiful. But Inside was great as well.
Patrick St. Cyr wrote in and said, hello, CDC. This one's for Colin. With Somerville coming to PlayStation without a platinum, when do you think developers will realize that not having a platinum will affect the sales of their games? I may be in a minority here, but I don't buy a game if it doesn't have a platinum anymore. Just curious as to what your thoughts are on this and if you believe developers need to be more aware of the importance of platinums in the ecosystem. Thanks, and all the best to you, lads. Cheers. Limbo and Inside didn't have platinum trophies either, and that didn't deter me because I wanted to play those games. The trophies with a game like this really wouldn't have anything to do with it for me because I wouldn't. This is one of those games. It's like I actually didn't mention this on the spoiler cast, but I didn't play Final Fantasy 16 with a guide at all, which is very rare for me to never look something up. It's not like I was playing Resident Evil with a guide, but I'd get to a puzzle sometimes and be like, I'm not fucking solving this, and I would go look it up. But I never encountered that in Final Fantasy 16, and that's, I think, the best way to play a game where you care about the story and kind of the intent. And so I played Limbo and Inside in a very similar way, and I didn't really look at the trophies, and I don't think I even have many of the trophies in either of those games, although I could be wrong. So it's not surprising, but Patrick, the way that this problem is fixed, because I do think it is a problem, it just needs to be fixed. Xbox, I think, does have 1,000 points on everything now, and I think has for a long time, unless I'm mistaken. They don't differentiate, I think, between downloadable games and physical games anymore. And that was the difference back in the day with PlayStation trophies was physical games got platinums and digital games didn't. And then some digital games started to get them and then more and more and more. And the way that they can solve this is simply just for Sony to make it mandatory. it's just that simple. Make it as part of the certification checklist to have a platinum trophy, and that's that. And I think that you would find that you would no longer have this problem. And I think that I think at this point it has to be intentional in some sense. I think some developers just don't give a shit, but I think some are like, it's not about that, and we want to make sure it's not about that as much as possible. Because I do know developers have talked about it on the record, even at places like GDC and stuff. But I've certainly talked to them behind the scenes. Not a lot, but there are developers that are like, we wish we didn't have trophies in our game at all. Like we wish we didn't have to do this. This is like an afterthought, or like something an associate producer worries about, or an associate designer. Anyway, Patrick, thank you for writing in. Let's talk about the games we're playing. I'll quickly say here, just at the top, I'm playing Final Fantasy 3. I beat Final Fantasy 16. Obviously, we did our spoiler cast, which is up on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. So I want to get back to Gravity Circuit because I want to 100% get everything in the game, and I'll do that. There are finally walkthroughs that I can use because I couldn't find everything myself. And so I'll take care of that, but I'm otherwise moved on to Final Fantasy 3. I'll kind of relegate my talk about Final Fantasy 3 to Knockback, where we'll cover it, Dagan and I, in the coming weeks. It's really fun. The very deep class-based system, customizable classes, which is really cool. And I like it, but I'm just eager to get through it so that I can get to 4, because that's where the fun really begins. Let me see here. Dustin, let's go to you. I want to hear about Remnant 2. We kind of had teased it earlier that you were playing it. Hogue on our spoiler cast and review discussion I don't know if we said it on the air or off the air, but I asked him about Remnant because I want to play. I love shooters. I love third-person shooters especially. And I really want to play it, but it keeps being described as a Souls-like, and I don't want to play an impossibly hard game. And I think that this descriptor really needs to be managed better, because he was saying like it's really not hard. And I was like, so why are people using that term then? So I'm curious about your thoughts.
There's definitely some Souls elements, but I agree that the term overall, I think, is overused. And to be clear, I've only played one good session so far yesterday of this game when I got it. So there's still a lot more for me to learn about the game. But so far, it's really fun. And I think overall, you would like it, Colin. The Souls elements in it are that dodging and iframe dodging, so invincibility dodging, is a big part of the game, particularly with bosses, that you need to make sure that when you're getting hit or when the boss is attempting to hit you, that you're dodging, right? That's a big part of the gameplay. But there's also an element where you have the campfire system. So you'll find a checkpoint, you go through the map or whatever, and then when you get another checkpoint, if you use it, it's going to reset where all of the enemies are in the world. So that's also a little Soulsy. But other than that, the bosses are... So when we played yesterday, we fought 2 bosses, and one of them was pretty tough in that it probably took us, 6 tries, maybe. And then the other one only took us 2 or 3 to do. But so far, it's fun. It reminds me of... I didn't put a lot of time into Outriders, but it is a third-person loot-based shooter. So it does have a little bit of that in it, which I think would be appealing to you, Colin. I'm really excited to get into later parts of the game, because the whole shtick of the story is that it's a post-apocalyptic world, and there's this crystal that takes you to other dimensions. So the dimension we were playing in yesterday was this very ancient, kind of Aztec looking place with really weird swampy biomes and a lot of like ruins and stuff like that. But there's another one which I think is a much more futuristic sci-fi setting. And then there's another biome that takes place in like a very London-esque place with goblin type creatures that wear like suits and stuff. So I'm very curious about how the fact that they've been able to make all these different environments and make them all gel together in a way that makes sense. But so far it's been cool. Like I said, I need to put a lot more time into it to really give you guys an impression on whether I think it's an awesome game. But so far, what we played, the three of us together, was me, my friend Brandon, and Ben played together. We had a great time. Lots of different ways to customize your characters too. Like you pick a class, which I think you eventually can change classes or add a second class. So I'm a gunslinger, which gives you ability to shoot a bunch of different critical hits at once. My friend Brandon, though, was playing as can't remember what the class was called, but he basically has a support dog that will go and attack enemies. If he gets down, the dog can help him get up. So a lot of different customizing as far as how you want to play, but I'm excited to play more. I know that a lot of people were surprised how strong this game was. Not that the first game was bad, but this is kind of a big glow up situation for, I believe, Gunfire Games.
Yeah, it's Gunfire
doing this one.
Yeah, I think I want to go back and look at the first one first and just see if I want to play that to begin with and then move on to the second one. It's definitely on my mind.
Was that a PS Plus game at some point?
It may have been. Yeah, I might have.
You might already have it.
Yeah.
So
I don't know for sure.
So yeah, I'll report back next week on that. But the other two games I'll just touch on real quick is Pikmin 4. I've been playing a lot of. I've never played a Pikmin game before other than a little bit of Pikmin 3, so I didn't really know what to expect. And I absolutely love this game. It's been really, really fun being a completionist in this game, which is normally not something I do, where right now I have 3 levels unlocked and you're going and you're finding treasure. You're doing these little missions underground and collecting Pikmin, of course. But I feel the need to 100% the level before I go on to the next one. So I've only played the first and the second level, and I'm almost all the way done with the second level, getting 100%. But yeah, it's a weird mix of a game that feels kind of, relaxing. You're going around collecting different stuff, having your Pikmin do different things. It feels very zen in its organization, where it's like, all right, I'm going to send these guys to do this. I'm going to send these guys to do this, and I'm going to hang out over here and watch them do it. But then it can also be really stressful when you're walking somewhere and a creature pops out of the ground. You got to fight them and you're worried about your Pikmin getting eaten. It's very sad. So it's very stressful. It's these cute little creatures that you'll have them. So you have your dog named Ochi, and you can ride around on Ochi, and the Pikmin will ride on Ochi as well. And sometimes if you walk long enough, the Pikmin will start singing, and it's very, very cute. And then later you're just sending them practically to their death. You're just like, hey, go try to fuck that guy up. Good luck. And they're dying left and right. I actually, speaking of Shrek, I told Holly, it's the part of Shrek where Farquaad's like, some of you will die, but that's a price I'm willing to pay. And that's what I think when I'm going to send these Pikmin in to fuck these guys up. So I'm really enjoying it. It's really, really fun. There's a free demo of just the beginning of the game if you want to check it out on Switch.
Yeah, Mike is playing and really loving it too. I've been watching her play. It's really cute. I love the dog. Yeah.
Dude, Ochi. He is very cute and kind of disturbing looking, I think, at the same time.
Yeah, he is.
He only has 2 legs.
What is he missing? Like a nose or something? Or he's missing something in his character design. I can't remember what it is. There's something missing.
He only has 2 legs.
Oh, that's what made
it. So he hops around almost like a kangaroo, which is kind of strange. But
yeah, I just Googled what this thing is, and I hate it.
Oh, dude. If you play it, it's kind of nice how weird he is. I don't know. The other thing I'm playing just a little bit here and there is Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door. And I got to say, this game is fantastic. I have known this for many years. I played the original Paper Mario, loved it a long, long time ago.
N64.
But the main thing that I really like about Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door is that it has this really unique mechanic during combat, where specifically when you're in combat, not in other parts of the game, you're on a stage and there's a crowd. And so the crowd interacts with your battle, where sometimes they'll throw items at you that help you. And other times there's enemies that will sneak in that you can go in and like tackle them before they do any damage. But there's also this dynamic where you're trying to bring more people into the crowd to cheer you on as well. It's just this really weird meta mechanic that it sounds really strange explaining it, but in the actual game, it's really fun. It's just a charming game through and through. And it's weird that it's nostalgic for me, even though I've never played it, just because it was so long ago that I played the original Paper Mario. And this is very much a direct sequel to that. And sadly, a lot of people feel like this game this is the peak of the series. Since then, they've done a bunch of other releases, but it's never been quite as good as the Thousand Year Door. So, like I said, that one I'm just kind of playing in between, maybe every other day or every 3 days, just putting an hour or two in, and I'm having a great time.
Cool. Yeah, Super Paper Mario is like the exit for a lot of people, I think. Thousand Year Door, 2004 game, late GameCube game. Yeah, interesting title. The original Paper Mario, of course, a late N64 game. Glad you're enjoying it. Chris, what are you playing? I want to hear about your experiences.
Yeah, it's a smattering of a bunch of weird shit. I turned on my Xbox the other day and I saw NHL 94 Rewind.
Nice.
Just sitting there, and I was like, why? I must have missed this. I'm sure, like, because this came out in 2021 or 2020.
Yeah, it was originally like a pre-order bonus for NHL 21 or 22, I want to say.
Yeah,
and you couldn't even buy it for a while.
Yeah. And so I saw it and it was available. And I was like, and it was like 300 megabytes. I think it was on Game Pass. So I was like, yeah, I'll give it a shot. And I was playing a little bit of it. I know nothing about hockey at all, but I got kind of into it. I don't know if it's something that I'll really, it's an old NES game. It's not something that's going to like grab my attention for a long time, but I put in like a good
and Genesis.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry.
No, just protecting you.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
And 94 is way. Yeah, that's clearly SNES. But I don't know. I kind of like it, even though I wasn't sure what the fuck I was doing half the time. The simplicity of those games really, the simplicity of the control scheme specifically, like really kind of, I don't know. It's really easy to get into those games. And I don't know. I had a decent time with it. Don't really have much to say about it. It's a fun little arcadey kind of SNES.
It's so fun to see you play that though. NHL 94 for hockey fans is a legendary game. I mean, that NHL 94 is the most legendary hockey game ever made. And
yeah, I understand why. Like I like it.
It's really fun. Like we would have tournaments right up. We even kind of funny. We had tournaments that we did Let's Plays for, but it's cool that it's cool that there's still people that play it online in like leagues with updated rosters and shit. Same with Tecmo Bowl and stuff. Like it's a very seriously played game in some weird way still. And but the original 1993, 1994 roster is what makes it really special because that's a seminal time in hockey history as well. So I'm so glad that you're enjoying it. I got to pick that game up at some point too, because I do think that it was some sort of pre-order bonus that only later became available by itself. And so it would be a very similar to Spider-Man. Yeah.
And I can't imagine it's that expensive.
Yeah, it's probably $10 or something.
Yeah, it's pretty good though. I enjoy it. I'm not sophisticated enough in sports to really dissect why. It's just like a nice little game. I think I would recommend it. Actually, it's just so low cost, low effort, low commitment, and it's like 3 gig. It's not even 3 gig. It's like 3 megabytes or so. So some stupid low hard drive cost. So like, I mean, it's pretty solid. And I'm playing 2 other games because I'm trying to get into my back catalog a little bit more. I've mentioned Metal Gear Solid 5 in the past few shows, and I've been sitting with it every now and again. I kind of like go to bed with it. I've been playing it on the Steam Deck. I've said before, perfect handheld game in my opinion. And I have found myself so smitten and so enamored with this game that I remember playing in 2015 and not even remotely having the same takeaway from it. I remember playing in 2015 and feeling like, yeah, this is kind of cool, but this doesn't feel like Metal Gear, or like the story it feels unfinished or whatever. And there were entire facets of the game, specifically like with resource management and base building and R&D management, all this stuff that like I just simply didn't have the patience for. Little things like listening to the cassette tapes was just something that like I didn't do because I just didn't have the patience. I was streaming a lot of the game back then, so I wasn't going to sit and stream me listening to shit. And being able to sit with this game and like really digest all of it, I'm kind of left feeling like I was just completely wrong. Like I don't feel like people talk about how like I know it's a common talking point on the internet about how the story kind of dropped the ball, or how like there wasn't as much story, but like there's so much story in Metal Gear Solid 5. It's just buried in these tapes. It's almost like a BioShock type scenario where you a lot of the story is in audio logs, and you don't find them diegetically. They're kind of given to you throughout your time with the game. But I never listened to any of that shit, and I remember feeling the exact same way. And now I feel the exact opposite. Like, there's so much character, there's so much intrigue. I'm really enamored with the way the game I'm really enamored with the way Kojima in this, as with other Metal Gears, just kind of plays with the player's interaction with the subsystems. Like, even, extracting knocking enemy soldiers out and like conscripting them into your military against their will. And then
impressing them, as it were.
Yeah,
animals too.
And animals and like brainwashing them and like building this like private military corporation and having it gamified in such a way that like the player gets dopamine hits from essentially being the worst person is so fascinating to me. And just the way that actual humans, like actual people are kind of treated like, all right, I'm gonna send this squad of A+ Marines to go die off screen potentially so that I can get like a nice bonus to my cash so that I can afford a new silencer for my gun or whatever. And it's the way that it plays with that is so cerebral and so fucking cool and really clever. I just have a really new appreciation for like this game. I think especially after playing games like Red Dead 2 and Death Stranding specifically, which kind of opened my eyes to kind of sitting with a game and like digesting it and like allowing long experiences to kind of sit with me and like really getting into the subsystems, specifically within Death Stranding, and like figuring out like, oh, how does the weight work on like which leg, and like how can I maximize my my journey getting these packages from one end to the other. I feel like this game does a very similar thing with except it plays with it in a kind of like a military style kind of playground. And I think it's really, really clever. I think the way the game deconstructs the characters is really clever. I think the way everything loops around is really clever. I think you essentially building the force that you're basically contending with throughout all of the Metal Gears is like really compelling. It's really fucking, Metal Gear Solid 5 is really great. And I'm really just surprised at how much better it is than I remember, because I don't feel like I was, I mean, I guess 2015 is a while ago now. I guess, Jesus, how old was I? It's probably like 22 or something. So like, I mean, it has been a while, but it's fascinating how different the same game can feel many, many years apart, just based on like where you are and like how, like what you've experienced. And it's got me thinking a lot about that and how like I want to get into some of the games that I felt at the time maybe missed the mark, that I might have just not given a fair shake. Because this is definitely one of them, and I'm just completely smitten with it. Super fantastic. Highly recommend it. Especially on Steam Deck. I really cannot recommend it enough. It's crazy how good it is on Steam Deck. But and in addition to that, I've been playing a little bit of State of Decay 2 out of curiosity, just out of sheer curiosity, because this is a game I kind of like played around with a little bit when it was new, and I've been having these dreams lately of like zombie survival, and like where I'm like in scenarios where like I've got to survive and like I've got to like manage people, and it's happened like twice in the last like 3 weeks, and it just got me like itching to play something like that, and it's actually really good. Like there's voice acting in it that's like really kind of subpar and kind of like bland and like whatever. Like the narrative elements really aren't really what's compelling about it, but like the resource management and the fact that like the real-time day-night cycle is actually like it gets really pitch black at night, like to the point where it's like genuinely dangerous. I wish more games would do that, by the way. I wish nighttime in more games was actually like prohibitively dark, and you would like need lanterns and flashlights and stuff, because it's a really
like Zelda in the depths.
Like Zelda. Elden Ring
Really
is another
good.
example. Like I remember in Elden Ring, I would carry the torch around a lot because I just like the aesthetic of that. But I'm really into this too. Like it's just managing resources and making sure people are happy and like finding food. And I especially like, and I brought this up before, probably when I was playing this game for the first time, but I really love the mechanic of when you're searching through houses, you can like press a button to speed up your search, but there's like a risk of making a loud noise that will attract like other enemies. So like if you get too impatient, like you can end up fucking yourself over. And I've just had many emergent kind of gameplay moments where I'm just in a situation where like, oh, I didn't fill up the car with enough gas to make it home, and I've got to run through like the dark and I can't fucking see anything, and I gotta hold up in this gas station until morning, and it's weirdly engrossing despite how like, you know, I would say it feels like a very AA game in a lot of ways. Like it's definitely not like Last of Us or like some AAA thing, but you know, the feeling that I get out of it is very, very compelling, and I'm very compelled to like keep everybody in my camp happy and like switch characters so that they can get their own renown, and everybody has different skills, and you know, managing relationships and resources. It's like I think this and Metal Gear Solid 5 are really tickling this like resource management part of my brain that I don't think I fully understood was even there up until like really recently. And I like that aspect of games. And it's really, I honestly, I know State of Decay 2 is probably like a weird game to cite, but it's probably one of the better games that I've seen do this kind of mechanic. Metal Gear Solid 5 as well. And so I think I'm going to try and like dive through my backlog and look for games that do somewhat similar things that I just didn't have the patience for when I was younger, just straight up. Like I ignored a lot of that stuff when I was like 19 because I was like, what the fuck? I don't want to sit and listen to cassette tapes. I don't want to worry about whether or not some random person across the map is hungry or not. Oh, Allison is depressed. Big deal.
She's always depressed.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. So that's kind of what I've been. Yesterday, my like State of Decay was like a 5-hour session yesterday, and I was like really into it, and then I had to like peel myself away. But yeah, that's pretty much all I've been doing. I've just started Final Fantasy 16 again as well, so I'm jumping back into that. But like I've really only put like an hour or so into it since I started back up again. So don't have anything new to say about that other than it's still great. But I'm sure we're sick of hearing that.
Undead Labs has you in their thrall. It's of course the State of Decay 3. Be interested to see what happens with that.
I'm curious if it's literally the same resource management but like just a better presentation. I'm super into it. Because I really do think it's tickling a very specific part of my brain.
All right. Well, I'm happy everyone seems to be pleased right now in their gaming endeavors as the summer boils. All right, let's get into the news. There are 3 items to go through this week. A couple of big ones, one smaller one. Let's start with the big one here, which is kind of combining a few different facts that we need to discuss. Number 1, we may be not even halfway through this generation, but we still have a lot of hardware-related news to talk about, specifically when it comes to some tantalizing leaks that give us a view into the near future of PlayStation hardware. But first, let's stay with the present. PlayStation 5 has officially surpassed 40 million units sold. Sony achieved this sales milestone in under 3 years, and under considerable supply constraints, global sourcing issues related to the pandemic, high inflation eroding people's purchasing power, and more. In other words, in a normal world with a normal economy not still reeling from a generational event, PlayStation 5 would undoubtedly be even higher. Its predecessor, PlayStation 4, surpassed 40 million units sold in 30 months instead of 32, and in an historically booming economy and at a cheaper price point. With Sony set to announce quarterly financial results in the second week of August, and considering the 40 million sold milestone occurred in mid-July, it's safe to assume this number will be a tick higher when it's newly reported. For historic comparison's sake, in less than 3 years, PS5 outsold Nintendo 64's lifetime numbers by 7 million, Genesis/Mega Drive's numbers by 9 million, and the original Xbox by 16 million. PS5's primary competitor, Xbox X and S, or Series X and S, is reportedly at 21 million units sold, with the majority of those units being the weaker and cheaper S model. While Microsoft hasn't officially released hardware numbers in roughly a decade, that number is nonetheless reliable as it comes from a Microsoft-related source speaking at an event. PlayStation 4 is nearing 120 million units sold in its lifetime, meaning that PS5 is well on its way to 100 million units sold, if things keep up, meaning every PlayStation home console will have sold 100 million units or more, with the exception of PlayStation 3, which petered out just north of 87 million. And how about some rumors? Let's start with the more distant machine, the much-discussed PlayStation 5 Pro. According to reporting from website Key to Gaming, which is apparently connected to Tom Henderson's Insider Gaming, PS5 Pro is real. It's codenamed Trinity, and it entered active development in 2022. Dev kits are likely already in first and second party hands, and third parties should receive their kits by the end of the year. The reporting notes in part that, quote, PlayStation 5 Pro will be targeting improved and consistent FPS at 4K resolution, a new performance mode for 8K resolution, and accelerated ray tracing, end quote. The same report notes that PlayStation 6 is aiming for a 2028 release window, which would have PS5 tie the PS3 generation as the longest in PlayStation history, thus necessitating a new machine. A machine we have more confirmation on, however, is so-called Projekt Q, the handheld device made specifically for remote play for PS5 games locally. In what is undoubtedly real footage, the device seems to have leaked both in photo and video form and shows what is literally a cut-in-half device, DualSense controller with a large screen in the middle of it. The leaked device seems to have walked away from the assembly line sans its final OS, however, and so the machine appears to ostensibly be an Android-compatible touchscreen with a controller. As it's merely made to reflect what's on your local PS5, however, it's unlikely what you see in the leak will be what you see when you have your device in your hands later this year. There's a lot to say here. Let's start with the 40 million sold. Remington Wilson wrote in and said, "What's up, CDC? 40 million units for the PS5, only 2 months slower than the PS4. Xbox may have momentum on Twitter, but it feels like PlayStation is still in another orbit compared to its competitor. Does this further illustrate that the internet isn't real life? All my friends could care less about the console wars and what company is buying who. They love PlayStation because it's unique and just a cut above the rest, like Apple, or at least the way they perceive Apple." Yeah, I thought this was interesting. This seemed, because Dustin, I'll go to you first. People have been rightfully looking at, in the different writings I've read, that Sony is only a couple of weeks away from announcing its financials where these numbers would be there anyway. And this seems to be, in my opinion, an absolute direct result and shot across the bow following Xbox's financials or Microsoft's financials, which showed very, very profitable Microsoft and a very stagnant Xbox brand with actually hardware sales down, which is really not good. In your third year. I was reading some pieces where people were saying it's not necessarily unusual. And I'm like, no, it is unusual for your console to be petering out in your third year. That's not good. Now, I think Starfield will help them and other things as well. But I think that this was a direct response to that simply because they would have had the perfect opportunity to say their sales numbers in just a couple of weeks. And when they do say those sales numbers, they're going to be different. I just don't know how different. I think these numbers were through the middle of July.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised, too, that I think Spider-Man arguably might be the biggest system seller that will come out, Spider-Man 2. At least think about right now. That's the perfect game for someone that maybe has been thinking about a PS5 for a while, but obviously there's millions of people that love Spider-Man that it's like, oh, I'll get it when the sequel to Spider-Man comes out. So I'd imagine there's going to be a lot more units sold. But yeah, it's particularly impressive considering that everything going on externally around the PlayStation 5, whether that's the economy or the supply constraints, the fact that they've just roared back. And I think back to the first year, 2 years, when it was like a reoccurring question on this show. When do you think the PS5 will be available? When will it be available? And that was, it's just funny to think now that how long that was an issue. So to see them be this successful still, given those circumstances, is really, really good. And I wonder just how, I don't want to get into the next topic, but how we're going to start seeing diversified hardware, how that's going to play into the mix about people buying their potential second PS5 when there's another option available to them.
Yeah, it's I mimic what you say with just the performance of the console, considering everything around it. The economy is bad. It's, first of all, it's important to note the console is $100 more money than the PS4 was at launch, just right out the gate, unless you get the digital version, which a lot of people aren't. The disc version is the one that sells briskly, and I think that that's by design. I think that the $50 price cut that is happening, I think in some places, or like the somewhat moderate price cut for the old unit that has been announced and making the rounds at different retailers, is to get rid of these old PS5 units in preparation for a new slim unit that will not have a disk drive in it, that we have no new reporting on, but will maybe be announced within the next few weeks. I have no idea. It seems like that would be a somewhat imminent announcement, or at least that's the indication. And you'll buy the drive separately. So I think with the decrease in prices, they kind of clearance those old units, and then clearance is kind of a stupid word because they're not having a hard time getting rid of them, but they want to get rid of those nonetheless. And then get this new one on the market, and then have Pro come in next year. And I guess that's where we'll go to you, Chris. is what are you thinking about the sales numbers? And then let's segue over to PS5 Pro, which sounds like it's going to be exactly what we want. I want this thing.
Yeah.
Like I remember I had such a different point of view on this when PS4 Pro was announced. The first it was leaked and then it was announced and I was like, I don't want this fucking thing. This thing's stupid or whatever. Now I'm just like, yes, like I absolutely need the more powerful PS5 that can do much more stably, where 60 frames would not even be a question. Now the question would really be, how crazy can the resolution get? That would be very exciting to me. So I'm all about this machine, codename Trinity. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious about it. I definitely, I personally am not experiencing. I'll definitely get it, but like I don't know if I'll get it like right away. Like, because I feel personally like I haven't seen much in the games that I play. I don't think I've seen much hindrance quite yet. Like nothing that bothers me enough to be like, oh yeah, I'll jump out and get a new.
Oh, Final Fantasy 16 is that game for me.
Oh really?
Oh yeah.
You know what's weird? I thought it would bother me a lot more than it does, but it kind of just doesn't. Like, I think it reminds me a little bit of like Breath of the Wild in that way, where it's like I'm having such a good time with the game generally that like whatever frame hiccups there don't bother me to the degree that it would if I was playing a game that just didn't justify or didn't supplant that with a great experience. You know what I mean? I'm usually a stickler with that stuff, so it's bizarre to me that because I was waiting for it to get really bad, and so far in my entire playtime, I haven't really felt like it got really that bad. Like maybe like one or two places, but I don't know. That might just be a stroke of luck for me, but yeah, I don't know. I'm looking forward to these things. I think first of all, the sales numbers are really fucking good. It's clearly indicative of a really strong brand, and I think the anticipation of Spider-Man and all these, like, people understand that more things are coming. Spider-Man's going to be crazy. Like that's going to be the craziest boon probably that we've seen in quite a long time to any machine. I think I've personally talked to people who are specifically waiting for Spider-Man 2 to get their PS5s. And I
don't think Starfield will be that game. I feel like Starfield is being underestimated in terms of how many copies it's even going to sell. Like I think about Elder Scrolls 5 and I don't know. It just seems obvious that game's going to be absolutely massive.
I think it's going to be big, and I think it's definitely going to help them a lot. But first of all, that's going to be on PC, so it's not there's more avenues than one to get it. It's going to be on Game Pass, so there's probably a lot of sales that aren't really going to be there. And it's I don't think it's necessarily a fair point to compare it with Spider-Man, because Spider-Man as an IP is so universally. I mean, like I can't remember which one of you, but like earlier, one of you said in the show that like people who don't know anything about games are even talking about Spider-Man and how they're excited about it. So like, you know, that if you're not excited about games, I'll put it this way: nobody outside of the games industry is excited about Starfield, I don't think, or specifically outside of like the tech industry. Like I don't imagine you might be hearing about it once it comes out. It might be like a Skyrim situation where like, oh, it's going to come out and then suddenly your grandma's going to know what Starfield is. But like, I don't know if it's got the same, you know, just sheer broad appeal that Spider-Man does. It's going to be a very, very different game. And it's going to be a good boon for Xbox. But I mean, I know a lot of people just in my personal life, people who are like adjacent to games or are no stranger to games, who are like, I'm picking up a PS5 for Spider-Man 2 when that comes out. And they've held off this far specifically because of that. So I don't know. It's going to be big.
Yeah, I think Spider-Man's going to be big. I do think Starfield's going to be huge. I think we'll end up seeing how it does. But you're right about the PC thing. I would imagine most people will play Starfield on PC, but that's why I'm very curious to see how PC or just Starfield sells generally. Like I don't, in some sense, Starfield's a very ironic game because it both expresses deep value for Game Pass and at the other hand expresses why you don't need Game Pass. If you're going to play a game like Starfield, why wouldn't you just buy it and have it? That to me is the conundrum why I actually think the salvation of Game Pass will be smaller games. Not small games, but just smaller games than Starfield.
I think so too.
That it'll still...
like hi-fi rushes and stuff. I don't know. I think how I imagine it's going to go is a little bit how it went. Well, I guess not last time because it's not a direct comparison last time, but I would imagine that Starfield would end up being the more seminal kind of, like, I have a feeling Starfield is going to be like a big deal, like industry wide. Like, I feel like people are going to look back to it and be like, oh, fucking, that's crazy that was real. Spider-Man comparatively, I think is going to be like a way, way bigger splash. But I mean, it's, you know, Spider-Man's a great game, but it's not, you know, it's not Skyrim levels of influential or like seminal to the generation necessarily. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Dustin, do you want to speak on PS5 Pro?
Yeah, I'm very, very curious about this, particularly because when the initial rumors came out and when we were talking with Moore's Law is Dead, who was, I don't know if he was the first, but it was like him and Tom Henderson were really kind of beating the drum about this for a while ago. There's a lot of naysayers within the industry saying this wasn't going to happen. But now it seems clear that this is high probability that it will happen. And I think that this in particular, I wonder if it's going to be a problem for Xbox right now. Just there's a lot of conversation right now about the Series S. And I'm not going to be the guy that beats the drum about how Series S is holding back all the multi-platform games, because I'm not quite there. But we are seeing instances where developers are not happy to be making games for the Series S, or quite frankly, they just can't get their games working. Specifically, Baldur's Gate 3 is a big example where Sony kind of got that exclusive, not intentionally, but just because Microsoft has this thing where their games have to work on both. And so, and there was also that weird thing where Microsoft told the Digital Foundry guys that, oh, the Xbox Series X is the mid refresh. Did you see that? Where they were?
I saw that. Yeah, that's
it's
rough.
just, and they've made it clear that they don't want to do a better version of the Series X. And I just wonder if when PS5 Pro is out, if that vast gap is going to be even more odd, if that's going to cause more problems for them. But I think this is a PS5 Pro. I'm curious how it will do in comparison to PS4 Pro, just because I think there was a different mindset amongst a lot of gamers at the time, and that sure, there were people that were into frame rates and resolutions, but not like they are now. And we've brought them up a few times now, but I really do think a channel like Digital Foundry has had a major impact in a lot of ways amongst the very hardcore. And so I think it'll be the same in that PS5 Pro is not going to be an insanely high selling product like the original PlayStation 5, but I would imagine it would do better this time, in that there's just a lot more people that care about that kind of thing. And I think Sony knows that they're like, well, we can still have a cheaper, especially if the Slim comes out. I saw something that the Slim will use a smaller processor or something, which they're going to save money on because they can cut and get better yields from the silicon in that way. So at that point, they'll be able to lower the price of the standard PS5 maybe, and then have PS5 Pro for the hardcore, and kind of be able to have their cake and eat it too. And I think it's awesome. Particularly Final Fantasy 16 was an example where it's like, yeah, maybe too, just that in a lot of the early reportings about PS5 Pro, there was kind of an if this happens. And I think that, or at least what I would hope, is that Sony saw that, we did a lot of cross-gen games because of the problems, the issues with the supply and the pandemic, right? And people are really caring about performance now more than ever. And we've seen how games that don't come out with good performance or only have 30 FPS modes are kind of a problem. It becomes a big topic of conversation. You think about Plague Tale being a big one. And I wonder if that kind of seeing how people receive those games was like, yeah, we really should do this PlayStation 5 Pro, where we can give people an option, even if it is a minority, for a more powerful device that can give them 4K 60, or at the very least some kind of more consistent frame rate. So I just hope it's successful, and it does achieve that, where we are seeing it's like, yeah, this is the device. If you really, really care about 4K 60 locked, get this one. This is what it's for. I hope that's the case, because at least for us three, I think that sounds like a dream device.
I think that we also have no benchmark because Sony really never talked about PS4 Pro's sales. So the PS4 Pro was largely impossible to find, as you might recall. Like people just couldn't find them. Then there was a moment in time where you could only find PS4 Pros, and they became rare. They became scarce. They actually became somewhat valuable to some people. And so I think that they underproduced them because they were a little more expensive for them to make, and they were kind of exploring an interstitial console space, or the interstitial console space. But now I think you're right that they have a better plan to get better yields and to make things cheaper while making things more powerful, and this works in their advantage. I don't wish anything, I guess. I just hope that they talk about how this thing sells. I want to know what the interest in this console is, because I just think the space you were talking about Xbox's relative performance, right? And I just think the space is filled with so much just nonsense that you don't really know what's true and what's not and what's up and what's down. It's very similar to what I always say about the 2016 election and how it seemed like no one was voting for Trump, and then somehow Trump won that election because the reflection of reality is not social media. And the way people talk about some of these brands online, you think that they were just murdering PlayStation, but PlayStation's actually in a complete pole position right now. And I want to see what happens with PS5 Pro, and if there's like true interest there, or if there's just this more niche interest with enthusiasts. Although I would imagine that niche, just based on my own anecdotal evidence, that niche is growing in some sense. You would imagine that would have to be true, that people are seeing, understanding, and getting their arms around things. It's what I often say when I first saw sports on TV, on widescreen TVs at 720 in college. I was like, this is fucking insanity. And I couldn't believe it. It was sports that made me see the true vision of HD, the true vision of 16:9 and all these things. I just didn't care until I saw that. I was totally fine playing everything on my 4:3 TV and watching sports on all that until I saw it at the bar in 2005 or whatever it was. And I was like, I can never go back. And I had a similar experience with frame rate with games, to the point where Final Fantasy VI was, I said it, I'm not tuned into the shit at all, but you'll go back and listen to the first episode where we talked about playing Final Fantasy 16 and not having read any reviews and knowing, I noted, I was like, the motion blur in this game is just, on 30 frames mode is just something awful. And I know that they fixed it, but I'm tuned in more to those things, I guess I'm saying now. And so I want to see how it all plays out. But Dustin, let's stick with you and talk about Project Q. I'm curious what you make of this. This video is real. Unless it's a very sophisticated fake. I just don't believe that. So it could be, and it's getting easier to do that stuff, I guess, now. But the reason I believe it's real, as we've said before, is because the PS3 Slim leaked in a very similar way. Although the PS3 Slim at that time wasn't even announced. That's how weird that was. So we had no idea what the fuck we were really looking at. So to see this thing, it looks like it's an incomplete version of the handheld that turns on and goes to some like base operating system that's probably not going to be seen by the player. So what do you make of this video? And these photos, do you feel that this is real? Do you think that that's obvious? And what do you think about the unit itself?
It looks real to me, and it would make sense that it runs Android just as a base operating system. I'm curious to what extent they're going to reformat Android and make it, I guess I wonder how open it's going to be, whether they're going to reshape the Android OS so it's just, hey, all you can do on this is connect to your PS5 and stream. It kind of got me more interested, the idea that it has Android on it, because I was thinking, damn, maybe you'll be able to run some emulators on this thing. Maybe it'll have like a little bit of processing power in there that you'd be able to do some basic Super Nintendo games or something like that. I have no use for that. I have a Steam Deck. I have a Nintendo Switch. I have all kinds of stuff that I could mod or whatever and run emulators on. But as soon as I saw that Android OS, I thought, there might be a little hacking potential for this thing, and it would maybe make a neat little device for something like that. But I would imagine it's probably just it's a very early version of it that just doesn't have whatever kind of reshaped proprietary Android Sony OS for it. But it looks real. It didn't. Did you notice it didn't have the sticks on it? It was like very early. It wasn't even fully complete.
It seemed like it was almost like the shell. He took the shell off too, and you can see that it's just this. It seems very budget in some way. I think some people were saying the whole setup, but I just think it's incomplete, so we don't really know what the full vision of it is. Chris, what do you think about Project Q?
I actually talked to some people about this as well because I brought Steam Deck over to a friend of mine's house, and I didn't realize it was like it was told to be that like, hey, we're gonna have dinner if you want to come by. I was like, yeah, sure. And then it was like a bunch of people there. And I was like, all right, well, whoops. I didn't realize it was gonna be like a whole thing. But we got to talking about just games and portable systems, and like the Q Lite kind of came up. And they wanted to see the Steam Deck, and I showed it to them, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, this looks pretty crazy." And then they brought up the Q Lite specifically, the PS5 thing, and it's like, I don't know how I feel about that thing. And one of the people asked me, it's like, that's supposed to just like stream from the console, right? And I was like, yeah, that's kind of the design for it. And immediate disinterest when that limitation was kind of brought up. I think. I personally just don't understand the use case for it. Like I understand the hypothetical of like, oh, you're in the living room and your wife wants to use the TV or something, so you stream it to the Q Lite. I've never experienced that, so I don't know how common that would be. I don't know how attractive this is as a solution to that. I don't know. It does not interest me at all, this thing. Even with the slight hacking potential of it, like having Android, it's like, I mean, like Dustin said, like Steam Deck is right there, and it's I just, this feels, I have a really strong feeling like that this is not going to do well. Like my gut says that this is a very, very niche product, and maybe that's kind of the point, is that like they're not putting so much money into it specifically because they understand it won't do like gangbusters, but like off the heels of the PSVR, which I know is selling better than people think it is, but at the same time not as well as clearly they probably want it to be. Otherwise they would have said something about it. They would have been like, hey, look at, these are our milestones, these are our numbers on PSVR. I wonder what the guiding principle of a lot of these new proprietary pieces of tech coming out of PlayStation are, and what their distinct purpose is as far as like what they hope it does for the brand. Because I don't know if there's much of a market for the Q Lite outside of people who are like really curious about tech. And I mean, the VR is in a kind of a similar space with no support. So it's, I don't know. I'm left kind of confused by the Q Lite more than anything. But I think a lot of it depends on the price point.
This makes sense to me. I think that for me, it just lines up perfectly with something I need, which is I actually have that use case all the time where someone else wants to use the TV or whatever. And I love also just play. I don't want to play. I like the backbone. It's really cool, but it's just annoying that it's my phone because I want to use my phone. And I know that's very ADD, but I want to just, I want to have a device just to play games. And
totally,
then I can watch football, I can play a game, and I can also have access to my phone all at the same time. It is a very almost edge case, but it's something that I definitely want. The price is almost irrelevant to me just because I think that it would be such an essential piece to my, especially fall and winter time playing when so many sports are on and I want to just be doing other things on the TV, but I also want to be grinding in a role-playing game or spending my time more wisely to get through games that I need to play. So I think Project Q to me is very appealing. Dustin, do you want this thing?
No, I really don't need it. I think that when it comes out and we see it, I'll think it's cool. And there will be some part of my ape brain that wants new shiny toy. But this one in particular, I want to resist it. I just don't have a use case really. But I understand. I think, Colin, your use case makes a lot of sense. And I think there's a lot of people out there that have that kind of scenario. And that's the number one thing I see a lot of people when they talk about this. They say, well, why get this instead of a backbone? And it's exactly what you said about the phone, is that using your phone for that, always, like if you're in the middle of something and then a important text comes in, you got to hop out, and then is it going to keep the stream running when you pop out?
It's annoying. You have to constantly be reconnecting.
It's an awkward experience for sure. I think, I mean, I'm also coming from like a position where I don't have these use cases. I could be completely underestimating like how common that use case could be. Like totally, it's possible. But also like I have these proprietary handhelds that run things natively, and I can't imagine me wanting to use something that streams over. Like I can play Spider-Man Miles Morales on my Steam Deck, and it runs really well, like natively, and I don't have to worry about the internet. In fact, if the internet was completely gone, like it was for me all day yesterday, where there was like some huge outage, I could play Spider-Man Miles Morales on my Steam Deck the whole time and not have to worry about that stuff. And it's the reliance on internet for me that like really makes it a little bit less appealing than it otherwise. If it was like a designated PlayStation handheld, and I understand why they don't do this, I would be a lot more compelled to try it. But I guess it's just like I'm not in the market for it. Is it really just, it comes down to it being as simple as that, probably.
In some sense, it's this experimentation with devices is inherently Sony, just not necessarily PlayStation. Sony is a hardware company, and there is, I guess, in some way, as long as they can afford the R&D and the sunk costs of maybe some of these things not hitting properly, it's good for them to start doing different stuff. I do wonder if, I do feel like maybe it's a little much to assume, but because maybe there's just no market for something like this, but a portable PS4 would be an interesting device for them to mess with one day. Imagine a scenario where PS4 games just continue to get published for a long time. And it's not the AAA games, and there's kind of a sever, right? And then a lot of AAA games move on. But think about all the games that don't have to move on. And that could be released on a Steam Deck-like device. I don't know. We'll see.
In the era of like the Rogue Ally and Steam Deck, I think it's bizarre for them not to be in that. If they're going to be in the VR space, it's weird for them not to be in that space, because that space is so alluring. It is like an aha moment for a lot of people when they use a Steam Deck. Like it was for me, and it is for a lot of the people that have shown it to, where it's like, this is actually like really fucking cool. And I think limiting, I think maybe the way that PlayStation has been thinking about a handheld is like probably like different than the way that they probably should be thinking about it now. I think before they were worried like, oh, we can't make it small or compact enough and get the size out of it. It's like, dude, people are more than happy to have these giant fucking handhelds, like these Game Gear style, like enormous pieces of tech, if it can just do something really, really cool. I don't think anybody would mind a PlayStation that was like a portable PlayStation that was a little fucking bulky.
Yeah, there seem to be a different expectation with consumer electronics these days. I think as the 80s went into the 90s, I think people were impressed with things getting smaller and smaller. You think about the famous 80s calculator watch that everyone had and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just the fascination Game Boy and then Game Boy Pocket and things that were small getting even smaller. And then I think just from a layman's perspective, we even experienced this with phones, where phones were big and then they got smaller. But then, and that was both with, old phones, and then with smartphones, it was interesting because at first everyone thought they wanted them to be small. And that's what I think the original iPhones represented, where these kind of small. I went and looked at my iPhone 4 recently because I just found it in a box. I was like, wow, this thing is tiny, man. And I remember
it's crazy.
I remember wanting to being like, oh, this is probably like the perfect size. I couldn't imagine having a screen this big. And now you see some of people's phones. Some people got like there was probably a period 8 years ago or so where some people got comically big phones. You remember how big some of the, like where they were using iPads basically? Like there was
our
a
first
moment.
Interaction, Colin.
Was it?
It was our very first in real life interaction. Was you commented on my iPhone 6 Plus? Maybe you were like, that's too big. It was one of the first things that we when I met you at New York Comic Con.
But so it's because I remember that moment where some people would pull these things out. I'm like, that looks like low key looks like a tablet, or at best it looks like a Kindle or something.
Yeah.
And but what I'm saying is that there was a moment where smallness seemed to be okay. And then I think people understood, both from a consumer standpoint and from a technical standpoint, that if you could just conceive of a device a little bit bigger and a little bit more uncomfortable, or not uncomfortable, but just a little bit bulkier, more that you get more, that there's this understanding that you want more screen space, that you
Yeah, of course.
want better ergonomics and all these kinds of things that come with a little bit of a bigger device. And it's just been interesting from a layman's perspective and the outside perspective to watch that as things have kind of settled. And now being the smallest is not the best anymore. And now being the quaintest is not really necessary or important.
Yeah,
And
it's a different environment now, and I think I don't know. I still, by the way, feel like Sony is like good enough at like making tech that they could probably make something that's really, really bulky and really, really strong, and still probably the sleekest thing among that category of machine. I think that they have that capability of doing that. But, you know, I just feel like the expectation is different. It's like, I don't mind that the Steam Deck is heavy because I think, like, I'm not bringing, like, who the fuck is playing anything? Who the fuck is playing their PSP on, like, a bus? You know what I mean? Or like, in between, like, for 3 minutes on, like, in, like, an Uber or, like it just doesn't, people don't really do that anymore. And people didn't really do that back then either, because you have this big, lumpy fucking thing in your pocket that you got to worry about sitting on or breaking. Like, it portable handhelds outside of like maybe the Game Boy, you know, they were for like road trips or like going just moving around your house or like playing in bed. And I think that's what I'm experiencing most now with the deck is like, dude, if I had a PlayStation that did this, that I could just bring into my bed and I can play comfortably like in my bed, that would be enough for me to go buy one. Because that's such a nice option to have. I don't need to be able to bring it, walk down the street with it, playing it in the fucking sun when it's glaring off the screen at me where I can't see what the fuck I'm doing anyway.
Do you remember the Kojima game Boktai, where you had to play it in the sun?
Oh no, that's awesome.
It was a literal it was a cartridge. I think it was a Game Boy Advance game. It was a cartridge where you got literal sunlight, and so you had to go out. It was very weird.
That's so weird.
Yeah. BOK. For people who want to check it out, BOKTAI.
That is such a Kojima ass thing.
But this cycles into what I wanted to say as we exit this topic, this big central topic of our show today. Jack W. wrote in and said, "Hello, gentlemen. 40 million PS5 sold, PlayStation announced today. Knowing from leaks from the court cases projected new consoles in 2028, what do you think a realistic projection is for the PS5 lifetime? Also, with that new number, what are your sales projections for Spider-Man 2? Spider-Man 2018 was the highest selling PS4 game. We already kind of talked about this, so we don't need to talk about that. I didn't mean to cut into your question, Jack, so we'll only answer the first part. Realistic projection for PS5 lifetime, I think it would be reasonable to say that it will reach at least 100 million units sold. But the big thing that I want to know from you guys is how long do you think this thing will stay on the market? Because the reporting from Tom Henderson, and you know what, let me have a little asterisk here about this, by the way, before I even get into any further. Tom is doing something very confusing.
I was going to ask about this.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's happening?
I think he listens to the show sometimes, Tom. So if you're listening to this particular episode, I don't know who's giving you advice on the back end or what you're doing, but I think doing one website is kind of dubious in the modern era. Doing two websites in the modern era, you have to get on podcast. I've been telling him this behind the scenes when I've talked to him. Like, you have to get on YouTube, you have to get on podcasts or do streams or something and control your content that way. Otherwise, people are just going to cite your stuff like we're doing here and kind of rob you of the ability to both present it and analyze it on a product of your choosing. Websites are, I don't know what you're doing over there with the websites. That's just my advice.
What's the difference between the two websites?
I have no idea. I think he was saying something about one is supposed to be for leaks and one is supposed to be for tech, or I don't know what the hell, but the reality is that it's 2023 and you shouldn't be investing in websites. You got to get your personality out there. Otherwise, and we already have like a Jason Schreier type thing. Like, Jason Schreier's personality is not relevant at all to this industry. It's his news that's relevant to the industry. If you're cool living in that place, then that's fine. But I think, Tom, you could be doing so much more. So I wanted to just throw that out there. Am I wrong on this? I don't feel like I'm wrong.
I thought it was really confusing when I saw there's a second site.
It's mega confusing. It's absolute nonsense. So I don't know. I think I just don't think he understands I don't know who's giving him advice or working with him behind the scenes, but the fact that he doesn't have like a huge YouTube or podcast presence is indication, from my personal opinion, that he's getting bad advice. Maybe it will never work. Maybe there's like no place for some sort of like guy that comes in and gives you insider information and then kind of analyzes it and bounces out. Maybe that's just not a thing because you have to just be a personality first and foremost, and kind of your connections to that don't really matter. But I think you have a much better possibility of getting a good outcome by being in the audio video space, in my opinion. So Tom, if you're listening, I have no idea if you're listening to this, but if you are, that's my advice. But going back to his reporting from that other random website, Key to Gaming, that we have to now deal with as well. He was saying that the internal plan, according to his source or sources at Sony, says 2028 for PS6. This would be an 8-year cycle. This would be the same as PS3 cycle. And I think, right? Actually, no, it'd be longer than that. It was 2006 to 2013. That would be 7 years. I'm not very good at the mathematics. All right. So what do we think, Dustin, about and I'm looking at my notes here. I guess that's kind of the last thing I wanted to ask about was, what do you think about the end of the cycle and getting a new console? It seems like this one's going to last for a while. PS4 has lasted for a while and is going to continue to last, I think, for a while to come. I just think the games are going to trickle out, but why not just put your games on that console if you can? And so maybe they have a similar idea with PS5, where it'll be a more manageable long-term platform, a better investment for consumers, and maybe even more models in the future. Maybe this is not the last model. We'll see.
Yeah, I think 2028 sounds about right, because if the PS5 Pro is coming out next year, then that would put it a very literal mid-cycle refresh. And thinking about Super Nintendo, and back then, I mean, those cycles were only 5 years, right? Which now almost feels kind of short. So I think that now, in the day and age where we're not going from pixel art to 3D graphics to, the jump from PS1 to PS2, technology is the leaps are not as big as they used to be. So it makes sense that we're waiting a little more time between consoles, and we're just kind of getting a little boost in the middle. So I think 2028 is perfectly fine and makes sense from those court documents.
And Chris, do you agree with this assessment? I think as long as you have interstitial consoles, I'm all about it. I think it's totally fine to make the generation last.
Yeah, I think it's totally fine too. I would argue that it's probably better. Imagine if we already had to. Imagine if this was like the new console. You know what I mean? Like in like a year. Like that.
That was the original cycle of Xbox to Xbox 360. Was 4 years.
I know. It's bizarre now. Like, it feels weird to think about a console generation being that small, especially when you consider how long development is starting to run now, which is a problem that probably should be ameliorated regardless of how long the generation is. But, the fact is, like, you get like maybe one game from like a AAA studio per generation, probably. And I mean, like, fully dedicated to that machine. Like, maybe max. You might even have a lot of people who skip generations entirely if it was that quick. So, I mean, I don't mind the mid-gen refresh is, I think, totally acceptable. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I wonder. PS6 sounds so fake, but I guess so. But I guess PS5 sounded equally as ridiculous.
They all sound fake in the beginning, I think, going all the way back to PS3. I felt PlayStation 2 was the only one where we all kind of knew that was what it was going to be called, and then every time it would be like, are they really going to do it? I remember with PS4 especially, with the number 4, I guess, being unlucky in some parts of Japanese culture or something, but they ended up doing it. So I guess the mystery is a little bit abated now, but we'll get more used to it when the time comes. I think the other important thing to note, and this is vital, this is truly vital, is that PlayStation is an international business. And the international PlayStation business is driven in a lot of emerging markets by still PS4. And it was only, 2 quarters ago? So actually only one quarterly report ago before that, where there were still, it was, in other words, the lines on the graph finally crossed, where there were more PS5 users that month than there were PS4 users. It would happen 2 quarters ago. And I think that's really notable and important, and shows that consoles need to stick around, because even though that the lines crossed, it still means that you have tens of millions of people playing on PS4, and they look at that and they're saying, they're probably in their mind planning, saying we'll do interstitial consoles, maybe one, maybe two, and then we'll launch a new one and try to support this thing as long as possible. And that's why I think it's not unbelievable to think that they would make some sort of portable PS4 to compete, not even to compete with Steam Deck, but it's just an interesting idea, notion. And could it be, what about this? What about a portable PS4 that plays native PS4 games and streams PS5 games?
Yeah, there you go.
So like it was native for everything but up to PS4. Imagine they got backwards compatibility working on PSP, fully not with ports, and Vita, PS3 obviously native, and they got all of that working on a device that worked up to and through all of the PS4 games natively, and then streamed PS5 games. Would that be possible? I assume so.
The thing to me is like, I feel like, I mean, I feel like it would sell better than PSVR is. I feel like the market for that is bigger. Like I think so for sure. On a base level, like and that's what kind of confuses me about a lot of this stuff is where it's like they really go hard in the paint for PSVR, except for the support, which is there for Horizon. Horizon Call to Mountain, and that's about it. But then you have this hypothetical column, this portable machine that I feel like would do really, really well. And I feel like a lot of people, it wouldn't sell nearly as many units as the PS4 did or anything, but it would sell pretty appreciably. And if you could find a way to make something like that for a relatively low cost, I'm just kind of confused that it's not happening.
Yeah, it's on one hand, you can see with just even my stupid tech eyes can see that PS5 is made pretty cheaply, or not the PS5, the Projekt Q. Is at least what we saw. It's like, it's not like breaking the bank right there. It might be even cheaper than we understand that it's going to be in some way. And we have to understand that the premise of selling consoles is to sell games, and that you don't really make games or make money selling consoles. So even if they were to make and sell 5 million of these hypothetical PS4s, these portable PS4s, and they made $50 on each of them, it's like, they don't give a shit about that. As long as unless it's pushing PS Plus subscriptions, unless it's pushing like legacy software. So I think from that perspective, they would have to justify it. But wouldn't that be cool to say Projekt Q was basically just a portable PS4 that streamed PS5 games? So it still did exactly what Projekt Q does. Yeah. It just does a bunch of other stuff natively. That would have been cooler. Maybe we'll get that. That sounds expensive though. I mean, it doesn't sound this. I don't want to say the cost of the Projekt Q is going to be incidental, but compared to what I just described, it would be. I mean, you would imagine that a portable version of the PS4 would cost as much as the PS5, if not more, right? So that's kind of a hard thing to position. Yeah, if the PS5 is about to go down to $400 probably with the new model, right? Like that's going to be the baseline is $400, and then you'll buy the drive if you want. So selling something that plays old generation games for $500 is just also just weird.
Well, it could be comparable to Steam Deck in that if Steam Deck, and I was trying to remember this, some people, at least articles have said that Steam Deck is somewhere between PS4 and PS4 Pro power, and a base Steam Deck is $400. So you could maybe make a comparable.
That's interesting. Well, that's also interesting just because Valve probably doesn't have nearly the economy of scale that Sony does, that has access to too, so they can make things cheaper, much cheaper. Like Sony making a Steam Deck would be much cheaper than Valve making the Steam Deck. Yeah. And then Steam Deck's done pretty well, right? It sold over 1 million units, right?
I honestly don't know what the sales are for Steam Deck.
Which is awesome. I mean, that's pretty amazing. Valve isn't an electronics company. Like they're not an electronics company. That they like just do these random pieces of electronics that work is so interesting to me because it's really hard.
Yeah,
to
Valve
make something.
sold 1.62 million apparently.
Nice. Yeah, and that's it's what I've said in the past about why there are so few new car companies. Like there are just some things that are really difficult to do, and making something is really hard. So like Valve is probably one of the most impressive companies in that regard. Probably one of the smallest companies that has a mass market sophisticated piece of electronics, actually, wouldn't you think? Like think about all the behemoths that make tech. Valve is much smaller than them. All of them.
Right. Yeah, the Steam Deck is just an interesting piece of kit because they kind of built their way up to it by making much smaller hardware and making their own controller. They kind of gathered all these different, learned all these different things, and then it culminated in the Steam Deck, which is pretty cool. But it's you're right that Sony would theoretically be able to make something a lot cheaper than them just based on their
And
manufacturing prowess.
And better. Like Sony's engineers are certainly much better. You know, I mean, that's not an insult to anyone. It's just like that's necessary when you're a company that's constantly making things. So, yeah, I would be interested to see how that would work out. I wonder what their intent is. I really just think that software is ultimately the name of the game, and they just need to get people on PlayStation Network buying games, subscribing to PS Plus, all of that, where the money is actually generated. So whatever helps them do that, I think they will do. But a lot of hypothetical, interesting questions. I mean, we're nearing, not so much this year, of course, next year, probably the halfway point of the PS5's true life cycle, which is kind of sad and scary when you think about it, because it just seemed like yesterday that we were waiting for it to come. And getting it that fall of 2020, and now here it is. All right, number 2. This just broke overnight, actually, and I wanted to get through all of this and give this stuff its shine. We make fun of PlayStation a lot on the show, but there's no doubt the firm is doing a great job in a number of areas. And one understated area of high performance is extracting big, notable games from emerging markets, exchanging timed exclusivity for funds and attention. As we recently reported on this very show, Sony is in the midst of launching a so-called India Hero project to get AAA games from the Indian market to PlayStation. But of course, this entire move actually began with the China Hero project, launched before COVID began and much discussed on this show. Indeed, you would know some games that have come from China Hero before, such as 2021's Metroidvania Fist, Forged, and Shadow Torch from TI Games, 2022's side-scrolling Anno Mutatium from Thinking Stars, 2022's horror adventure game In Nightmare from Magic Fish Studio, and even the 2019 second-party PSVR game Immortal Legacy: The Jade Cipher from Viva Games. The key to all the team names noted there, amongst others, is that they're Chinese, and this is great, as that society is undoubtedly teeming with creativity that the world should see. As such, and reported by ever-reliable website Gamatsu, Sony had another event in recent days in China, celebrating new games coming to PlayStation hardware from Chinese studios it has ostensibly discovered. All 3 games are action RPGs from different Chinese teams, and some of them are far off. One isn't coming out until 2027. Perhaps the most notable game of the 3 is The Winds Rising, which comes from TI Games, a stalwart PlayStation partner that, as we mentioned earlier, already collaborated in the form of Fist, Forged, and Shadow Torch. According to Gamatsu, the game, quote, follows the journey of a girl from a peaceful village who embarks on a grand adventure after she encounters a lost monster cub, which affects the rise and fall of her entire kingdom. Her fate is in the player's hands. Players can look forward to a refreshing and smooth combat experience, immersive and captivating story, and a world of ever-changing adventure, end quote. Second up is a title called Daba, Land of Waterscar, which hails from a developer called Darkstar. Darkstar actually published a game with indie publisher Neon Doctrine back in 2018 on PS4, an action game called Sinner Sacrifice for Redemption. Their new game, Daba, quote, tells the story of a humanoid clay puppet. When the world is on the verge of collapse, the puppet traces the whereabouts of the water fragments within the ancient city, and throughout their journey of defeating enemies and seeking answers, unravels the story of the world and oneself. The game features various landscapes, including abandoned ruins, a magnificent ancient city, gloomy prison, vast rift valley, expansive snowfield, deadly forest, and a floating city. Non-linear levels are interconnected, distinct, and intricate, end quote. The final game of the bunch, the one actually dated 2027, is called The Godslayer from Pathia Games. Pathia is currently working on another game called My Time at Sandrock, which is slated for release on PlayStation platforms, and it's not yet out, hence this one's long dev cycle. The Godslayer is described as, quote, an open-world action RPG featuring a highly immersive gameplay system and story experience, allowing players to enhance their abilities through battles and world exploration, and the ultimate goal of defeating enemies and saving the world, end quote. I wanted to just read this out. I don't know if you guys have anything to say about these games, and I'll go to you and let you say whatever you like, but I wanted to just continue to give a shout out to Sony for kind of extracting games from unusual markets for AAA games as we understand them on console, because I think it's just first of all, it's just really smart. It's very intuitive and entrepreneurial to get involved with some of these teams. I don't think that any of the Chinese teams would be targets for acquisition, because I don't think you want to own a team in China, but because I think that's just too complicated. But you continue to work with these teams and bring some of their games out, and you might even stumble on something really big. Although some of these games like Forged and Shadow Torch and others, people really like. So I wanted to just give them a shout out. It makes me eager to see what they're going to get out of India. They're still going through, I think, this is, I think, the 3rd generation of games or the 4th even generation of games from China Hero. We're still waiting on the 1st generation of India Hero games. So Dustin, I'll go to you first. Did you get a chance to look at any of these, and are any of them to your liking?
Yeah, I saw the one of them has a trailer that actually has a lot of gameplay in it, and definitely very Souls inspired looking gameplay for that one, which just made me think like, man, is there any developer that has inspired games more than From Software in the past 2 decades? I don't think
it's pretty
so.
nuts.
Just it's almost kind of at this point, it's like, man, it feels like so many games are at least.
I mean, I would
having some elements.
I would say it's a different with a different tinge of sincerity, but Ubisoft is probably up there, honestly.
Oh,
like
man.
in all seriousness, like that open world formula is unfortunately very, very, very common.
That's true.
It's just getting lame because I just think that, again, that name is starting to turn me off, or that moniker, because doesn't that imply difficulty?
Oh, Souls-like?
Yeah.
To some people, yeah.
I mean, Souls-like there is a difficulty is implied, but I do think when I think of Souls-like, I think of like, okay, bonfires, reset enemies, and things like that. Like I don't necessarily,
too, yeah.
I don't necessarily go immediately to difficulty, although it is a facet of it. It might be like the third thing that I go to.
Yeah, I had no idea this one team, Pathia, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're working on that My Time at Sandkick or Sandrock. Sandrock, yeah. I had no idea that the My Team, is it Portia?
Portia?
Portia. I don't know if it was Portia or Portia. I had no idea that was a Chinese team, and I know that a lot of people enjoyed that game. It's kind of a somewhat of a Stardew Valley type game that involves farming, but also some different action elements as well. So yeah, cool to see them being involved as well, just because I know that game's been floating around. But
it seems absurd to announce that so early. 2027. I mean, think about how much time that is between now and then.
Well, that was the thing. When I clicked initially, you had the article that had the three different articles listed. There was the trailer for one. The other one was a teaser that was basically nothing. And then the other one didn't have anything other than some screenshots. So a little bit premature, maybe, but I guess it's good to just get it out there, I guess, in some cases when it's these smaller games.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're all action RPGs. You would think that you would want to have a little bit more variety, because the way China Hero works is that games are kind of submitted, and then you get various, you can, it's the same thing with India Hero, where games are submitted and then you're kind of given different amounts of money. You might be given marketing, you might be given X, Y, or Z. And so like they have choices, and it makes you wonder if that's all that's being submitted. Chris, are you interested in any of these Chinese games?
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they manifest and how they come out, and like I'm actually really curious about how they'll run, because like every single game that I've seen come out of China, well, specifically like the big ones, like I think about the one that's based on Odyssey to the West. What the hell is that? Oh my god,
Genshin Impact?
No, it's
Odyssey to the West.
Oh my god, yeah, Wukong. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like that looks really beautiful. And a lot of these games kind of, I mean, granted, there was only that one Souls-like game that has the large sections of gameplay in it, so it's really the only one we can get a feel for. Everything else seems like a little bit of a teaser trailer, but like they seem like they're on some next level shit, and I'm curious.
I'm just thinking it's so funny that I said that Genshin Impact was based on Journey to the West, which I'm reading is a 16th century Ming Dynasty Chinese novel.
Yeah,
I should know that. Like
Odyssey. What is it?
Yeah, Black Myth Wukong is the game you're talking about.
Yeah.
And it comes from a Chinese studio named Game Science. Summer 2024. Only with a PC release announced so far. I thought it was announced for PlayStation, but I guess not.
Yeah, me too. But I don't know. Like, I'm curious how they'll run. I'm curious how good they end up being. It's really cool and smart of Sony to be doing this. Yeah, I don't know. I'm honestly like more curious about these than I am with a lot of Western games, just because the perspective seems like inherently so separated from ours that I'm just genuinely curious about it.
All right, let's get into number 3 quickly. It's time once more to discuss new PlayStation Plus games, this time for PS Plus Essential, the core version of the service that all PlayStation Plus subscribers inherently have. And the trio of games on offer this month are interesting for sure. The most interesting game of the bunch is undoubtedly PGA Tour 2K23, the HB Studios developed 2K published golf game that launched in mid-October of last year. Take-Two has been trying to get the PGA Tour games annualized again, buying HB Studios outright a couple of years ago to this end, though the previous game in the series before this one was actually PGA Tour 2K21. Second up is the Acid Nerve developed action-adventure game Death's Door, which launched on PS4 and PS5 in November of 2021. Death's Door was critically acclaimed in the high 80s on Metacritic. Finally, Sony is releasing first-party Media Molecule-developed engine/game Dreams for all audiences, likely as one last hurrah, particularly for those who took the time to make things on the service, which barely anyone played. As you may recall from a previous episode, Dreams is essentially being discontinued from active support in September, and though you'll still be able to buy the game and play it, and while everyone's creations will remain online, Media Molecule will finally be moving on to another project. The last AAA game they released was 12 years ago when they launched Little Big Planet 2 on PS3. All three of these games will be available to all PS Plus subscribers beginning August 1st, and you'll have until September 4th to add them to your download list if you want to play them some other time. In other words, be sure to claim them. Finally, a parting note for those with the higher two PS Plus tiers, Extra and Premium. Upcoming RPG Sea of Stars, set for launch on August 29th on PS4 and PS5, will be available as part of your subscription at those two higher tiers. This is notable for two reasons. The first and more obvious reason is that Sony rarely has day one releases on PS Plus, never from internal teams and virtually never from external teams. But they're happening with more regularity, and this is another example. The more interesting facet, however, is that this is the first game ever that will launch simultaneously on both PlayStation Plus and Xbox's rival Game Pass. Though it's important to note that a vast majority of people subscribed to PS Plus are the so-called essential level, and Sea of Stars will not be available at that tier. I do think I want to underline that because the way I've seen people talk about this, I think there's some confusion that this game is not available to all PS Plus users, and I think it's something like 3 out of 4 PS Plus users are not. At those two higher tiers, I'm happy to buy Sea of Stars. I'm very, very excited about that. But good for them for getting the what is that? Sabotage Studios. Good for them for getting the bag from both sides, mitigating the risk entirely of the game being launched, I would assume. Any thoughts here on these games, Dustin?
I'm not interested in PGA. Death's Door, I played and beat this game. Just all right. A lot of people really like it. I thought it was just okay. And Dreams, we've talked a lot of shit, and I think justifiably, but if you can check it out for free, this is absolutely worth checking out for a night and seeing what people have created insane shit on there. It's definitely very cool. So you should do that. You should absolutely check out Dreams for a night or two. It's not going to give you much more than that, but if you already have PlayStation Plus, then I highly recommend going and seeing what's available on there. Just some of it's just funny and weird. So check out Dreams. Give it a fair shake. Though, like I said, it's not going to hold you for very long.
Yeah, they're actually releasing. I'm not even going to bother reporting on it here, but I saw on Push Square that they're even releasing some new content or whatever, like with this Dreams. Like there's some new internal game that will go out with the PS Plus.
Oh,
version.
It's the train one.
Yeah,
that looked kind of cool.
Yeah, but it's like, what are you guys doing? This is what I was saying. I actually did an episode of Destin Lake Aries show that'll go live, I think, in the coming days. And we talked for about 2 hours about a lot of different things. And I think this topic came up where I was just saying, what was the point of doing this out of order like this? What are you doing? It's just what a disaster Dreams was, man. It can't be. I don't care how cool it was when you played it or how nice of an idea it was on paper. It's really not relevant when you have no idea how to market it and no idea how to treat it and no plan for its treatment at all. And the fact that they're letting you, like with the final user agreement update, finally migrate things off of it at the end, as opposed to having that in the first user agreement at the beginning, is a sign that they really did not understand what could have made this thing run. It never had a prayer. It never had a prayer at all. What a waste of time. I don't care that we sound mean about Dreams. It's just, it was such a stupid idea. It took Media Molecule off the board for so long. Media Molecule really should have released probably 3 games in that period of time. You know,
it's a shame.
It's just
the
a
train
waste.
game looks cool though.
Well, I'm glad they
I'm
did the
just
train
saying.
game. Yeah, I'm glad. The thing about the train game, though, yeah, I did. The thing about the train game, though, is that there should have been a plan to export these things from the very beginning to actual games on PSN. You know, like let people make money, make a. It's just who cares?
I agree with you. I'm just trying to take the trailer of the train game at face value that it looks fun. I agree with all that you're saying about Dreams, but I think it's important to say that something that looks fun and cool is cool regardless, and that train game looks cool.
All right. Let's move on. It's time to get to listener inquiries.
Yes.
6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. We could not do it without your support over there. You get early ad-free access, the ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, access to Sacred Symbols Plus, our supplemental podcast twice a week that adds much more runtime to this show with lots of different topics, reviews, and discussions, interviews, and so on. So thank you for that. Let's start with Bruce, the genetic jackhammer rando, who said, hey, CDC, every week it seems console war fanboys dominate my social media feed, and every week they have a clip of Sacred Symbols to push the narrative that you three are Sony shills. Real fans know better, and I know you're mostly off social media, but do you see this getting to a point where it's actively damaging your business and or mental health of your fellow podcast hosts at Last Stand? I can't speak to the latter because I'll let everyone speak for themselves, but I was concerned that it was bad for the business at first, but I realized that that's not really true. It just seems to draw more people to the show. And I wanted to kind of try to micromanage how people perceived things and for things to be fair and all of that. But I just realized I can't control any of that. So I think I'd probably feel differently if I think it did manifestly affect the brand, but I don't see any evidence of that. So you could have like a feeling of something, but if it doesn't play out in the numbers, now maybe it's possible that we're growing for different reasons. And so that growth is actually stymied by the people we're losing because we're getting clipped out. But I don't think that that's the case. I don't really hear very much about that. And I watch enough stuff online, like just various like videos that are circulated about just different topics, all politics, whatever the case might be, where you really have to take it at face value and understand that it probably isn't a holistic view of something. And I think most people that watch that stuff, even if they enjoy it and it kind of gets them off from a fanboy perspective, I think they understand inherently that it's not fair. And so they don't really probably objectively hold it against the content. So that's the way I feel. I don't know if you have anything you want to say, Chris.
Well, no, I was going to say, like, I mean, I the entire social media sphere just sort of feels, and maybe this is just me, but I'm so detached from it that I don't see any of this. I am not in the circles where like our show is being clipped out of content. The only reason I'll ever see it is when it'll be like thrown into the Discord or something, or like maybe one of us will like it on Twitter and I'll see that. I don't come across it diegetically. And I would also imagine that anybody who's coming to the show with the expectation that the out of context clips are like a definitive, holistic view of the show is probably going to the show, giving it a shot, understanding that either maybe they don't like it, but it's not what they thought it was, or they come to it and they realize it's not what they thought it was, and then they like it. So it's, I mean, it just sort of works.
Yeah.
It just sort of works out because we're definitely not shills. It's hysterical.
Well, I think
people thought the opposite a few months ago. When we were doing clips on the main channels, the clip where we were basically shitting on Sony for 5 minutes because they were remaking The Last of Us. Everyone hated us then for being the opposite. Now they hate us. It's like, I'm going to hate you no matter what.
But that's the thing. It's like, I think that evidence of that exact kind of behavior is so abundant on this show that like you really have to deliberately decontextualize clips to make it seem that we're that way. So
that's exactly right. That's why I realize like it's like painful to see that kind of stuff at first and being brought into that culture. And then you realize you can't control it and it doesn't really matter. It's actually a compliment that people obsess over the things we say. I mean, I don't know what anyone is saying on other shows because I don't watch or listen to them, and we don't make that kind of content. And I said that on a recent appearance I did on another show where I said, I don't want to be known for making that kind of adversarial content that goes after just random content creators for their opinions. Like, who cares? I want to go after people in positions of power that make decisions that affect us or deliver shitty games or prey on their employees or whatever. Like, those are the people that I want to use my power, any limited amount of power I have with my audience, to kind of bring attention towards. So I think that once I realized that, I think that combined with the fact that the company's just growing doesn't seem to have that effect. But maybe I'm not reading it right and we're being hurt optically by it. I don't know. I just know that I can't really control it. I'm also not the kind of person. I've never once done this where like, I know if people are using your footage, you can like copyright strike people and do all that. I've never, or like, no, I don't know if that's the terminology, but claim them and stuff like that. And I've just never done that either. I just think that that's kind of part of being online. So because trying to mitigate their own ability to respond to you is kind of likewise mitigating their ability to respond and exercise their own freedom of expression. I just don't know why they care so much about what we think. And I guess you can only kind of take that as a compliment. The show is certainly like a major thought leader in the PlayStation space, but I don't want to be a thought leader in like the adversarial space. And
it's a weird, it's a weird.
Yeah.
You know how I knew, like I knew Defining Duke had made it because like a clip of them talking out of context with some dude being like really angry, like made it across my feed completely independently, and I was like, they've made it. That's successful. You just make people mad for no reason.
I know I'm not seeing everything because sometimes when people will tag me in something, that's how I see it. But then sometimes things pop up in the For You tab on Twitter, and that's where I see a lot of the stuff pop up or people respond.
You mean on X?
X, I'm sorry, on X.com.
Get it right, bro.
And so, Dustin, I want to get you in here though. See how you feel. Yeah, see how you feel about this.
Yeah, well, I was the most recent target of a clipping of this show on my talking about Phil Spencer last week. Oh,
interesting.
Was a major target.
Well, we said that Xbox's leadership should be replaced by Activision's leadership.
No, it was basically me saying that Phil Spencer needs to stop acting like he's Mother Teresa with games. Yeah. Which I still stand by that. I stand by all of it. And so when this popped up, someone posted it in the middle of the night, and then I started getting tagged in it. And when I woke up, I just immediately muted the conversation and then went on with my day and did not think about it after that until later. There's always one fucking moron that will go and see that, and then they'll click my profile, and they responded to my last 5 tweets about me being a pony. That's a little annoying if you're going to be that much of a troll, but it's like, whatever. The thing for me in that I want to act like I don't think about them. I sometimes don't always succeed in that, you know. Sometimes they can get under your skin and respond to your top 5 tweets, but it's like the Don Draper. I don't think about you at all. Mute it and just move on, because I feel like if we interact, and this was a conversation we had a few weeks ago about whether we should interact with these people. It's like these people, their audience is in the hundreds, and I know this might sound arrogant to some people, but Sacred Symbols is in the tens of thousands. It's not even on the same level in any way. So why would we waste our time interacting with these morons that are, as I've said many times, and I will proudly say, making bottom feeder content, the absolute lowest quality bullshit. They're just not even worth entertaining.
I also just don't think a lot of these people play games. And that's a big thing that bothers me too. I just want to focus on the content, like the games themselves, and not worry about the stuff. And it's important to kind of remain in the mind frame that you got to just remain consistent and not reciprocate in any, in ways. Like sometimes it would be easy to swing back, especially with a platform much bigger like ours. But I think that it's interesting because I do have this, and I said this on, I think I said this on a recent episode where I was talking about, I do have a very morbid curiosity about some of these people on Twitter, like that keep popping up. Like I'm very, from a total journalistic standpoint, I'm very curious. Like, don't you want to know who some of them are? Aren't you interested to know, like, what do you do with your day? Like, who are you? Who do you have a family? Do you have a job? And I'm not talking about some of the YouTubers, like the random social media stars with 5 or 10,000 subscribers or followers, where it's like, I am really curious about you. I must admit, like, I really am. I know it probably feeds into the energy that keeps them going, but I can't help it. There is like a real curiosity about wanting to know, why are you like this? Like what? And the one thing I wanted to say in exiting, and I'll throw it back to you guys if you have anything you want to say in exiting as well, is just that being called a shill is kind of strange because that has a very specific definition. What am I shilling for? What gain am I getting? When I talk positively or negatively about something, like what specifically am I gaining as a shill? That doesn't really make any sense. Like you would be able to point to what it is I'm earning or getting out of that. In fact, I think by speaking my mind and being earnest, I get a lot more grief than I otherwise would be to just keep it more vanilla, but I don't. So that word implies payment or benefit or something, but we don't do endemic advertising. We have no relationships with publisher developers. I don't understand what I could possibly be shilling towards, you know?
But Colin, that's what these people do. That's how they have their success, is that they just lean into their base and say whatever stupid shit helps their side. And especially now that you have sites like X, which are paying people to just feed into people's personalized algorithm of their own little thought bubble, whether it's Xbox, PlayStation, politics, whatever, that, yeah, there's definitely incentive to feed into that. But again, while it is a pool that you can gain from, it's not as big as a big pool like Sacred Symbols being huge. It's like, yeah, you can win the audience of these hardcore fanboys and maybe get a few, like 1,000 subscribers or something like that. And that's an easy route, but it's only going to take you so far. So that's the thing where I'm saying it's like, that's their mindset, is this little bubble, and why personally we should stay as far away as possible from these people. Just, it's like, I feel like it would hurt us from just like a quality standpoint, from a viewpoint. It's like, you remember, like,
what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I'm just saying, like, you've always talked about trying to talk to them and stuff like that. I'm like,
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier, is I have a very big journalistic curiosity in this. Like, it can never meet my expectation. Like, I know no matter what I expect, I'm going to get something different. That's what's so fascinating about it. I don't know.
It's like when we heard Twisted Metal was going to Peacock, you're like, oh, that's kind of devaluing the brand, a PlayStation brand, to go to a lower tier streaming. Or if a PlayStation was like, hey, we're doing a Resistance show on Crackle, you'd be like, ooh, why are they associating with Crackle? Last Stand doesn't need to associate with console war level people or be on their content or have them on our content. Because that's a major devaluing. When, like I said, sounds douchey, but we're talking hundreds versus tens of thousands.
Well, I went on a show recently where the dude has talked a ton of shit about me, but I still tried to, it didn't come up at all during the show, and I just tried to make my own argument, and I think I did. I mean, I went and read the comments, and most of his audience agreed with me. So it's almost like, in some way, it's kind of fun to go around to other shows once in a while and just peel people off too, because I definitely did. Like, when you're presented with a comedic version of someone, it almost doesn't benefit them to invite me on a show like that, because I'm going to prove them wrong simply by virtue of what they've fed to their audience and what I'm really like, and how I can really defend my points of view and speak about the industry in an authoritative way. So I think it's a risky game, right? But I'm fairly good at it, and I don't want to do that content as a rule, but I want to be open. I want to be perpetually open to anything, generally speaking, that I think would be interesting content for us to deal with. But the whole clipping out culture is, I just don't know that it has much of a bearing on us. But maybe someone has some sort of metric, positive or negative, that they can share with me. That would be, because I don't see it all. We're not tagged in most of it. So it's like, how are you going to see it? And that's why I say, like, whenever I see something, it always comes up in that quite insidious For You tab that I feel like is engineered to get you angry, in my opinion. Like, at least it gets me angry when I read it. And then I wonder, I'm like, why am I? That's why you got to step back. I really continue to highly recommend it. It's almost like, it's what you said when you were getting clipped out, and I didn't know that was happening to you. It's like, if you're not online reading it, then it really doesn't affect your life. You know, as long as it's not some catastrophic cascading effect of something horrible happened or whatever. If someone's just making fun of you, you kind of have to just grin and bear. People are always making fun of me, right? But I don't have to make that kind of content. I don't have to debase myself by making that kind of content. And that's kind of the best part. That must be a pretty miserable life, making that kind of content. You have to constantly, it's being like a partisan in politics. You have to constantly go with, it's like there are people that have to defend Joe Biden. Like, can you believe that? It's the same thing as being crazy and defending Donald Trump. Like, there are people that are so in the tank that you have to just do it, you know?
Right.
And I just want to be my own person, and I'm also not mean spirited. And I do think you have to have a certain mean spiritedness to do that kind of content. And I'm just not, I'm not mean. I'm just not a mean person. I'm not.
It just shows that these people have nothing interesting or original to say. The only thing they can do is react to a show like this or defining Duke or whatever, and try and just like I said, feed off that. That's all they know how to do. And I don't know. I guess it has its audience, but I hope people pick up on that. That it's just like
they do, and it's a small audience, dude. It is a small. And I don't mean that our audience is not huge either. I'm not trying to insult anyone, but you know, an episode of Sacred Symbols between YouTube and podcast services and Patreon is doing no less than 50,000 or 60,000 individual people listening to every episode. You know, so and that's on like a normal or even a bad episode. It can get much higher than that depending on the episode. And so we're talking about different groups of people. And I also think that the number and these are the numbers that people see out there too. And I think that allows them to take us seriously or more authoritatively, is that a view is cheap and like a like is cheap, but 13,000 plus people paying you for your content every month, I think says something about it in a field where everything is free, and that like there's so much content and people still are like, I would rather pay for better content.
Right. And
isn't that so interesting though? It's like I think about that all the time for the things I pay for, where it's like I would rather have, no matter, there's so much bullshit out there that I would rather just pay to have the best quality podcast, the best quality whatever, and not have to sift through all that kind of shit. And that is the real compliment. So there are shows that get much more traffic than us, but not nearly as much financial support. And I would rather have the latter. So
right. And I want to be clear. I know you're not saying this, and I know you don't think this, but I want to be clear to the audience. I'm not trying to diss anyone that gets a low count of views. I think there's a lot of great shows that deserve more views. I'm specifically just talking about people that
we get too many views.
Yeah, people that design their content around shitting on other creators or creating, you know, sides in a hobby that's just about entertainment. Fuck off. Like that's just stupid to me. So I just want to be very clear about what I mean by that.
Yeah, totally. And by the way, I said it a few weeks ago, I remain open to being invited on these various podcasts, and taking them one at a time and seeing like what the opportunities were. I'm completely capable of defending my points of view. And I think it's actually fun to do it in an adversarial position, especially when I think a lot of the people that talk shit don't know the first goddamn thing that they're talking about. And that could be easily exposed as well. So let me know. You can always get in touch with Dustin actually, and he'll let me know. Justin Black wrote in and said, how is it hanging, CDC? I was having a discussion with my friend the other day about how retro is defined. According to Google, retro is defined as anything that has reached at least 20 years in age. In gaming, my friend defined it as at least 15 years old and at least 2 generations apart from the current. So I'm sitting here thinking, is the PS3 and Xbox 360 generation considered retro? If that's the case, then their entire catalog become retro as well. That would mean games like The Last of Us, GTA 5, and Destiny are all considered retro games. It makes you feel doom and pendingly old. How do you guys define retro in reference to gaming? Thank you, Justin, for writing in. Chris, let's go to you. What do you think about the definition of retro? Where does your mind go when you think about that? Because my mind still goes to the 90s and before. I still have a really hard time considering the PS2 and beyond, or Xbox, whatever, as retro, even though I guess by definition they are retro machines. It's just hard for me to grapple with that reality.
Yeah, I was having this conversation a little bit on, or a conversation adjacent to this on the Snark Tank about when does something become classic rock? Is American Idiot classic rock? Like, you could make a pretty compelling argument that there's some songs on there that are like absolutely like more in classic the vibes song. Of like, huh? Well, it's that's
classic. Like people, that's like a song. If you look at 2004,
right?
That's right. A song that's gonna pop up.
Right.
So,
it is a classic rock song, but is it classic rock? And that's kind of like a similar thing that's happening. Whereas classic rock is like, you know, like what would you think? Like Eagles and like that kind of stuff, where it's like very specific. And, you know, I think retro is a little bit more flexible in that sense, where it's not genre specific. So I would say, like, I mean, my mind goes to like N64, PS1, NES, SNES when it comes to when I think of retro. But I also know that, yeah, I mean, I would say I at this point that, yeah, Halo 2 is a retro game at this point. Absolutely. Especially when you consider just how different things are today. Like, it's not just about like how old something is necessarily, but just like the design language is so different. Like you think about like how a lot of early console games were kind of designed with the arcade design model in mind, which is like, we're going to make these impossibly hard because that's what works in the arcades to feed quarters. And like, so you have this one game that might be only like 30 minutes long, but it's going to last you a really, really long time because it's impossibly hard. And that kind of feeds off the arcade design. And you look at, when I see a game with a single player campaign and a tacked on multiplayer, there is something about that is inherently like retro to me, because that was very emblematic of a very specific point in time in game development that was far enough away to be considered old, but also it's completely unique to that period. That tacked on multiplayer is gone now. In fact, there are games now that don't even have campaigns. Some games that have tacked on single player campaigns, you could argue. So I don't know. I don't think it extends necessarily to the software, though. Like I would say if you played Destiny 1, if you went back and grabbed an Xbox 360 and played Destiny 1, like the original Xbox 360 Destiny 1 game on Xbox 360, I think that qualifies. I don't think Destiny is a retro game, though. I think that version of Destiny is a retro game. I think it's very distinct. I think it's a mix of everything. It's a mix of time, and it's a mix of actual generations. Like Fight Night 2005. That's retro. I know it's weird to say out loud, but it is. That's a long ass time ago. That's nearly 20 years ago. That's I think what 16? No, like something like 17, 18 years ago.
Right.
It's insane.
Sometimes I think about the fact that I started collecting retro games in 2006.
Yeah.
So
and what was that? Like maybe 10 there was like 10-year-old games at that point.
Yeah.
Probably.
Oh, yeah. But we were calling those retro, and now there's been 2 generations between then. So it's like, oh, well, we can't call that retro. It's like, well, back then it was totally fine. But I don't know if it's just a perspective of age that we're like, oh, no, something that came out in my adult life can't possibly be considered retro, or not adult, but just my young adult life can't possibly be considered retro. It's like, hey, fucker, we're old now. We're getting old. We're not old yet, but we're getting there. You know what I mean? So I feel like 360 and Xbox 360 and PS3 though are kind of in a limbo space right now, where I think your arguments are fair, Chris, and I think they're very valid. But I can also say it's in a weird spot where it's like you can't go buy that stuff in stores anymore for the most part, other than maybe some used stuff. It's not available on store shelves, but it's not quite old yet, but it's somewhere. It's getting there. It's in
that territory of like in 2006 when you would play like a PS1 game and it would feel old, you know, right. Like it's in that territory. And I think the case can be made for certain games more than others. Obviously like 360 to PS3 and, you know, that generation going forward from PS3 to PS4 and Xbox 360 to Xbox One, that was like an awkward period in time because that was the period of true cross-gen, in the same way that, like, you know, Spider-Man 3 on Xbox 360 versus Spider-Man 3 on the original Xbox, those are entirely different video games. Like, those aren't even, like, it's not even like a scaled-down version. It's just, like, completely different teams made these 2 different games because they were that different. But, like, when you got to PS3, PS4, you had, you know, just, hey, here's the same game, but like it runs better. Or like you have The Last of Us, which is a PS3 game, but then it got remastered a year later, exactly the same, except it just looks slightly better. And so that's, I think, the main holdover as far as like that generation being considered retro is like, I think it qualifies from an age demographic standpoint, at least the beginning of it. But it's the nebulousness of the nebulousness of what that change meant going forward that kind of has it in a weird limbo, because I think PS2 unquestionably is a retro machine,
dude. If you consider the Xbox part of that generation, the Xbox is old enough now that there's either a capacitor or a battery or something that's blowing up from age in
Oh,
original
interesting.
Xboxes. So people are going in, and if you have an original Xbox that you like, you should either open it up and take that out yourself or find someone to do that work for it, because it will eventually explode and get, acid all over your motherboard and destroy it. So it is old enough now that we're seeing those signs of age. So yeah, it's retro.
Well, I even think back to NES when, like, in 2005, right? Like, the NES was absolutely a retro machine in 2005.
Yeah, certainly.
And we're approaching that amount of time away
Yeah,
from
20 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So,
fair enough.
I don't know.
We'll leave it there. Very well said. Sean Kelvey Jr. wrote in and said, "Hey guys, with the UFO hearing this past Wednesday we talked about earlier, it got me thinking, when will someone make a AAA survival horror UFO game? I think with the right studio, a game like that would be a huge hit. Have a good one and stay cool. It's a hot one." Wasn't Prey about that?
The OG Prey.
Yeah.
The original Prey was I wouldn't say it was a survival horror game, though. Right,
but it was about an alien being abducted, right? And
you got abducted in, like, some bar or something in the beginning, and yeah, that was
But yeah,
cool.
not survival horror. You're right. More action. It's a shooter, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a first person shooter. It's a fairly straightforward linear action shooter. It's really cool, actually. Like the original. I'm really curious. That's a game that I would love to play again in some way. Like, I'm
sure it's on probably on Game Pass, right? Let me see.
No way. That's just such a specific. I feel like I would have come across it if it was on Game Pass or anything like that. But I remember that being a really cool game. And the second Prey is obviously fantastic.
Oh, that's right. Human Head made the original one.
Yeah.
They're defunct now, but and Take-Two owned that IP. How did
Arcane?
Yeah, how did Bethesda come to own this? Oh, here it is. Prey was a commercial success. The rights to Prey passed on to Bethesda Softworks, who released a game of the same name until. Okay, that's all right. I don't know how they passed along, but there's no citation. Yeah, I was wondering how that migrated, because I saw a version of Prey that never came out. Do you guys remember?
Prey 2, probably?
Yeah,
right?
I was at an event and saw that. I don't actually have access to it right. Are they here? During this event, first of all, I have a Bethesda jacket that I sometimes wear, a Bethesda sweatshirt. I got it from that event, and on the shoulder is like a weird logo from that random version of Prey. And then they gave these keychains away with the logos, and one of them is that, because it was like Brink. Remember that game Brink?
Yeah.
Prey 2. Remember that dinosaur game that Bethesda published? Hunted or whatever it was called. It was horrible.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Where it was like you would make like forts and then like get attacked, and it was a weird one. So anyway, I have this weird stuff from Prey 2 that was probably somewhat valuable to someone. I have no idea, and I think that Human Head was doing that version of the game, if I recall. And then that was canned. That was a long time ago. That was probably 2011 or something when I saw it.
Yeah, easily.
So UFO survival. Other than that, I'm sure there's other games, but this does seem to be somewhat timely. Dustin, what do you think? We need like a Fire in the Sky game. Get us abducted in the woods and up to the spaceship and figuring things out as these aliens are probing my butthole with their fingers, their slender fingers,
slender, damp,
moist,
45-inch long fingers.
Yeah. Just it's like a clown car in there.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do we need it?
I think it would be cool. It would be a tough thing to tackle just because. So I looked online, just search alien invasion survival horror, and the number one thing coming up is this Grey Hill Incident game, which apparently is coming to PlayStation. And it looks kind of cool, but it uses very stereotypical looking aliens to the point where I'm thinking this looks a little cheesy. So you got to figure out a way where you do an alien survival horror game and you don't want to rely too heavily on tropes or anything that we've seen that's just been in a million different things, whether it's serious or fake or funny or whatever.
That's the thing though about UFO though, is like the term UFO kind of invokes a very specific type of alien, like, because we had like Alien Isolation, which is like that's an alien survival horror game, but it's based
not a
on
UFO game though.
It's not a UFO game because the UFOs imply the Greys. They just do. Like when you think of aliens in the context of UFOs, it's always those little gray fucking big-headed, big-eyed, slender, slimy motherfuckers. It just always is. And maybe that's why there hasn't been like a survival, because it's difficult to make that scary, or it's difficult to envision a scenario where like you would have any hope at all in like, because you're dealing with like a theoretically like an organism that has like millions of years more, better tech than you. Like, how are you gonna? That's why I think Alien works best, like with the kind of like monster type deal. But I would love that, because I personally love that aesthetic, the whole like Roswell, like the theremin kind of.
Yeah, totally. That's what I was gonna say. It's like a retro
X-Files theme type. I love that specific aesthetic, and it's very rarely done. And the only time you really see it is in like a satirical context, or like Destroy All Humans is. I love Destroy All Humans for that reason, but it's also, it would be nice to see something like that was taken seriously, in any capacity. It would be really cool. So I mean, I don't know. It's I could see it being a difficult game to conceptualize.
Yeah, it would see my vision of what I would love to see. I love more hard sci-fi, like The Expanse and stuff like that. And by the way, that new Expanse game is supposed to be pretty good. The Telltale one, although I still have to finish the games, and I'm not gonna, or the books and the show. I'm not even gonna worry about the game, but it was supposed to be pretty good. But when I think about the sci-fi I like, Battlestar obviously is a sci-fi type of sci-fi I really like, but then I think about more cartoonish stuff, but that is still serious and grounded, like Independence Day, where especially the aliens in Independence Day are so cool because they're the little creatures inside the horrible looking suits, like the biological fucked up looking aliens. I loved that. There's so much cleverness in that movie, and they ruined it with that sequel, but it would be so interesting to revisit that world again in a game. And that's what came to my mind with this UFO stuff too, is that was so compelling from a visual standpoint and also from a storytelling standpoint, that the Roswell crash were the scout ships and of like this invading alien armada and all that's so brilliant. And I don't know. I would, who knows? Maybe they really did see something on Roswell, as we said earlier. But Sean, hopefully we'll get our UFO game at some point. Max wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Lads, hope you're well. This question is aimed mainly at Dustin and Chris, but Colin, happy to hear your thoughts too. You won't be, because I have nothing to say about this. I recently went back and played Sekiro again for the first time in a couple of years, and after grinding my way through Dark Souls 2 and needing a bit of a FromSoft palate cleanser. Consequently, I've come to the conclusion that next to Bloodborne and Elden Ring, Sekiro is one of the best games From Software has ever put to disc. It's by far and away the best combat system the company has put into a game, and I dare go a step further and say it's one of the best combat systems in gaming, period. There are many other things that make this game sing, such as expertly crafted boss fights, a beautiful setting with great pacing, and a game length that doesn't overstay its welcome. I feel as time goes on, this game will be looked upon as one of FromSoft's crown jewels. What are your thoughts on Sekiro? All my best to you sexy beasts from the wet and windy south coast of the UK. Max, thanks for writing in. Chris, rather, I see you nodding along. We talk about Sekiro once in a blue moon, but like for the record, I mean, where do we stand on this? Do we think we're going to look back at this game fondly for years to come?
I think so. Like, I love Sekiro. Like, that was the first real, and granted, it was like for a superficial reason. It was just like, oh, it's a Souls game, and I kind of wrote it off a little bit, and then they were like, oh, but you can jump in it, and then immediately I was like, okay, cool, because I like my jumps. I like a jump button. There's something classic about it. I feel like it's so quintessential video game to me to have, like, press A to jump or whatever, press X to jump, but I got into it for that reason, and then what was there was so interesting and cool. And what I loved about Sekiro specifically, more than Dark Souls or even Elden Ring to an extent, is how focused it is. It's like it's very deliberately a single experience with, like, you have one weapon, you have like a couple different things that you can do. But, like, for the most part, it's very, very narrow in its breadth. And what I like about it is it's tuned so perfectly. You get to really get really, really good with that sword and with your kit, because it's the only kit you have, and you don't really get lost in the sauce of, like, experimenting with too many builds, and which I think for me can be a little bit intimidating. And I think it's why I didn't really jump into really any of the games prior, is because I felt like really intimidated by that. But the fact that wasn't really a facet there, or when it was a facet, it was like a lot more limited in scope. It was kind of more about the items that you used. I really loved it. I thought it was exceptionally well paced as well. Like I feel like it just goes at like a really beautiful pace. It does not overstay its welcome. The combat is really, really fluid and really, really just. I love Sekiro, man. Like it's easily outside of Elden Ring, and I think Elden Ring might be my favorite purely because it blew my mind. But I think if I were to go back and play a game again from From Software's catalog, Sekiro is the one that I would find most approachable, or the one that I would be more willing to sit down and redo again, because it is that approachable and streamlined and hyper focused. But that's just that's my estimation of it. I'm sure Dustin would probably say.
Yeah. So the way I view it with From Software is they have the holy trinity of Bloodborne, Elden Ring, and Sekiro, and each of them represent the very best things that they've done, as far as Bloodborne being the best world and story from an aesthetic perspective, Elden Ring being a groundbreaking open world adventure game, and then Sekiro for its amazing combat. It is, like Chris was saying, so singularly focused. Kind of reminds me of how there's like the idea that if you go to a restaurant, the more options they have on the menu, the likely it won't be as good.
Yeah, 100%.
Sekiro is like Chipotle. They've got like 4 things. Actually, and I guess in terms of combat, they got 1 sword. You have 1 build. And the other thing I respect the hell about Sekiro is that it says you got to play this game the way we want you to play it. There's no other option. You can skimp by at the beginning, but if you do not learn how to play this game, you will get fucked. You will have a bad time, and it won't be for you. There's one way to play this game, and if you learn how to do that, you are going to have a fan-fucking-tastic time playing this game. But you must learn to play it the way we want you to play it. And I think that is so cool. And originally, it's the reason why I didn't like this game. It took me a few months of trying to get in this game because I had Bloodborne and Dark Souls so ingrained into my muscle memory, I couldn't play this game. And then eventually something clicked in me where it's like, oh no, you must block. And it's funny how the visual language of the game is that the enemy's health bar when you fight a boss is in the top left, not in the center. Like in Dark Souls, it's in the center. There's the poise meter, because the poise meter is actually more important than the health in some ways, because it is one of the primary ways you take down bosses. It's really, really a fantastic game. I've always said that Bloodborne is the number one for me, but really Sekiro, I think easily could be the number one depending on the day. It's just so incredibly well designed in so many different ways, so many memorable. The last boss of this game might be my favorite boss of all time.
Dude,
it's so fucking brutal.
That ape boss, I remember
that's not the last one, but
no, I know, but like that boss stuck out to me. It was like that was when I was like, I love this. But
well, dude, and what's funny, the funny thing about the ape fight is that it's after Genichiro, which Genichiro is the first true filter of that game where you must play. Yeah. So they're like, oh, you've learned how to play this game. Good job. Here's a fucking ape that is unlike anything you've ever fought. And so even though you've mastered everything, you also need to learn how to deal with a completely different type of boss now.
It's very old school in that way. It's very NES, like obviously not in presentation, obviously, but like in the sense of like, you know, it reminds me a little bit of like Ninja Gaiden, where it's like, this is the way you play, and you know, fuck you if you can't do it, quite frankly.
Yeah.
like you're not going to get past it. And I like that because I mean, like you said, it's that restaurant analogy was actually perfect. Like the idea of like a cheesecake factory versus like some random chicken joint that only has like 4 options or whatever. It's like,
right.
It's going to be you're going to get a way better time out of that chicken restaurant.
Well, I think it's worth saying too that it's not that options are bad in a game. No. Dark Souls, Elden Ring, the fact that you can do so many different builds is very, very cool. I love that about those games. It's fun seeing the different builds.
Yeah.
But in order to get that extremely tight, precise combat of Sekiro, you have to get rid of those options. And it's so funny to me thinking about Sekiro that it's like, yeah, if you can't beat a boss, you can't go level up. The only thing you level up is your skill. And it's funny because it is it's annoying, actually. This is the game that's get good. Like, that's your option. There's a few cases where you could go fight a different boss instead in hopes that you beat it in order to increase your attack a little bit. But other than that, you just have to learn how to play it. And it's not going to be for everybody, but it really is a truly incredible experience if you really learn how to play it and dive in.
And shout out to jumping. Shout out to jumping in general.
Well, that's why that was a big influence on Elden Ring and why they added jumping.
I'm not even exaggerating. If Elden Ring didn't have a jump, I probably wouldn't have played it.
Whoa.
Like, it is that important to me.
Yeah.
Justin Soprano wrote in, said, "Hello, Sacred Slim Bulls. Do you all remember the PlayStation TV show The Tester, where contestants who won became game testers? I unfortunately do. As an adult, I now realize how insane and underwhelming that prize really is. The show comes up every once in a while. I figured we would talk about it in a grander way. For people that don't remember, I actually think The Tester is a rare example of Sony being a little bit ahead of the curve in some of this stuff that they've done. I actually thought the same thing about that Power show, where like they were thought about putting like exclusive shows on PS Plus 10 years ago. It's interesting. And The Tester's even older because it came to PSN in early 2010 and it was free for everyone. It went on for 3 seasons. And for those that aren't familiar with it, it was a reality show where people would compete in all sorts of different like contests, game related contests, knowledge and all the rest. And the winner of each season would become, I guess, ostensibly a tester at Sony. And one of the winners is why can't I remember his name? Shit. Yeah, it's here. The first season, his name is Will Powers. Will Powers, who's a PR person still to this day. He was the PR. People might remember this is a fairly obscure story about Sony history, but there was a PR guy that got canceled when Sony San Diego's PR team got wiped out many layoffs ago. And do you remember this, Dustin? And he had like a meltdown online.
Yeah, I vaguely remember this.
Yeah, and at IGN, I was being pressured to write about it, and I didn't want to, and I didn't because I was just like, I don't want to ruin this guy's life. But he actually he like had a total meltdown. It was covered by all these different companies, and then he had to come back and ended up working at Deep Silver, and I don't know where he is now. He's one of the people that just disappeared, but he's what I remember about that show because he won the first season. But we also had a thing at Podcast Beyond and IGN, and old fans might remember this and I don't know if you remember this, Dustin, where the loser the week before on The Tester would call into the show. We had like an agreement with Sony to do this. And we would have like a brief interview with them, like an exit interview. And then I would always finish the interview by asking them who their favorite first party team was to see if they could even name one. And most of them, they always just said random. Like most of them just always said random. At that time, 2010, 2011, it wasn't like a huge family either. Mm-hmm. But I remember a bunch of them always saying Insomniac. And we wouldn't insult them and be like, oh, you're so dumb. We would just always like wonder what people were thinking. And so those are my memories of that show, but it lasted until early 2012 during that late PS3 era and went away after that. And what's interesting about this is that it was done. I don't know if people are familiar with the Bravo show Below Deck, which is a really popular. I actually used to like the show. I like Bravo sometimes. I haven't watched Bravo in many years, but Below Deck is about this yacht, this like luxury yacht. It's a reality show about a luxury yacht, and it's about the crew of the yacht. So like they have rich people come on and they're catering to them and they're getting them places and all that. And then it's about the drama between the cast. And I just say that because The Tester was the brainchild of this entertainment company called 51 Minds. And when The Tester was canceled, they went on to develop that show. And that is a mega big show. So it's just hysterical that their auspicious beginnings were with something like The Tester. And then they went on to create Below Deck, which to this day runs and has like a bunch of spinoffs too. So just thought that was interesting. I wonder if they ever think about The Tester now that they're multimillionaires. All right. Finally, AJ Capicchietti. And I think AJ, you're the one the AJ I owe a message to. If you are, you know what I'm talking about. We're almost 5 years removed from the PlayStation Classic, he writes. I bought one after a steep markdown and admit it's still sealed in the box. It clearly wasn't successful, but do you think it has that if it had had the same success as the NES Classic, Sony would have released a follow-up? I still think there is a hardcore niche audience that would buy these mini consoles if executed well, like Sony's first attempt. I'll hang up and listen now. Thank you, AJ, for writing in. I'm really of the mind. Dustin, let's go to you on this first. I'm of the mind that this was the NES Classic, SNES Classic. These are good ideas for sure. And I think that they were notable because they were somewhat unique. They weren't the first all-in-one consoles. Atari, for instance, had been releasing all-in-one consoles I had an all-in-one Atari console in the late 90s. So it's not like it's a totally new idea, but Nintendo, like they do, take good ideas, make them really perfect, affordable, high quality, and attractive, and they revive it. And they had this really nice idea with NES Classic. SNES Classic, I think, was a little weaker than the NES Classic, but it was still cool. But I kind of feel like the moment, maybe I'm wrong, has come and gone, and that you would want that functionality to be on your home console, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think? Like, so Switch, Nintendo benefits a lot more from just having complete backwards compatibility of old games on Switch than releasing little consoles. They sold those things for $50. I mean, how much money do you think they were really making on these things? No matter how many they sold, they didn't make that much money. They would rather have you on Switch buying games. And so I just wonder if you agree with that assessment.
Well, it's important to remember too that those two consoles came before the Switch. They came during the dark time of the Wii U era. Right. And I think they probably did make decent money on them just because the hardware inside them is nothing crazy. But I think the problem, I mean, Sony just didn't do what you were talking about with Nintendo, how they take something and make it good. They refuse to do the things that would make it good, like spend the money to license games that people actually want to play, and then also make sure there's the proper fucking versions of the games that are NTSC and not the shitty PAL version. I mean, simple as that. There was a few interesting things on the PlayStation Classic. In fact, I think the original Metal Gear might have been on Metal Gear Solid, might have been on there.
Yeah, there was some good stuff. I was looking behind me because I have one. I was just trying to find it.
Yeah, I have one downstairs.
I never plugged it in. I bought it just because I thought it was cool to like the form factor of it.
Yeah, it's a nice. That's what I bought it for too.
Yeah,
was like, oh, it's a nice little fake PlayStation.
Yeah, it's a fake PS1. Exactly.
I think though you can look at would they release another if it had been successful? Look at Sega. They released their original one and they released a second one just, I think it was this year, that is of the Model 2 Genesis that has more games on it. And so
I read that they want to do Saturn, but they're having problems, I guess, doing.
Oh, because emulating Saturn
is
hard. Yeah. It would, dude, imagine a little Dreamcast mini. Woo.
Oh my God, that'd be
so cool.
I would be even more excited about the Saturn mini because Saturn is like it's not a glaring spot because I just knew people that had one and we had access to one later on, but that's the one that would be most mysterious to me to get into the back catalog on because I probably only played 5 or 6 Saturn games in my entire life, which is
I've never played a single Saturn game.
Dude, this is a bit of a tangent, but I refuse to break the seal on buying a Sega Saturn because every time I'm at retro events, I see all these really weird, obscure JRPGs for Saturn that look so fucking cool just to own, and the artwork on the front, like super, very late 90s, early 2000s JRPGs that no one's ever heard of, but they cost hundreds of dollars. Dude, collecting for Saturn is totally insane. A lot of working design stuff calling on Saturn.
Yeah, working design segued to PS1 towards the end of their life cycle. Like they were, God, man, working design was just so ahead of their time. It's so fascinating. Like they were really doing things that are actually kind of unbelievable when it was really hard. I mean, imagine being there were guys that would, in this age of the internet and video calls and all of this, like they went and found shit in Japan. They like went to Japan, made connections, found games to translate and bring over. It's different now. Now everyone talks more. That's what's so impressive about it. But yeah, classic style console, I think that has come and gone. They really botched it, which means that they don't give a shit about it. They wanted to keep, I mean, the licensing cost is a great point. They wanted to keep costs so low. You can tell they worked with close partners like Square and others, but no, I don't think anyone would have drafted a 25 or 30 game roster that they put on that thing. It was kind of ridiculous. So, but a cool form factor. So that's why I have it. But I think they need to worry about getting everything on PS4 as a baseline Get everything going on
Yeah.
PS4. And that's what I think they should be aiming for with PSP backwards compatibility, Vita, hopefully, PS3 ultimately. I mean, that would be nice, but we'll see. All right, we've been going along. Let's get the hell out of here. Chris, goodbye to you. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, see you next time. I do want to mention, I forgot to mention this at the top of the show. I went to go see Devin Townsend in concert, along with Animals as Leaders and Dream Theater.
Dream Theater,
and,
wow.
Dream Theater, whoa.
And it was a fucking awesome show.
Sick.
It was probably one of the best shows I've ever been to. So if you have a chance to see any of those people live, I would highly recommend it because that shit was nuts.
Sorry, I was sneezing. Excuse me.
No, you're good. No, what if I said I don't forgive you for sneezing?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I just don't. Sometimes I'm muted and then I have to like reach for it because it's my turn and I'm not ready.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good. I'm glad you had fun. And I'm going to go see I have to buy the tickets this weekend, but me and my family are going to go, like all of us go see, there's like a local concert series and Gin Blossoms are playing with Sugar Ray and Tonic.
Oh my God.
I'm so excited because I love all three of those bands.
Dude, yeah.
Tonic is awesome, dude. I love Tonic.
Yeah, being at this show reminded me of how much I should probably, like, I miss going to shows. And the next one that I'm probably going to go see is, I don't remember who's performing with him, but Danny Elfman.
Oh, cool. Oingo Boingo.
Oh, nice.
So I'm really curious about what that's going to be. But that's like in October, I think.
Sick.
I don't know.
That'll be fun.
We'll see. Yeah.
Dustin, goodbye to you.
Goodbye. I am excited. I have tickets, but not for a concert, but finally to see Oppenheimer next Tuesday.
Oh yeah, I was. Micah was telling me that now, and she was like, "Oh, he's seeing it at 10 o'clock," and I'm like, 10 at night, and she's like, "No, 10 in the morning." And I'm like, "Who goes and sees a movie at 10 o'clock in the morning? I've never heard of this in my entire life. It seems preposterous."
I've seen movies that early.
At 10? Well, I didn't even know they offered movies at 10 o'clock. I'll be totally honest with you.
Maybe at like noon.
Yeah, noon is different than 10. I just think 10 is extremely early. Yeah. Go on.
Pittsburgh only has one IMAX, and they've been filling up fast, particularly the evening showings. And Holly is in a play. Well, so this whole week she's been rehearsing for this play. The play is this weekend and next weekend. So we can't go in the evening at all. And then, Holly has lessons at weird times, and it's like, this is the time that no one's at the theater. I don't have to worry about tickets. So let's just do it. 10 a.m. It takes up 3 hours. That's the other thing. We got to drive an hour to go to the movie theater if we want to see an IMAX. Yeah. So if you go 7 o'clock, you have to drive there an hour. Then it's done at 7, 8, 9, 10. You get home past 11. It's a much more, so it's nice not getting home late. Yeah, but I'm excited to finally see it. So that's next.
I still haven't seen it. I saw Barbie last night at a dine-in theater. And so I'm going to see Oppenheimer probably tomorrow's Friday, right?
Do you say dine-in theater?
Yeah, dine-in theater.
Like Alamo or something?
Yeah, like an Alamo Draft House.
Imagine eating a chili dog while watching Oppenheimer.
Yeah. I'm kind of tempted. I'm kind of tempted to do the same thing where it's like because they have like fried Oreos and stuff.
Dude, I
like
love Alamo Draft House. Oh my god,
dude, Alamo is it's so expensive, but it's fun.
Yeah,
Alamo Draft House is way better than the one I went to here, but but still, they had like fried Oreos. I love the idea of just like nomming on a fucking fried Oreo in the middle of.
Imagine if those existed when like Schindler's List came out. Like, do they just respectfully not offer food during that movie?
Yeah, it's I remember discovering Alamo. It was well known by this point, but when I was late in my time at IGN and early, Kind of Funny, and I was just so enamored with it. I was like, I was getting fucking bombed at these movies. It was hysterical.
Oh, it's so.
I remember
so
seeing
easy.
I remember seeing the second Independence Day and spending so much money, being like, what? How much money did this cost me? Because you're just getting but it's so fun. It's so different, novel.
Yeah, it's really cool
to see a movie like that.
I got drinks and 2 appetizers for Holly and I when we saw the Indiana Jones movie. It was like $60. It's like, what happened?
Dude, you would think that they would not free tickets. And I know tickets to Alamo Draft House are actually somewhat affordable compared to some movie theaters because they want you to spend money. But you think the tickets would almost be free if you spent a certain amount of money. Like, if
it didn't include tickets, that's $60.
Right. $50 a seat. If you spend $50 for your seat, then you get your ticket money back, basically. Like something like that.
Yeah.
That would be kind of cool.
That would be interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, time to go. Thank you guys for your time. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of all things Sacred Symbols. Last Stand Media, patreon.com/laststandmedia for early access and all the rest. Laststandmedia.store for merch, including free stickers. Or I'm sorry, not free stickers, free shipping on stickers. By the way, domestically, we're going to have more merch soon. We know some things, as we said at the top, are sold out. So please be patient with that. We're trying to trying to do all this. As I said, I'm getting my garage redone, and we're trying to accommodate this new merch shop that I apparently discovered out of nowhere that Mike is doing a great job with. So thank you for your patience on that front and your support there as well. We'll see you next time for more. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.